Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna continue the series What If Deku Was Born with All for One and Turned Evil Part 2. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
The same footage was shown on all the channels the following morning. With his hood down and his gloves tight, Izuku stood in the ring and said, "I will lead my people, all of us who were forgotten, into a future where everyone will be saved." His voice was raw but firm. Newscasters quarreled. Was this an inspiring call for equality? Or a threat against the hero system itself? The panelists yelled at one another. A boy with quirk absorption cannot be allowed to be a hero. He's giving hope to the voiceless. That terrifies people more than his quirk does. Social media erupted. Hashtag hero Midoriya and hashtag villain quirk were popular trends. Strange children repeatedly recited his speech. His potential was praised by some professional heroes, while others cautioned against romanticizing dangerous quirks. And his name was whispered like a prayer in back alleys, shelters, and small apartments. The tension in UA's classroom was palpable. Students' phones were glowing with articles featuring Izuku's face as they browsed through them. Kaminari whispered, "He's everywhere, like, top of every feed." Zero scowled. Half of them are calling him a future villain, half are calling him the next All Might. It's insane. Uraraka's face was marked with worry as she looked at Izuku. How do you even deal with that? Izuku sat at his desk, clutching his notebook with gloves that creaked slightly. Hood did not respond, but he shaded his eyes. Until Bakugo slammed his palm against the desk, there was a thick silence. Sparks gave a hiss. Deku didn't win. That purple-haired brainwasher gained me. Then he handed him first. Then the air caused Aizawa's scarf to crack. Following the USJ, he entered the room with bandages still visible beneath his uniform. His tone was calm, flat, and piercing. Enough. The world's already tearing him apart. We don't need it in here too. Bakugo frowned as the sparks died. Eyes narrowing slightly, Aizawa looked around the room before continuing. You'll all be getting ready for internships starting today, and I'm going to show you the offers that everyone received. Media fallout or not, we keep going. However, Aizawa briefly looked at Izuku before turning on the TV, recalling what had transpired the previous week. UA conference room flashback. A line of government officials from the Hero Public Safety Commission, HPSC, sat across from Nezu and Aizawa, papers piled high, tablets glowing with paused video stills, and the room smelled of tension and stale coffee. At USJ, Midoriya was seen in the still photo clinging to the Nomu with his bare hands clasped together, veins protruding, and the monster's jaw shattered open in a shriek. "This footage is already circulating online," said one official, tapping the screen. "Do you wish for us to overlook this? A youngster alive and draining a bioengineered weapon? It appears to be torture." It was torture, for him, Aizawa said, his jaw clenched under his scarf. That battle saved lives. "It doesn't matter if he killed the creature," the official said, ignoring him. "The public's perception is sufficient." "Life absorption, memory absorption, quirk absorption," he said, looking at his notes. "That is not a characteristic of a hero. It is a predator." Despite his tail flicking against the chair leg, Nezu's voice was courteous and even joyful. "And yet, without it, we would have lost half a class of first years," he said. "Context is important." "Not to headlines," chimed another official. "Midoriya will not be offered any internships as of right now. All agencies were told to keep away. A boy with that kind of talent cannot be hailed as a rising star. He emerged victorious from the sports festival. He is already becoming well-known." Nezu asked, especially with his speech at the end. "You're punishing him for surviving and being honest," Aizawa said, narrowing her eye. The man clarified, "We are keeping him in check. He will be interning at UA-only employees and HPSC liaisons, under continual supervision." Aizawa stated bluntly, "That will backfire," adding that he already felt imprisoned. "You're verifying it." "Better a caged monster than a loose one," the officer said, snapping his folder shut. His words also need to be restrained, in addition to his peculiarity. The men left, their shoes clicking sharply against the tile, and there was silence. The door closed, the silence filled with the hum of the lights. With a growl, Aizawa let out a breath, exhausted and enraged. They're making him exactly what they're afraid of. Nezu's tiny black eyes sparkled. "Shota, fear has a way of influencing futures, regardless of our preference for the shape." Returning to the present, Class 1A students cheered and groaned as they compared numbers, and the board came to life with names scrolling across in vivid digital text. Bakugo possesses thousands. Kaminari stared. Shoto's right behind him. Yaoyorozu continued, her reading glasses adjusted. Numerous offers were neatly lined up next to the names of Ojiro, Tokiyami, and Hikari as well. Then, Midoriya Izuku. 0 at the board's lower corner. The only one without an offer was him. The whispers came instantly. None? But he came out on top. Guess nobody wants to risk it? That sucks, but I can see why. Izuku remained motionless, sitting rigidly at his desk with his head lowered and his gloves clenched against his notebook, creaking slightly. His eyes stayed on him longer than the others, and he could already hear the government officials in that smoke-filled room saying, "Better a caged monster than a loose one." He also knew why the board was empty. His stomach twisted. But he was unable to tell Midoriya the truth, that all agencies had been told to turn a blind eye, and that men in suits, viewing him as a threat rather than a child, had decided his fate. Rather, as if nothing were wrong, he cleared his throat and said, "Those who don't have offers will still be placed. UA will manage your internships internally. You are one of them, Midoriya." The muttering subsided, and the ensuing quiet was more solemn than any joy. At last, Izuku raised his head to look directly into Aizawa's eyes across the room. His jaw was clenched, but his face was unreadable. After maintaining the gaze for a while, Aizawa turned back to the students. "I hope you manage not to break in, but I'm sorry, kid. They're already pushing you into the corner." Hikari looked at Izuku from the side row and scowled, her eyes soft with worry, noticing that his hands were pressed against the desk just a bit too firmly, and that his shoulders were too still. "You will now need to have hero names because you will be working in the field. Who is currently en route? Get whiteboards and clear your desk." As they prepared, the class finally broke out into conversation once more, and she leaned in to whisper. "It's not fair. You deserve better." Izuku shrugged slightly, his tone too composed. "Doesn't matter." However, Hikari saw it. The glint in his eyes, the pain beneath the words. "Your hero name is your brand" was written in looping letters on the whiteboard behind the cleared desks. As the students shifted uneasily, Midnight smiled and twirled her whip idly. "All right, kids. Today's the day. Pick a name that defines you. What the world will call you for the rest of your career." The class was filled with excitement. Chargebolt was held up by Kaminari. The card of Yaoyorozu said Creata. With pride, Tokiyami revealed Tsukuyomi. Bakugo even growled as he scrawled King Explosion Murder, but Midnight sighed and shot it down. The sharing of each name was accompanied by nerves, laughter, and applause. Then Aizawa's weary voice interrupted, and the room fell silent. "Midoriya, you're next." Everybody looked at him. With his gloves creaking and his hood covering his face, Izuku stood slowly while clutching the name card. He had a constricted throat. Izuku gazed intently at the blank card he was holding. Memories flashed through his mind. Monster, dangerous, and quirkless, all of which were written on his record. Whispering among neighbors. Foster homes are pushing him out. Heroes argue over whether to put him in a cage. He tightened his jaw. "I have no idea who I'm meant to be." There was a long pause. Hikari leaned forward slightly from her desk, her green-gold eyes fixed on him. No sympathy, just a little support. At last, Izuku lifted the card, which was blank save for his shaky, tentative handwriting. His voice was steady but low as he said, "I don't know yet. Not something flashy. Not something fake. When I figure out what kind of hero I really am, then I'll name myself." There was silence in the classroom. With the whip hanging loosely, Midnight cocked her head. "That's an answer too, kid." Aizawa stared at Izuku for a long time before turning away. "Fine. For now, Midoriya remains Midoriya." As the next student took the stage, the tension subsided, but Hikari's gentle, inquisitive gaze remained fixed on him. She could see that his hand was still trembling slightly on the card's edge. Izuku lowered his head and sat down. His mind blazed inside. "I've already been labeled a villain. I've already been labeled dangerous. But I'll pick my own name when the time comes. They won't be able to ignore it either." The dorm courtyard was streaked with orange and gold as the sun sank. Izuku sat stooped on a bench close to the edge, hood over his face, gloved hands clasped tightly, while the majority of the students had already drifted inside. Hikari sat down next to him and leaned back casually as a shadow passed over him. At first, she simply reached over and made slow circles on his back without saying anything. "You know," she joked lightly, You had the perfect chance to pick some edgy, brooding hero name. Shadow Claw, the Collector, anything. And you went with, I don't know yet. Halfway between a sigh and a laugh, Izuku gave a dry huff. Didn't feel right, not yet. Hikari's green-gold eyes caught the sunlight as she cocked her head. Fair enough. Honestly, better than Bakugo's suggestion. The crowd would have rioted. The silence lingered, heavy but comfortable. Izuku looked down at his gloves. Still doesn't matter. No agencies wanted me. 0 offers. Even after everything. Her hand paused on his back before applying pressure. You think that means anything? You're not the one failing here, they are. His voice was low as he shook his head. Feels like I'm just holding you back. You should have gotten something better than staying stuck at UA with me. He was given a hard shove to the ribs for that. With warm, narrowed eyes, Hikari leaned forward. First off, don't flatter yourself. My internship is here because it needs to be. Second, this isn't about you holding me back. It's about me pushing forward. Izuku blinked. What? With a steady gaze, she folded her arms. You saw the USJ. The sports festival. I can dampen quirks, yeah. But against people like Nomu. Or villains who fight like you do. Or quirks that take too long to suppress. Suppression just isn't enough. I need tools. Strategy. A way to hold my ground. Her mouth twitched into a cunning half-smile. And that means learning how to use a variant of my dad capture weapon. I didn't want to at first. I wanted to carve my own unique path, but her face became softer. The world made it clear I have to. Her shoulder touched his as she leaned in closer. Don't twist it into something it's not. I chose this. And if you don't like it, her grin returned. Then you'll just have to spar harder so I don't outdo you. Izuku felt a slight tug at the corner of his mouth for the first time in the day. You're impossible. And you're dramatic. She gave him another, gentler nudge. We'll survive this, together. Stars flickered into view as the sky grew deeper. Izuku lowered his hood, but for a brief instant, his chest felt lighter. Later on in the evening, Izuku and Hikari stood on the bench, the courtyard lights glowing dimly. Their classmates had already departed for their internships, leaving Hikari and Izuku at UA. She was staying in the dorms as well, although they were emergency housing for local communities in the event of a disaster rather than actual dorms. They were nonetheless quite similar. A fresh voice interrupted her as she continued to tease him about his lack of a hero name. A voice said sarcastically, "So I'm not the only one stuck on campus." They raised their eyes. With his hands stuffed in his pockets and his weary gaze fixed on them, Hitoshi Shinso stood close by. Hikari stood up. You too? Yeah, Shinso murmured as he approached. Aizawa's taking me on for my internship. Says I need to learn his capture style, to catch up to the hero classes, and stop looking like I rolled out of bed at an alleyway. Which is, fair. He turned his attention to Izuku. Guess he figured we're the same kind of case. Izuku moved his hood. Villain quirks. Shinso grinned without humor. Exactly. Brainwashing, absorption, doesn't matter what we actually do with them. People hear our quirks and decide who we are. Hikari's piercing green-gold eyes narrowed as she folded her arms. That's stupid and you know it, you guys are not in that box. The two boys looked at her. Her tone was steady as she leaned forward. You're not a villain, kid. And neither are you. People can say it all they want, but I don't care. You two are training under my dad, which means you've got a shot, and you're going to take it. End of story. You're more than just villain kids. Silence lingered for a moment, and Izuku studied her, his chest tight, while Shinso blinked, taken aback. You think that's true? Izuku inquired quietly. With a slight smirk on her lips, she said, Of course I do. And if either of you start moping, I'll spare you until you stop. Even Shinso gave a small smile, and Izuku gave the slightest chuckle at that. Aizawa's voice, as dry as ever, came through the courtyard gate. All right. You'll require that mindset. You are all treated equally. You'll either fall behind or train harder than the others. Midoriya. Shinso. Hikari, you're with me. His eyes were keen, but his scarf hung loosely around his shoulders. Capture weapons. Control exercises. Fight, live. Training in quirks will teach you how to live and help others live, beginning tomorrow. The three looked at each other, with Izuku pulling his hood down as resolve took hold, Hikari standing erect, and Shinso grinning faintly. It felt, for the first time, like a beginning rather than a punishment. The following morning sweat trickled down Izuku's forehead as he gripped the weighted scarf tighter, trying to imitate the way Aizawa snapped his weapon with razor-sharp accuracy as the ropes cracked through the air and smacked against padded dummies with heavy thuds. Again, Aizawa said in a flat but firm voice, "Midoriya, you're overcompensating with your wrist. The key to capture weapons is momentum, not strength." Izuku tightened his jaw, repositioned, and snapped the scarf once more, this time securing it tightly around the dummy's arm. Better. Her posture was balanced and controlled, and Aizawa watched silently for a moment before nodding slightly as Hikari's rope lashed forward across the mat with swift, clean precision. "All right. You're approaching it as a straightforward and effective extension of your quirk suppression. Continue honing that." Meanwhile, for the third time in a row, Shinso's rope tangled clumsily around his legs, and he yanked at the knots while muttering curses. Aizawa's scarf fluttered around his shoulders, but he didn't sigh. "You're fighting the weapon rather than allowing it to fight for you. Let your arm relax. Let it be carried by the weight." Shinso made another attempt, more slowly this time, and his smile was genuine but faint as the rope looped wide, grazing the dummy before cinching against its leg. "Huh. I understand." Aizawa took a step forward and looked at the three of them. "Pay close attention. The goal of these capture drills is not to make you into my exact replica. The goal is to establish control. Consciousness. You'll need tools that work for you if you're serious about being heroes. Not only the things I give you. Experiment," he said, pointing to the racks of equipment with varying weights, lengths, and materials. "Adjust. Find a weapon that works for you. Something that goes well with your eccentricities and fighting style." Izuku tightened his gloved hands around the scarf and scowled a little. "My own version? You'll never survive trying to be me," Aizawa said, his voice becoming slightly softer but still powerful. "Determining your fighting style and how to adapt your tools to suit it will help you survive." After glancing at her rope, Hikari turned back to her father and said, "So it's not about copying, it's about creating." Aizawa took a step back and wrapped his scarf around his shoulders, saying, "Exactly. You have a week. Show me what belongs to you." Izuku's mind was racing as he gazed down at the scarf he was holding, picturing metal, hinges, tension springs, a tool that could serve as both a weapon and a shield, something he could claim as his own. He saw gears turning the same way they always did when he tinkered. With a slight smirk, Shinso spun his rope with renewed resolve and said, "I guess I'd better quit tripping myself, then." And with a sly smile on her lips, Hikari, composed and astute as ever, coiled her scarf neatly and said, "Don't worry. I'm going to be cleaner than you two." In the afternoon, in order to get some inspiration and assistance in creating their own version of capture weapons, Izuku decided it would be a good idea to visit the support lab. Sparks crackled from a bench where Mei Hatsume knelt, welding goggles reflecting bursts of light, halfway built devices littered every surface, wires hanging like vines, and the lab smelled faintly of solder, oil, and burnt rubber. Excuse me." Izuku began trembling. Mei instantly leapt to her feet, beaming broadly, saying, "Customer alert. Alternatively, test dummies." With her eyes shining, she pushed her goggles to her forehead and asked, "What will it be this time? Jetpacks? Do you have gauntlets on? Grenade launchers mounted on the arms?" "We just need help with capture weapons," Hikari said, raising both eyebrows. Mei blinked, then her smile widened. "Capture gear, oh, simple in concept, but incredibly seductive in practice. Come on in." "Why do I feel like I'm about to regret this?" Shinso muttered under his breath as the three of them cautiously entered. Grasping the standard-issue scarf that Aizawa had given him, Izuku shook his head rapidly and said, No, consider it. Because it can be used for binding, pulling, and rerouting momentum, a scarf is effective. However, if it's just capture rope, it's a waste of time." Mei smiled after blinking, saying, "Oh, Broccoli Boy is right, continue." "If I combine it with my multi-tool, I can eliminate that wasted time," Izuku said, leaning forward and placing the scarf on the bench while his gloves creaked slightly. "The anchor is the grip. The handle is where the cord retracts into. It can change from hook to magnet to clamp based on the fight thanks to its modular ends." Using a marker, he quickly drew neat, precise lines on the closest whiteboard, describing a small reel system with interchangeable heads. "This way, I can shield, reposition, or restrain without switching weapons," he said. "Instead of being something I have to halt and use, it becomes a part of my fighting rhythm." Mei's eyes glowed and her smile expanded. "You're not just smart, you're scary smart," she said. "You're thinking 3 steps ahead with your compact, effective, and modular design." Observing from the corner, Shinso furrowed his brow and said, So, essentially, Batman with homework? If I design the tool to take stress along the frame instead of the coil, it won't snap under strain, Izuku said, blushing but continuing to ignore him. I can use a segmented steel polymer blend to reinforce it, so it won't shatter when I. With a gleeful cackle, May interrupted, yes. Indeed. Someone who understands my love language at last. The Midoriya Mark I capture multi-tool is what we'll call it. Startled, Izuku blinked. Wait, no, that name. As he crossed his arms and leaned against the workbench, Shinso interrupted him. I just need mine not to strangle me. May smirked after squinting at him. Brainwasher boy, right? You need a weighted cord you can hide in plain sight. Something subtle. Something you whip out the second you get someone to answer you. She raised her chin. Retractable yo-yo style. That's flashy. Or maybe a reinforced scarf that looks ordinary until. Shinso's lips quirked as he moaned, yo-yo? Seriously? With her rope neatly wound over her shoulder, Hikari took a step forward. Mine needs to be efficient. Direct. Fast lock, no wasted movement. Something I can snap and restrain before the enemy realizes their quirk's being suppressed. May's smile grew softer, almost appraising. In quick strokes, she wrote, clean design. Minimal flair. Deadly in the right hands. Yeah, I like you. Okay. 3 different builds. 3 different brains. This is going to be fun. May gave a hand clap. Yes. This is the good stuff. I'll have a prototype ready in 3 days. Might explode. Hopefully won't. Can't promise. As Izuku held the crude sketch in his hands, his heart raced. It was reminiscent of the design he had brought to UA and the one he had initially assembled in the scrapyard. It felt unquestionable for the first time. He owned it. The following day the atmosphere was tense and more subdued than usual. No dummies, no capture ropes. With his gloves pulled halfway off, Izuku was the only person standing in the middle of the mat. Aizawa watched from the corner, her scarf coiled but ready, while Hikari stood opposite him, her arms at her sides. Simply put, you're not doing this alone, Aizawa stated. If anything goes wrong, I erase you. Hikari dampens. Understood? Izuku had a dry throat. He gave a nod. Understood. He flexed his bare fingers and pulled the glove from his right hand. His heart pounded. The idea of actually touching someone had terrified me for the past 4 years. Calm, Hikari stepped forward, her aura humming faintly around her. His green-gold eyes met hers. Just a second, Izuku. Nothing more. After swallowing, he extended his hand. They touched. Heat shot up his arm, and suddenly aspects of her flowed into him, including muscle memory, reflexes, and the subtle hum of his chest suppression aura. His skin crawled with borrowed awareness, and his breath caught. He felt the field she always carried, like static on skin, for a heartbeat. Izuku stumbled a step and gasped, yanking his hand back. I felt it. Hikari let out a steady, unflinching exhale, and you let go. That's control. Aizawa's gaze grew strained. Again. They restart. Izuku reached out more confidently this time. A brief flicker of aura passed through him during the brief contact. Although his hand shook, he withdrew it neatly. No collapse. Don't yell. Simply exercise control. Something fierce burned in his chest. I can do it. I can actually. Not done yet, interrupted Aizawa. He gave himself a nod. Your quirk won't matter if you freeze when it counts. Try with me. Izuku gasped in surprise. Why, you're serious? Aizawa whispered. I'm standing right here, and moved forward. His scarf fluttered. 1 second. No longer. After hesitating, Izuku briefly touched Aizawa's forearm with his palm. And suddenly the world grew dimmer. Everything fell silent, including the faint static of the lights above, the hum of quirks, and the spark of Hikari's aura. He briefly experienced what it was like to wipe out everything in his immediate vicinity. Aizawa then withdrew, his own eyes narrowing. Good, you didn't cling. That's the difference between survival and slaughter. Izuku stumbled and gripped his chest, trembling from the sheer force that was pulsing through him rather than from fear. I did it. I really did it. With her hand grazing his shoulder through his sleeve, Hikari took a step closer. You're not just surviving anymore, Izuku. You're learning. That's the difference. Gloves hanging from his hand, his chest heaving, he gazed at her. He didn't feel like a monster touching someone for the first time in years. After 2 days already, the mats were ripped and scuffed, and there were heaps of dummies. With his arms folded and his scarf loosely draped over his shoulders, Aizawa stood off to the side. Without comment, his lone eye followed every movement. Flatly, again, he said. Hikari jerked forward her newly acquired capture cord. Though reinforced and designed for speed, the capture cord was thinner than her father's. It struck like a bolt of lightning. Leaning in close, Hikari clutched Izuku's wrist with her cord and said, "Caught you again. You really need to stop making it this easy for me." With red cheeks, Izuku pulled against the hold and said, "Maybe I don't mind getting caught." "Be careful, Midoriya. Say things like that and I might not let go," Hikari said, blinking and then grinning with a slight flush. Izuku's cheeks turned slightly red as he blushes. With her lips curled, she teased, "You're too obvious, one slip, and I've got you." In his hood, Izuku grinned. Not yet. He opened his multi-tool with his free hand. Mei's design allowed the tool to function as a launcher, and with a quick twist, the cord inside snapped loose. A hook emerged and clamped down on the arm of a discarded dummy. Izuku jerked, turning his entire body with the pull. Hikari lost her balance due to the abrupt spin, and Izuku used the momentum to wrap his cord around her legs, causing her to stumble. Hikari snorted after blinking. "Okay, that's clever." Shinso was already winding his own cord, a thicker scarf with weighted ends, from the side. His initial throw slammed pointlessly against the ground after missing entirely. "Damn it," Aizawa muttered. "Focus." Shinso clenched his jaw and gave it another go. The weight swung wide this time, catching Izuku's tool in the middle of its spin. The weapon was wrenched from his grasp as the cord snapped taut. Izuku blinked and staggered back. Shinso grinned. "Guess I'm not useless after all." Hikari said, "Not bad," as she pulled herself away from Izuku's cord. "But you're slow on the draw." With their new weapons in hand, they all took their places. Izuku's heart thumped with a sensation he hadn't experienced in years. Excitement rather than fear or even rage. He tightened his gloves. It was training. This was in charge. He wasn't just getting by, for once. He was creating something of his own. It was Aizawa who finally spoke from the sidelines. "Better, but don't get cocky. Tools are only as good as the hands that use them. Keep drilling. By the end of the week, I want you able to catch each other in under 5 seconds." After exchanging quick looks, the three of them nodded together. Izuku also felt for the first time that he was more than a cage specimen or test subject. He was involved in something. Later in the week, Aizawa stood with his lone eye alert and his scarf draped loosely around his shoulders. Shinso was running around the training room because he had stayed up watching cat videos and had not gone to bed on time. Despite her tense lips, Hikari's arms remained steady as she faced Izuku across the mat. Izuku flexed his bare fingers and pulled off one glove. "At USJ, I didn't let go until the Nomu stopped moving. That's how I know, if I keep holding, I can take everything. Permanently. Just like with my mom, by accident." His tone became thick with regret. "But I don't know how long it takes. I'm not going to test that, not ever." Hikari gave a firm nod. "Then today isn't about pushing that far. It's about seeing what you can safely do. I'm here because I trust you." Izuku flexed his bare fingers and pulled his glove off. He and Hikari glanced at each other, knowing that 1 second was safe. Controllable. For nearly a minute, there was only a brief flash of her aura and her peculiarity. Aizawa's voice broke the silence this time. "Longer, push it." After hesitating, Izuku put his hand on Hikari's wrist. 2 seconds. Stable but heavier, the aura of suppression pressed deeper into his chest. Her stance, her breathing technique, and the sparring drills were all faint remnants of her concentration that seeped into him. Izuku quickly withdrew, letting out a sharp exhale. 2 minutes. Stronger, clearer. Aizawa's eyes grew piercing. Again. Izuku touched her once more after swallowing. 3 seconds later, his pulse pounded and his eyes brightened, his hair rising slightly. His mind flashed to pictures of Hikari as a young girl standing in her father's shadow, her annoyance escalating as people disregarded her peculiarity. For a brief moment, his breath caught, but he steadied himself and released it. 4 seconds later, the current jolted more violently and pressed closer to him. The sting of classmates' remarks that she was not hero material, and the unyielding fire that kept her training in spite of this made the memories hit her more strongly. Hikari staggered to her feet, her breath erratic, and Izuku's jaw tensed. 4 minutes, he whispered. With her jaw clenched, Hikari raised her arm once more. "One more time, I can handle it." Izuku clenched his throat. He had no desire to, however, he touched her wrist with his fingers. 5 seconds. Arcs of static flickered off him as the glow in his eyes blazed. His expression flickered with strain, a shadow across his face, then steadied as more of her flooded through his chest. Her mother's laughter in the kitchen, her father's voice pushing her harder, and her own voice whispering, "I want to be a hero anyway." Hikari's knees went to the floor. Breathless, she fell forward into him. Before she could hit the mat, Izuku grabbed her by the shoulders and immediately tore his hand back. "Hikari." She struggled to breathe evenly as she leaned into him, pale but conscious. Izuku steadied her while his eyes burned dimly from everything he had witnessed and his own breath became slightly heavier. 5 minutes. That's all it gave me. And it nearly dropped her. He gave a headshake. "I won't go further, not with her." Aizawa's voice was flat and his scarf twitched. "Then that's your discipline. You know where the danger starts, even if you don't know the finish line." "That's enough," he said, his eyes returning to their normal color as his own quirk was turned off. Izuku shook a little as he glanced down at his bare hand. "It's not just about how much I can take. It's about how much I shouldn't, because if I push too far," his chest tightened, "I might never let go." Despite the slight strain in her own breathing, Hikari steadied herself and touched his shoulder. "That's why you'll stop, because you care more about us than about power." Unreadable, Aizawa's gaze lingered. "The Commission won't care where that line is. They'll be waiting for you to cross it." With a fixed jaw and eyes that were still slightly glowing, Izuku put his glove back on. "Then I'll draw my own line. 1 or 2 seconds. Enough to fight. Never enough to kill." But he knew the truth in his heart. He would cross it again if it meant ensuring the safety and survival of everyone he cared about. The UA late evening kitchen in the dorm. The refrigerator's low hum was the only sound in the quiet kitchen. Izuku and Hikari were left alone at the counter since Shinso had already gone to sleep upstairs per Aizawa's orders. A refreshing mug of tea lay untouched in front of Izuku as he sat stooped forward. His eyes were far away as he pondered something he didn't want to think but couldn't stop. Leaning her cheek against her palm, Hikari observed him intently. "You've been quiet since training." His voice was low, and he shrugged slightly. "I've been thinking about my mom." Her face softened. "What was she like?" she asked after a pause. Startled, Izuku blinked and then glanced down at the mug. "She was kind. Always tired, always working too much, but she never let it show. She liked making things, bracelets mostly. Beads, string, whatever she had. Said they were lucky charms." A slight grin pulled at his mouth. "I wore every single one. Even when they broke. Even when other kids teased me." His voice tightened and his smile wavered. "I don't have any left. They're all gone. But I still remember my favorite. It was a thin red cord with this tiny pendant shaped like a bento box. She made it because I was always stealing bites from hers." With warm eyes, Hikari chuckled softly. "That's kind of perfect for you." "Yeah," muttered Izuku. "I kept it until the thread snapped. I must have tied it back together 5 times before it finally fell apart. After that, I never saw it again." The stillness hung, thick but soft. Hikari moved in closer, placing a gentle, steady hand on his shoulder. "You remember it. That's what matters. She'd probably be happy knowing her favorite bracelet never really left you." Izuku swallowed forcefully and blinked quickly, but his smile felt stable for the first time that night. "Yeah, I think she would." Izuku's smile, nourished by his mother's memory, remained faint. It felt as though Hikari was securing him to the here and now with her steady, grounding hand on his shoulder. "Someday," she whispered quietly, "you'll have to tell me more. Not just the bracelets. I want to know everything about her." Izuku gasped in surprise. Startled by the tenderness in her eyes, he glanced up at her. "You really mean that?" "Of course," she said in a soft, confident tone. "She was part of you. If I want to understand you, I want to understand her too." His chest grew constricted. He gave a slow nod, then looked down once more while his fingers curled around the rim of his mug. "Then, I want the same. With you." Hikari's head cocked. "With me?" Trying to force the words out, he swallowed. He made an ambiguous gesture between them, saying, "I don't just mean sparring together or studying or this. I mean, deeper. I want to know more about you. Who you are. Not just what everyone else sees." The words came out awkwardly but sincerely. His face turned red. "But I don't know how to ask without sounding stupid." Hikari just studied him for a long time. Then her steady, warm hand moved from his shoulder to his forearm. Her voice was quiet as she said, "That doesn't sound stupid, it sounds honest." Izuku gazed at her, astonished by how effortless she made it seem. Hikari folded her arms and leaned back, her eyes softening. "Here, I tell you something now. You said you wanted to know me deeper. So, here's something I don't tell people. Wide-eyed, Izuku sat up, waiting for her to finish. My quirk, people always said it was useful. It could suppress others, keep a fight under control. But they also said it wasn't heroic. Not strong, not showy, not enough. She let out a brief chuckle without humor. For a while, I made everything about proving them wrong. Every spar, every class, every test. All I thought was, I'll force them to see me as a hero. Izuku's chest grew constricted. He was more aware than anyone of the consequences of being fired. Her eyes softened and moved. But then I saw something incredible. Someone with every reason to give up, someone the world had already written off. Fight to save people anyway. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't loud, but it mattered. It was the kind of saving no one else could do. That's when I realized, being a hero isn't about proving people wrong. It's about proving to the forgotten that they still matter. Izuku nodded angrily, his eyes gleaming. That's amazing, Hikari. Whoever that was, they must have been incredible. She simply stared at him for a moment, her lips forming the tiniest smile. Yeah, he is. Izuku blinked, utterly unaware of the significance of what she had said. I'd like to meet him someday. Maybe I could learn from him too. Hikari got up from her chair and shook her head, biting back a laugh. You already have. Izuku scowled a little, perplexed, but before he could inquire, she gave him a quick shoulder pat as she left. Good night, Izuku. He continued to sit there, scratching the back of his neck while he stared after her. I don't get it, but she seemed happy. He couldn't quite understand what she meant, but her final smile lingered in his mind. His thoughts were interrupted by the creak of the stairs. With a slight frown on his face, Shinso shuffled down in sweatpants and a t-shirt, rubbing at his eyes with one hand. Without saying a word, he opened the refrigerator, took out the milk carton, and poured himself a glass. He looked at Izuku only when he leaned against the counter. You really didn't get it, did you? Astonished, Izuku blinked. Huh? Squinting at him over the glass's rim, Shinso took a slow sip. She wasn't talking about someone. She was talking about you. Izuku's face turned red. What? No, she said. Shinso put down his glass and sighed, saying, she said she saw someone save the kind of people the world gave up on. That's you, genius. Honestly, the way she looks at you, I'm surprised she didn't just spell it out. Izuku fumbled, nervously waving his hands. And no, you're misreading it. Hikari doesn't, she wouldn't. Shinso picked up his glass once more and rolled his eyes. Whatever helps you sleep, Midoriya. Just don't make her wait forever for you to catch up. With a mutter, he began to return to the stairs. I came down for milk, not to watch a rom-com. Izuku sat motionless, his mind racing, tea forgotten in front of him. She was talking about me. The morning after cereal bowls and milk cartons were strewn across the counter, and the kitchen was filled with soft light. Izuku struggled through breakfast, his mind still replaying what Shinso had said the previous evening. She was referring to you. Morning, said Hikari, breezing in while wearing her jacket loosely draped over one shoulder. Izuku stumbled, gee good morning, pressing the milk down too firmly. He flinched, but Hikari just grinned and walked right by him to get a glass of water, grazing his shoulder as she went. Something else, a warmth that steadied him, persisted along with the uncomfortable heat in his face. She was present. Everything felt cluttered, but Hikari was the one thing that didn't. Before Izuku could stop himself, he was grinning. I'm glad you're here. Hikari paused, slightly taken aback by how soft his voice was, and then smiled back with a quiet, sincere smile. Me too. One weary eye slid toward them as Shinso scraped the back of his chair and reached for a glass of milk from the corner of the room. Smiling, he whispered, great. Fantastic. Just what I needed first thing in the morning. Live commentary on the world's slowest love confession. Red in the face, Izuku fumbled with his spoon. Hikari mockingly glared at Shinso, but she could tell by the corners of her smile. Shinso took a sip of milk and snorted, shaking his head. Don't mind me. I'll just be over here, silently rooting for you while pretending to be annoyed. Aizawa's monotone crackled over the dorm intercom. Training. 10 minutes, don't be late. Shinso sighed and put down his glass. Perfect. Now I get to watch you two flirt and spar at the same time. As Hikari laughed and pushed him in the direction of the door, Izuku moaned and buried his face in his hands. The UA hall of training, the air was tense, and the mats were silent. With her scarf loose but ready, Aizawa leaned against the wall. Standing next to him with her arms folded, Midnight's customary playful edge was subdued by interest. With his arms folded, Shinso observed silently from a distance. With Hikari at his side, Izuku pulled one glove loose and stepped onto the mat. His tone was steady but low. "Let me try something. Just a touch, no more than a minute. I won't take more than that, I just need to know if I can carry all of you at once." He walked around the room, rubbing his bare fingers against each of them. Midnight, her somnambulist quirk sparking faintly before he withdrew. Shinso, the thread of brainwashing pressing into his mind, and Hikari, her suppression aura humming faintly in his chest. Everyone watched intently as each touch was quick and cautious. His breath was steady by the time he stepped back into the middle of the mat, but his eyes were glowing ferociously green, and his hair was rising faintly with static. He could feel borrowed power humming in the air around him. He said, "I can hold them fine," and he showed off his fingers. When he spoke, his voice shook with tension and resolve. "But, I want to see if I can use more than two at once." The room became silent. Aizawa's scarf twitched at his shoulders, and Midnight's brow arched, his curiosity growing. "You're either insane or about to be," Shinso muttered to himself. Aizawa spoke in a clipped tone. "Don't collapse trying to prove a point." Midnight gave a small smile. "If he does, I'm sure your sweet daughter will make the landing soft." She started using her quirk, and pink smoke began to emanate from her body. Izuku's eyes turned green, and the static hum caused hair to lift. The weight was like second nature to him. More of the sweet mist started to trickle from Midnight's skin, and her lips curled, but she spewed it out and disappeared before it could reach the air. Her gaze expanded. "My somnambulist," he shut it down. Then the sharp pull of Shinso's copied quirk was carried in his voice. "Hikari, say something to me." She scowled. "What is this?" The tether broke. Her body stiffened from brainwash, her pupils glazed. Izuku clenched his jaw and spoke steadily. "Raise your arm." She raised her jerky but compliant arm. There were now two. His chest was already heavy, as though each breath had to force its way through static. His temple pricked with sweat. "I can handle two, but the test is three." His free hand extended outward. A pencil scraped and rattled across the mat before slowly floating into the air. He pulled it to his palm, his knuckles shaking. 3. The strain caused his body to tremble. The aura of suppression wavered, and his hair bristled as green light flickered in his eyes like a dying bulb. Hikari's brainwash slipped and her arm faltered in midair. Midnight let out a little gasp when she realized her quirk mist had been muted all along. The pencil then struck Izuku's hand. Every thread snapped at once, causing him to stumble to one knee. The pencil clattered to the ground, Midnight's power flared back to life, and Hikari jolted back to herself. Perspiration trickled down Izuku's jaw as he panted. "It works. But it's like holding three weights at once, all pulling different ways." With a tight voice, Hikari knelt next to him. "Izuku, you controlled me," while shutting her down, and still pulled that pencil. Midnight squatted, her eyes solemn now, no longer teasing. "You're not just stacking quirks. You're operating them simultaneously. That's rare even in natural-born fusion quirks, and you're doing it raw." Shinso's voice sounded low and uneasy. "And if you can manage 3 now, someday it'll be 4. Aizawa twitched her scarf. He spoke in a firm but calm tone. "If you keep pushing without restraint, you won't last long. But if you master it," he said, leaving the thought loose. 2 you can control. 3 nearly broke you." With shaking hands and a heaving chest, Izuku pulled his glove back on. "Then I'll get the hang of it." Later that evening Izuku was sitting at the low table, his notebook open but forgotten, his gloves folded neatly beside him, his eyes glowing with excitement, and the common room was quiet except for the faint hum of the TV left on mute. He smiled and said, "It's unbelievable that we're actually going on patrol tomorrow. Actual patrol. At last, I get to use all this training for something that matters." His hands clenched into fists, shaking with the thought. "Not drills, not simulations, helping people for real." "You look like you're about to explode," Hikari said, leaning back in her chair with her chin resting on her hand. Her green-gold eyes watched him with a slight smile tugging at her lips. Rubbing the back of his neck, Izuku flushed and said, This is what I wanted since I was a kid, to truly have an impact. You two have been making a lot of differences this week, mostly in how much time you spend staring at each other," Shinso snorted from the couch. Hikari and Izuku both flushed. "We weren't," Izuku began. Despite having pink cheeks, Hikari rolled her eyes and said, "Ignore him." Stretching out on the cushions, Shinso grinned faintly and said, "Oh, don't mind me. I'm just relieved that I get to leave this building tomorrow." Watching you two flirt in circles every night sounds like hell compared to patrol. Hikari chuckled softly and pushed Izuku's shoulder as he moaned and covered his face with his notebook. Come on, you really are about to explode, Hikari said. Before you even assist the civilians, you will frighten them. Then I'll just have to show them I can do more than look scary, Izuku said, peeking over the top of the notebook with a shy smile. As long as I get fresh air, you two can flirt on rooftops for all I care, Shinso muttered, closing his eyes. The first patrol day, the internship ends in 3 days. Hikari and Shinso stood ready, both dressed in suits, Shinso yawning as if he hadn't slept in years. Aizawa leaned against the table, arms crossed, scarf loose around his neck, and the briefing room buzzed faintly with the hum of old fluorescents. Aizawa's words, "We'll be doing patrols for the final 3 days of the internship," continued to echo in Izuku's mind as he adjusted his gloves, clipped his notebook to his side, and felt his heart race. View some actual work. When prepared, field experience is more important than drills. Izuku was eager to go out and meet people for the first time. The door hissed open, and 2 men in dark suits entered, followed by the acrid scent of cologne, their smiles courteous, rehearsed, and utterly meaningless. Looking at a clipboard, one said, "Midoriya Izuku, we're from the HSCP. You'll stay here." Bewildered, Izuku blinked. "Sir, I was told by Aizawa-sensei." The second interrupted, already pointing to the hallway, "Change of plans, your condition needs to be monitored. For the rest of the week, we'll be conducting tests while the others are on patrol." The words slammed home. "Tests?" Shinso said, with a sharp, low voice. Aizawa straightened and said, "He's with me. All 3 are." "Eraserhead, this isn't a request," said one official with a tighter smile. "His status is known to you. Dangerous. Top priority. The others are yours to keep. This is where Midoriya stays. This document has been signed by several government officials." "That's not fair," Hikari said, her hands clenched at her sides. The agent turned toward her and said, "Quiet," with a sharp edge in his voice. Then, as if recalling his position, he softened his tone, but not his words. "Miss, this is not a concern of yours. Remain where you are." Hikari bit her tongue as her jaw tensed. The pupil turned to face Aizawa, and for a moment, they believed that she might remain silent. "Fuck that, he's my student," Aizawa said, his eyes narrowing and glowing red, his hair spiked, and his scarf twitched alive around his shoulders, his quirk's familiar flair filling the air like static. "You have no right to order." The door creaked, and Nezu padded in, tail swishing low, his voice calm but devoid of cheer, before the argument could degenerate into open conflict. "Eraserhead." Nezu merely sighed, his ears dipping, as Aizawa aimed his piercing glare at the principal. "Not now. A direct conflict in the middle of the UA is not something we can afford." With regret weighing heavily in his tiny black eyes, he glanced toward Izuku and said, "I apologize. It would give the commission too much leverage. We'll go over this again, however, not today." Aizawa's jaw clenched so tightly that it creaked, but his scarf remained motionless. "We'll be back. We'll go on a quick patrol." "No, make sure you take your full time as you already logged in for today," the official said with a sharp nod. "We'll make sure to manage our time effectively." Another word that never applied to Izuku was efficient, which made his stomach turn. Hikari's eyes lingered on Izuku's as she and Shinso followed Aizawa out with Nezu. Her jaw was clenched, and her face was etched with anger. Shinso muttered under his breath, just loud enough for Izuku to hear, "Cage looks nicer when they call it training." The door closed. With his heart thumping and his fists clenched in his sleeves, Izuku stood in the silence, the 2 suits waiting expectantly. With a single command, patrol, heroes, and actual labor were all stripped away. The main entrance of the door read, UA HPSC Joint Research Annex, Temporary, and the lab was not in some far-off facility, but rather a side wing of UA that was swiftly and clearly a classroom that had been gutted and refitted with cold white walls, restraints bolted to the floor, and cameras blinking in the corners. The sterile odor clung to Izuku's skin as he sat in the center chair without his gloves. He was here, with the suits, not out patrol with Aizawa, Hikari, and Shinso, not training with classmates. "We'll start with transfer calibration. Contact duration, replication accuracy, and recovery time," one of the officials stated sharply as he opened a clipboard. "They make it sound so clean, as if I'm not going to touch someone else's life," and Izuku's jaw tensed. 2 guards wearing Hosu prison guard vests stood at the door. Shackled and accompanied by 2 guards, The first prisoner shuffled in, his quirk sparked weakly at his fingertips from sedation. "Contact," said the official. Izuku's stomach turned, but he did as he was told, grazing the man's arm with one fingertip before the surge struck and the power snapped into his body. He quickly yanked his hand back before the man's knees gave way. One suit whispered, "Minimal transfer," adding, "Note. Subject withholding." Subject. The word was scorched. Izuku made it nothing more than a tap each time, just enough to please them, just enough to keep the prisoners from feeling exhausted. More inmates came after them, including a woman with glowing hands, a man whose skin hardened like stone, and another who could stretch his arms. The suits were watching him, and they wanted me to take more, to show that I was dangerous enough to warrant this cage. Then the tray showed up, along with surgical gloves and syringes. Calmly, the lead official stated, "We'll need a skin graft and a blood sample." "No," Izuku froze. "Excuse me," the official said, blinking. "You're not sticking needles in me." His voice pierced the sterile air, but his fists clenched tightly and trembled. "I'm not giving you that." There was a pause, and the officials looked at each other, clinical but neither shocked nor irate. One person scratched a pen against paper and said, "Psychological noncompliance. Resistance noted." Izuku grinds his teeth. "Noncompliance, as if I were a malfunctioning machine." His gaze strayed to their throats and wrists, and for a brief moment, he pictured reaching out and removing their peculiarities, their lives, and their arrogant pride from them, not the inmates, but them. However, he hasn't done so yet. By the time they were done, his head hurt from memories he didn't want, his heart thumping with anger he couldn't let go of, and his body buzzed with a dozen half-faded quirks. "You wanted to see what I can do," he muttered under his breath as he carefully and slowly put his gloves back on, "but you'll never see all of it." With a thin smile, the official wrote one final note, "We'll know soon enough." Izuku came to the realization for the first time that UA's walls were constructed to contain him rather than to protect him. In the late evening, UA dorm's Aizawa pulled his scarf loose, fatigue etched in the lines of his face. Shinso followed him, yawning, and Hikari carried the slight buzz of adrenaline still clinging from the field as the door creaked open and the patrol team entered, boots scuffed, jackets damp from the drizzle. When they entered, Izuku was already in the lounge, squatting on the couch with his notebook balanced on his knees, pen scratching in short spurts, gloves on as usual, and he didn't look up. "So, what did they make you do while we were gone?" Hikari said, lowering himself onto the armrest next to him. Izuku shook his head and forced a tiny smile, saying, "Nothing worth talking about. I'm fine." His pen hesitated, but only for a heartbeat. "That's a lie. You look like you've been chewing glass." "What happened?" Shinso said, pulling out a chair backward and straddling it while narrowing his eyes. Izuku's voice was too calm. "I said I'm fine." The pen scratched once more, piercing the quiet. With that one weary eye, Aizawa put down his capture weapon and said, "Midoriya. If something crossed a line, you tell me." After a brief moment of looking up, Izuku said, "It doesn't matter. Today's session is done. You don't need to worry." His eyes briefly shifted between the three of them before falling again. "Done? There's more session," scowled Shinso. Izuku's hand froze on the page, and he nearly fell silent for a moment before muttering, "2 more days. That's the schedule they gave me," in a low enough voice to make it seem painful to admit. 2 more days? They're putting you back in there?" Hikari tensed. Izuku's response was swift, almost practiced, his eyes shadowed, his jaw taut. "I can handle it, it's fine." The room remained motionless. Aizawa turned away, his voice flat but edged, and said, "We start drills at 7 and you're not going back there tomorrow." He exhaled slowly, shifting his scarf around his shoulders. "If you won't talk, I can't force it. But don't expect me to believe you're fine just because you say it." Hikari stayed a moment longer, her green-gold eyes searching Izuku's face, and Shinso muttered something under his breath but let it drop. He refused to turn around. The pen shook in Izuku's hand as he leaned over the page once more, and he let go of the breath he had been holding when they finally drifted away. 2 more days. I just have to survive 2 more days. The morning of the following day, Izuku stood just outside the door with his gloves pulled tight as officials set up clipboards and equipment inside the white room, which smelled faintly of antiseptic and had 2 clean and bright walls. Guards checked restraints. "This ends today," Aizawa said dryly. "1 round of tests was already too far. He's a student, not a subject." Aizawa was already there, his jaw set and his scarf loose around his shoulders. With a composed expression, the lead HPSC liaison adjusted his glasses and said, You misunderstand. Eraserhead. Yesterday established baseline. Today we push boundaries, duration, volume, variables. Otherwise we learn nothing. You've learned enough, Aizawa said. He lasted in the field against Inomu. That's proof of control. What you're doing isn't about training. It's about seeing how much you can wring out of him before he breaks. In a smooth, well-practiced voice, the second official said, and what happens when he breaks in public instead? When the boy with absorption snaps mid-battle, surrounded by civilians. We can't afford uncertainty, we need data. Aizawa's eyes widened. You're not gathering data. You're pushing him into the same corner you claim you're protecting against. Better a corner under our eye, the man responded with force, than an outbreak on national television. Do you remember the sports festival broadcast? The boy clinging to the Nomu like a predator? Do you think the public will forgive another spectacle without proof he's being contained? Izuku flinched in the doorway but said nothing as the word burned. If you continue to treat him like a monster, you'll turn him into one, Aizawa said, lowering her voice as she moved closer. The liaison didn't hesitate. And if you keep shielding him from accountability, you'll make him a liability. Decide, Eraserhead. Liability, or supervised compliance. Because if UA won't provide it, the commission will relocate him somewhere that will. The second official raised a hand before Aizawa could respond, but his scarf twitched. This session is classified. Even for you. You may escort your other students on patrol. Midoriya remains here under our oversight. Classified? He's my responsibility, Aizawa said, freezing. And now he is ours. The man said with a thin smile. You'll receive a summary report after testing is complete. Aizawa exhaled through his nose, jaw clenched, after a long moment of the air being taut, ready to snap. Fine. But know this. Every note you take, every order you give, I'll be watching for the fallout. If he walks out of here broken, it's on you. This isn't over. The officials did not recoil. One of them pointed to the room, and the guards moved aside to make room for Izuku. Heart thumping, Izuku pulled at his gloves. Classified. Contained. Supervised compliance. The words echoed in his mind as he pushed his legs to move and entered by himself. Izuku stood in the middle of the room once more, his sleeves rolled up and his gloves peeled off, his stomach already tight from not eating since breakfast, as the sterile lights hummed overhead, brighter than they had been the day before. While guards hovered along the walls, the same two officials waited with clipboards. Midoriya, someone said quietly, yesterday was promising. But a single second of contact isn't sufficient. Today, we'll measure your sustained control. Longer transfers. Broader samples. Do your best. Quirk-dampening cuffs were still glowing dimly as a prisoner was marched in, and when the cuffs were removed, sparks flew from his hands. Izuku's throat dried up. He's scared, they're playing me with my fears. With a well-practiced smile, the official said, touch. Maintain contact for at least 10 seconds. The man sagged almost instantly, and Izuku yanked away at 4 seconds, his jaw clenched as he forced himself forward and brushed the man's arm. The surge struck, sending sparks stinging his nerves and flooding his skin. Not long enough, said the official, again. The woman with the scales on her skin was the next subject, and Izuku thought bitterly as he brushed her wrist, I'm draining people in cages, not training. He let her go as quickly as he could. The official's tone remained composed. Midoriya, if you wish to remain at UA, you must comply to a certain extent. We can only allow a student with your condition, so long as you demonstrate control under oversight. Otherwise, you become a liability. The word, liability, was repeated. They think this makes me safe? No, they're pressuring me to act like the monster they already see. Izuku's jaw tightened until it hurt. In one test, he was asked to touch 2 subjects back to back and record how long fragments of each ability lingered before slipping away. In another, he was asked to measure his reaction time, or how quickly he could absorb quirks one after another. By the 3rd hour, his head thumping with memories that weren't his skin buzzing with half-faded quirks, he stumbled and caught himself on the edge of the chair. The second official muttered, making notes, endurance is low. We'll increase volume tomorrow. Get him ready for chemical induction. Izuku's breath caught. Chemical. They're trying to rewire me, not just test me. With shaking fingers and a blank expression, he pulled his gloves back on and said, I'll be ready. With each test, however, the thought grew louder inside. This isn't training. This is incorrect, and if I don't say anything, they'll continue to do it, until I snap. The room of Izuku. Night he went straight to his room because he didn't want to see anyone like this. He sat stooped on the bed and stared at the floor as though the grain in the wood might provide him with answers, while his notebook remained untouched on the desk and his gloves were still on his hands. There was a gentle knock. "Izuku? It's me," he didn't respond. "If you don't open up, I'm coming in," was the forceful knock that came again. "You skipped dinner. Again," Hikari said as she slipped through the creaking door and gently closed it behind her. Her green-gold eyes scanned him as she crossed the room. With a forced shrug, Izuku said, "Not hungry. I'm not stupid. Something's happening in there," she said, sitting on the edge of the bed, close to him but not too close. "You've been locking yourself away since those sessions started." He clenched his hands in his sleeves and said, "It's okay. That's the same line you fed us yesterday." She softened her tone. "Izuku, I'm asking you. Not as a classmate. As me, please." He remained motionless for a moment before his shoulders slumped, revealing the slightest rift in his poise. They want me to keep going longer. 10 seconds. 20. Back to back. Different quirks, different people. His breath caught, low and raw. "They tell me if I want to stay at UA, I have to comply. That I'm a liability if I don't. That's not training. That's," Hikari said, stopping herself and forming a thin line with her lips. "What else are they making you do?" Her eyes darkened. Izuku quickly backed away behind the wall and shook his head, saying, "That's all. Really, I can handle it." She knew he was holding back, and the silence stretched. His voice had the shape of truth, but it lacked the weight. With a slow step, Hikari stood up and said, "All right. If that's all you'll give me." She put a hand briefly on his shoulder and said, "Just, don't shut me out completely." Her face hardened as she left his room, ducked into the hallway, took out her phone, and dialed a number she didn't often use. The line made a click. Hikari said in a low, urgent voice, "Mom. You must know what they're doing to him." The final internship day, Izuku stood in the center of the white room in the lab, taking a deep breath and letting it out. He was just trying to make it through the final day. Quirks had already been brushed from prisoners with short taps and longer holds that made Izuku feel nauseous as they were shuffled in and out. However, a new cart arrived with atomizers, tiny metal canisters that hissed softly, and vials of liquids that glistened in the light. The lead official announced calmly, "We'll move on to chemical exposure, putting on gloves. We need to know if environmental factors influence absorption. Liquids, aerosols, gas." A knot formed in Izuku's stomach. "You're not spraying me." The man scratched at paper and said, "It's procedure. Please take off your jacket." Izuku clenched his fists and tightened his sleeves, saying, "No, I'm not taking anything off, and you're not spraying me." The officials exchanged glances, both clinical and unsurprised. One of them made a slight motion, and the guards moved, prepared to advance. It slammed the door open. "Absolutely not." A folder of papers slapped against her hip as Ms. Joke strode inside, her green hair swaying, her grin gone, her eyes sharp with rage, her voice piercing the sterile air like a whip. Startled, the officials stood up. "This is classified." "Wrong," she replied in a bright voice. "You're invoking the Hero Commission's oversight clauses, but you're forgetting Title IV of the Juvenile Quirk Regulation Act. Section 12B. Minors under institutional care cannot be subjected to non-medical quirk testing without guardian or faculty consent." She turned a page and began to jab them. "And since neither parent is here, that makes you a faculty the acting guardians. Meaning Eraserhead. Meaning me. You don't have consent. This entire setup is illegal. According to the officials, national security overrides." "Try again," laughed Ms. Joke. Section 15A. National security clauses only apply in cases of active criminality. Is Izuku Midoriya a criminal? No? Then your authority ends at observation, not experimentation. Izuku's heart pounded because, for the first time in days, someone wasn't merely debating but also defending themselves with laws that the suits couldn't break. Smoothing his tie, one official attempted to recover, saying, "We have special dispensation." "Show it," she retorted, her smile sharp and mocking. "Produce the signed dispensation, right here, right now. Otherwise, your entire file is smoke. And believe me, I'll have no problem dragging this into court. Publicly." There was silence as the room was filled with the hum of the lights. At last, the chief official's jaw tensed. "Suspend the chemical protocols, for now." The cart was wheeled out, and the guards retreated. Ms. Joke positioned herself between Izuku and the grasped. "Good choice. Because here's the thing. This isn't just about Midoriya. You keep pushing boundaries like this, and the commission will find itself in front of a panel with Nezu, the press, and half the diet demanding answers. I'd love to watch you explain why you're experimenting on children while calling it training. The officials' pens hovered pointlessly over their clipboards, and they remained silent. For the first time this week, someone had forced Izuku's gloves back down, and he sat motionless in the chair, trembling slightly. You're not a weapon, kid. Don't let them convince you otherwise. Let's go, Ms. Joke said, turning to face him with a gentler smile and a voice that was low enough only he could hear. Evening in the executive conference room at HPSC headquarters. A half-dozen liaisons in dark suits sat rigidly, clipboards piled like weapons, fluorescent lights hummed faintly overhead, and the chamber was all steel and glass, with the commission's insignia shining on the wall behind the long table. Nezu sat quietly at the far end, drinking tea from a chair meant for a man twice his size, his face courteous but unreadable. The doors swung open, and Ms. Joke strode in, her anger radiating in waves, while Aizawa trailed behind, his scarf tightly wound. Ms. Joke said without introduction, "You've crossed the line. Chemical exposure on a minor? With prisoners as test subjects? You don't get to call that training. That's unlawful experimentation." She threw a thick binder onto the polished table. With no flinching, the lead commissioner said, "Our mandate allows enhanced oversight for high-risk quirks. Midoriya qualifies. The protocols are within reason." Reason? He's not a criminal. He's a student. And you're trying to break him to prove you can control him, Aizawa said, narrowing his single eye. And when his quirk breaks someone else, you'll answer for it, the commissioner said, clenching his fingers. Before Aizawa had a chance to respond, Ms. Loud and Clear. Juvenile Quirk Regulation Act, Section 12B. Minors under institutional care cannot be subjected to invasive quirk testing without guardian or faculty consent. Neither was given. Section 15A. National security clauses only apply in cases of active criminality. Unless you want to file Midoriya as a criminal in your own system, you don't have jurisdiction for what you're doing. And before you try to bluff, I did pre-law in college. I know exactly how far your leash stretches. And this? She said, jabbing a finger at the document as she flipped open the binder and thrust a marked page in their direction. This is way past it. It became tense in the room. In an attempt to recuperate, one commissioner said, "We have special dispensation." "Produce it," Ms. Joke said, her grin flashing like a knife. "Show us the signature. Right now. Otherwise, you're running black site experiments on a child without paperwork." Imagine how that headline would play, especially after the sports festival broadcast. As he put down his teacup, Nezu's tail twitched against the chair leg. I can already picture it. Commission tortures festival champion. Rather unseemly. The liaisons faltered, their pens stilling for the first time. Suspend chemical protocols. For now. Midoriya remains under supervision, but the more invasive measures will be removed from UA's purview, the lead commissioner finally said, his voice clipped. With a smirk of satisfaction in her eyes, Ms. Joke leaned back and said, "Smart move. Because the next time you try this, you won't just be hearing from me. You'll be hearing from a courtroom." With a growl beneath the words, Aizawa's voice was low, "And if you push him again, you'll answer to me before any judge." Nezu's calm, piercing smile came back. "Then we're all in agreement. Midoriya's training will continue under faculty oversight. No cages, no chemicals." The commission did not argue, but their silence was heavy. As the meeting came to an end, Ms. Joke looked at Aizawa and finally softened her smile, saying, "See? Pre-law wasn't a waste." With a grunt, Aizawa said, "Remind me to thank you later." With his black eyes sparkling, Nezu drank the last of his tea and said, "The commission blinked today. But they'll be back. Fear shapes futures, after all, and theirs is shaped by losing control." Common area night in the UA dorms. Izuku sat slouched on the couch, gloves pulled tight, notebook on his lap, eyes unfocused, pen unmoving. The common room quiet that night, the TV flickering with muted highlights of the day's hero patrols, but no one really paying attention. A minute later, Shinso yawned, dragging a chair backward and straddling it languidly, and Hikari padded in barefoot, hair still damp from a shower, and dropped onto the couch next to him. Initially, neither of them spoke, but Hikari broke the silence. "They made you do it, didn't they? A lineup. They wanted me to drain them longer again. They wanted my blood. They even talked about spraying me with chemicals. Until you mom came in and saved me," Izuku said, his throat constricted as he stared at his gloves without turning to face her. "That's not training. That's abuse." Hikari's hands clenched into fists in her lap. With his chin resting on the back of the chair, Shinso leaned forward and said, Welcome to the wonderful world of villain kids. They don't train us. They poke, prod, and hope we don't explode in their faces. I only tap the majority of the time. Just enough to satisfy the suits. Though sometimes longer, which caused a few to PSD out. They didn't deserve any of that. Izuku flinched at the word, but he didn't argue, keeping his eyes down and his fingers tightening on the pen. But I wanted to. Not them. The officials. Every second I wanted to touch them instead. He paused, his voice lowering to a whisper. The admission hung ominously. With her hand hovering over his gloved one and then gently resting there, Hikari said, "That doesn't make you a monster, Izuku. It makes you angry, and you have every right to be." "I'd start worrying if you didn't want to," Shinso said in a low, almost approving voice. Izuku swallowed forcefully, looking from one to the other, and for the first time that day, the constriction in his chest slightly relaxed. A slight slant to Hikari's smile said, "You're not in this alone. Not while we're here." Though his eyes were keen, Shinso shrugged lazily and said, "Villain kids stick together, remember?" Izuku's lips quirked, not quite a smile, but close enough, and he tightened his gloves as the pen finally scratched the paper once more. The TV abruptly switched from highlights to a breaking news banner while it was still playing in the background. Izuku's pen froze, Hikari tensed, and Shinso raised his head. The anchor said, "And we interrupt this broadcast with footage recovered from Hosu," as the screen flashed shaky footage of Stain with his eyes burning and his raspy voice echoing. "Only the worthy may call themselves heroes. This society is rotting, filled with fakes and parasites. They do not deserve the title. Only those who truly save can stand above." The anchor returned to the newsroom. "Authorities are analyzing the message, but its spread across underground forums has been rapid. And some have noted similarities to another young voice, Midoriya Izuku, during his sports festival declaration." The screen divided, with Izuku standing in the arena with his voice raw as it replayed on one side and Stain's blood-stained face on the other. "If the world won't change, I'll drag it, kicking and screaming, into something better. No one else will be abandoned. Not the quirkless, not the outcasts, not the monsters." The common area became chilly. Izuku felt Shinso's eyes cutting sideways to him, and he could feel Hikari's hand tense against his glove as their chests locked. The reporter continued. "Critics argue the boy's rhetoric mirrors the hero killer's ideology. Supporters claim he is the real successor to Stain's ideals, a more hopeful alternative. Either way, the comparisons are spreading." Izuku leapt to his feet, grabbed the remote, and snapped the TV off, leaving a deafening silence in its wake. When he said, "They're comparing me to him," his voice broke. With a gloomy half-smile on his lips, Shinso leaned back slowly and said, "You gave your speech first. He just gave you a bigger stage. Izuku. Whatever they say, I know you. You're not Stain," Hikari said, turning to face him with wide but steady eyes. "Yet, I agree with him," Izuku said suddenly in a clear, rough, and low voice. Startled, Hikari turned and said, "Izuku. About the fakes. About the system. The way it throws people like us away. He's right. I do." His eyes blazed in the low light. With a steady, narrowed gaze, Shinso said, "But that's not all you believe." Izuku's jaw tightened. "No, killing heroes isn't enough. It doesn't fix anything. You kill 100, and the system makes 100 more. That's not saving people. That's just thinning the herd. I want to save people. All of them. But I want lasting change to everything, not a temporary fix for one issue." He tugged at his gloves, his voice growing louder. "Killing should be the last option. The very last." The silence was tight. "Taking a bold and confident step forward," Hikari said, "then hold on to that. Don't let him drag you into his shadow." "She's right. You're not Stain. But you need to understand something, Midoriya. Most of the world doesn't care about the difference. They'll hear your words and his, side by side, and decide you're the same," Shinso said, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed. His voice was calm, almost tired, but it cut straight. Izuku's throat grew constricted. "That doesn't mean you stop," Shinso said with a straight face. "It just means you stop expecting the system to treat you fairly. You already know it won't. Then I'll keep trying their way. But if that fails, I'll fix it myself, and I'll lead the people they abandoned into something better," Izuku said, letting out a slow, shuddering breath. Hikari and Shinso did not argue. Instead, the weight of his words fell on the three of them, bringing with it reality rather than agreement or rejection. There was a lot of tension in the crowded staff room. With his tea still steaming and his paws folded neatly, Nezu sat at the head of the table. The seats were occupied by Midnight, Present Mike, Cementos, Vlad King, and Snipe, each of whom carried a distinct kind of uneasiness. Aizawa slouched in his chair, eyes half-lidded but sharp. And All Might, in his weakened form, with his arms crossed tightly. The split image, Izuku Midoriya at the sports festival on one side, Stain's mask on the other, was shown again on the wall-mounted screen. The rhythm of their words was damning, echoing back to back. Only the worthy may call themselves heroes. If the world won't change, I'll drag it, kicking and screaming, into something better. The video ended. Then there was silence. At last, Nezu spoke. Well, the comparisons are unavoidable. President Mike let out a sharp sigh. Unavoidable. It looks like the kid and the hero killer rehearsed their speeches together. Don't, Aizawa said in a low voice, he's not Stain. Snipe repositioned his cap. Maybe not, but the public doesn't know that. All they see is a kid with a quirk that screams, villain, making the same promises a killer did. A hand was slammed on the table by Midnight. Come on. That's Midoriya we're talking about. Kid's been through hell, yeah, but I've seen the way he moves. It's to save people. That's not villain work, that's hero work. The weight of All Might's voice made it tremble and cut sharply. You see him at the exam. You didn't see him at USJ. He doesn't just fight to win. He fights to end. When he touched that Nomu, there was no hesitation. No mercy. That wasn't heroism. Cementos's voice was heavy but steady as he leaned forward, and yet it saved lives. Eraserheads, Hikaris, others. If he hadn't done it, none of them would be sitting here today. Vlad King's brow furrowed as he glanced between them. So what? We applaud him for killing? No, Aizawa said sharply, straightening her posture. He looked at Nezu and said, you treat him like a student, not a subject. You understand that he's surviving in a system that is stacked against him. Not whatever those government vultures keep trying to make him into. All Might tightened his jaw. And if that's what he already is, a weapon waiting to turn. What then, Eraserhead? The room sputtered. Nezu's quiet yet piercing voice broke the tension. Enough. You've all seen the same child I have. Yes, Midoriya is dangerous. Yes, he has potential to inspire as much fear as hope. But that is precisely why he must remain here, under our guidance, not theirs. Vlad King crossed his arms, and when he slips, then we catch him, bluntly stated Aizawa. Where All Might's hands held the table, they shook. Or we stop him. After that, the silence was oppressive. Nezu looked around the room, his whiskers quivering. This is not a debate of what-ifs. This is strategy. Izuku Midoriya is already at the center of the storm. The question is simple. Will Ua help shape what he becomes, or will we leave him for the world to devour? Nobody responded. However, the decision's weight weighed heavily on all of the teachers in attendance during the silence. With the sun leaking orange through the tall windows, the office was dark. Aizawa was leaning against the wall with his scarf loosely wrapped around his shoulders, and Nezu was sitting comfortably on his chair with his paws folded. Only the two of them remained after the other teachers had already departed. There was a thick silence between them. Aizawa's voice was rougher than usual when he finally spoke. He's changed. That commission testing, it wasn't training. It was control. They put him through things no first year should have seen, much less endured. Nezu's tiny eyes remained steady while his ears twitched. Unethical. Yes. But they'll call it necessary. The commission has always been willing to blur lines in the name of safety. Aizawa's mouth clenched. They paraded prisoners in front of him. Quirk transfers, chemical exposure, data collection. They didn't see a student, they saw a weapon. Nezu lightly tapped the desk with his paw, and now? Aizawa let out a slow breath. He rubbed his temple, the burden pressing down on his shoulders, and said, now he doesn't trust them. Less faith in the commission. Less faith in the entire system. And I can't blame him. They're making him into exactly what they're afraid of. Nezu's eyes shone dimly in the last of the light. Fear shapes futures, Shota. If the system insists on treating him as a monster, he may start to believe it. That is what worries me most. The office door creaked open as the silence grew thicker. With his hood down over his eyes and gloves tucked into his belt, Izuku stood in the doorway. Quiet but steady at his side, Hikari hovered just behind him. His voice was firm but low as he cleared his throat. Principal Nezu. Aizawa-sensei. I wanted to ask something. The two men turned to face him. Izuku's eyes darted to Hikari and back again. It's been years. Since my mom. I've been thinking about her a lot lately. I'd like to Visit her grave tomorrow, with Hikari. Neither said anything for a while. Then Nezu gently bowed his head. Of course, Midoriya. That's a reasonable request. Aizawa's one eye grew a little softer. We'll go. Ms. Joke and I will take you both. L. Izuku gave a single, quiet nod. Thank you. Hikari followed him as he retreated into the hallway. Behind them, the door clicked shut. After observing it for a considerable amount of time, Aizawa muttered to himself. The system might cage him, but it won't keep him from remembering who he is. Nezu's expression was unreadable as he folded his paws. For our sakes, let's hope so, Shota. The following day her gaze kept returning to the boy who was a step ahead of her despite the overcast sky, the sharp smell of damp grass and stone, and the rows of headstones stretching in all directions. Normally quiet, Izuku felt different today, not the contemplative quiet he carried in training, not the tense silence when classmates stared at him. This was heavier. His shoulders were bent, his notebook cradled against his chest, gloves making a faint creaking sound as his fingers flexed inside them. She was happy that he had asked her to accompany him to his mother's grave because she knew how important it was to him. Hikari had sparred him a dozen times and had witnessed his anger, sharpness, cunning, and even recklessness, but she had never seen him like this. Her mother followed, unusually silent, her usual grin replaced by something small and steady, and her father walked beside him, scarf loose, expression unreadable. When they came to a halt, Izuku simply stood there, with a few withered flowers at the base of a simple headstone with the name Midoriya Inko etched clearly. Hikari thought perhaps Izuku wouldn't move, but he remained motionless for a while before lowering himself slowly. His voice cracked on the word, "Hi, Mom," he whispered. "I apologize for taking so long," he said, putting his notebook gently against the stone with trembling fingers. They refused to let me in." The ensuing silence was oppressive. This was Izuku's space, not hers, and Hikari's throat ached as she wanted to move closer, to speak, but her father's hand on her shoulder held her motionless. Softly but firmly, Izuku's voice faltered, "I'm trying. To be decent. To be the person you thought I could be. Even when I'm viewed as a monster by everyone else. I'm not sure whether I'll make it. I'm doing it for you, though. For individuals such as ourselves. For everyone that they have overlooked." He clenched his fist, knuckles grazing the grass, and his glove creaked. "Happy birthday, Mom." His shoulders trembled as he remained kneeling, silent, and then he made them remain motionless once more. Hikari's chest tightened. She'd thought she understood him before, the gloves, the sleeves, the way he carried himself like he was waiting to break. But here, watching him speak to a headstone, she realized something else. Izuku Midoriya was carrying a promise carved out of grief, and it was eating him alive. He wasn't just fighting to be a hero. Hikari's throat constricted, unable to observe. Despite her father's mild protest, she moved closer, her heart racing, and knelt next to him. "Izuku." He cocked his head slightly, his eyes wet and wide, as if he was scared of what she would see. She carefully and slowly reached for his gloves, and he tensed up. "Hikari," she said in a steady, firmer voice than she felt, "I've got you, it's okay." The closer his hands came to hers, the more he trembled, his skin turning pale, his fingers twitching as though they were about to pull away, but she used her quirk, and the suppression aura hummed softly around them, reducing the threat. He laced her bare fingers with his. "See? Safe." Izuku felt a hand against his own for the first time in years. It was warm, not threatening, not training. The dam burst, and his breath caught. He fell into her, forehead against shoulder, sobs escaping as if he had been holding them forever, his hands crushing hers, desperate, as if she would disappear too if he released them. "It's okay," Hikari whispered fiercely, "you're not a monster," and she put her other arm around him, holding him tight and steady. "You are merely a boy who longs for his mother. Additionally, you are no longer required to bear it alone." When he was finally able to be touched without fear, his cries were muffled against her, ragged, raw, years of grief spilling out. Her mother's arms were crossed, her eyes bright but quiet, allowing them space, and her father stood silently behind them, shifting his scarf slightly. Holding his hand bare against hers until his shaking subsided, Hikari refused to let go. It was Izuku Midoriya's first time crying in someone's arms in 4 years, and for a brief moment, he thought he was safe. In the back, Izuku sat against the window with Hikari next to him, their hands no longer touching but the memory of it still warm between them. The car was silent, with the hum of the engine filling the air. Aizawa drove, eyes fixed on the road, scarf loosely draped around his shoulders. Emmy sat in the passenger seat, unusually still, arms folded. After a long silence, Izuku cleared his throat in a low voice. "Can we first make a stop somewhere?" Looking at him in the rearview mirror, Aizawa asked. "Where?" Izuku's gaze remained fixed on the window and the city's fading blur. "The bridge. Close to the 6th ward. There, I lived. For nearly a year." The car fell silent once more. Hikari blinked, her chest constricted, and Emmy turned, frowning softly. Aizawa's hands tightened on the wheel, but his face remained the same. "All right. We'll stop." As the car came to a slow stop, the bridge loomed above, its concrete dark with stains and graffiti creeping up its supports. Below it, the shadows continued to stretch like a cave, strewn with broken bottles, old blankets, and a trash can that had burned out. Hikari followed, heart racing, as her parents hovered around the car, providing space but keeping watch, while Izuku climbed out first, pulling his sleeves down as he walked ahead, his footsteps crunching against glass and gravel. Izuku whispered in a hollow voice, "This is it, this is where I stayed. Where I had dinner. Where I waited every day for school to let out. That's where I stayed warm when winter hit," he said, pointing to a corner of the wall that was still slightly burned. "That heap over there. There. I used to conceal my notebooks. I reasoned that at least my dreams wouldn't be stolen if my food was." His crackly laugh reverberated beneath the concrete. The sight of the old burn marks, the trash, and the faint outline of someone's life carved into neglect made Hikari's throat hurt. "Izuku. It's not much," he said, shrugging and tightening his gloves. "However, it belongs to me. It saved my life. And that's why I said what I said," he said, his voice hardening and trembling but fierce. "Why I will always say it. Because this isn't how anyone should have to live. Not the oddballs. Not the misfits. Nobody." The ensuing quiet was more oppressive than the darkness. Hikari took a step forward and extended her hand, letting it hover for a moment before slipping her fingers through his gloved ones and tightening her grip. Startled, he glanced at her, then down at their hands, and his lips quirked up, slightly, for the first time today. A scrape of movement came from deeper under the bridge, and then Izuku's words trailed off into the silence, swallowed by the shadows. A weak voice exclaimed, "That you, child?" Izuku's eyes widened and he froze. "Mr. Sato?" The face was grizzled, the hands calloused, the lines deeper than Izuku remembered, but the eyes remained sharp, tired, and alive. An elderly man shuffled into view, his back bent, his clothes ragged but familiar. Squinting, the man muttered, "Well, I'll be damned, thought you were long gone." Izuku's chest constricted as he rushed forward, barely avoiding contact. "I'm still here," he said. I got into UA." With a laugh that turned into a cough, Sato yelled, "Ua! Haha." He glanced at Hikari and then back at Izuku, saying, "I guess miracles still happen. And you brought company. That's novel." Out of instinct, Hikari took a step closer and bowed slightly. "My name is Hikari Aizawa. I'm glad to have met you." After staring at her for a while, the elderly man grunted, "Sharp eyes. If you plan to stay for this one, you'll need them." Izuku's lips quirked, but as he looked around, the slight smile disappeared. "Where is Mrs. Tanaka?" "At night, she always brought soup, she." For the first time, the elderly man's voice grew softer as he said, "She's gone, kid." Izuku felt sick to his stomach. "Gone?" Slowly, Sato nodded. "A few months ago, police and heroes arrived. Confiscated all of her belongings and claimed that the medications she was taking lacked a prescription. They called it illegal. The only thing that was keeping her alive." He shook his head, his eyes hard. "She didn't last a week without them." The air beneath the bridge felt like it was crushing down on Izuku, and his fists clenched in his sleeves. "She kept you fed," the elderly man added softly, "and kept us all going. They even took that." Izuku's voice broke as she swallowed hard. "She didn't deserve that. Not one of you does." After giving him a long look, Sato said, "That's the world, kid. Doesn't give a damn about the ones it discards. One of the few people who managed to crawl out was you." Izuku's hands shook, but his voice remained steady. "Then I'll change it. For her. For you. For everyone who is still sheltered while the world acts as though they don't exist." She didn't need to say anything, but Hikari's hand slid into his once more, firm, grounding him. Izuku stood for a long time in silence, his chest constricted, his thoughts replaying the soup lady's warm hands passing him bowls under this very bridge, her smile, gone because the system deemed it illegal for her to survive. He reached into his pocket slowly, found a small wad of crumpled bills, all the money he had left, and pressed it into Mr. Sato's palm before shrugging off his jacket, which he had been wearing since the beginning of the semester, and gently draping it over the old man's shoulders. "You need this more than I do," Izuku stated in a firm yet gruff voice. "Kid," Sato blinked at the gesture and the weight. No, Izuku's fists clenched and his gloves creaked, and his eyes burned, but this time, they were burning with fire rather than tears. "I meant what I said," he said. "This is not how anyone should have to live. Not you. Not her. No one. I don't care if I'm labeled a villain, a monster, or something worse. People like us will be saved by me. If necessary, I will dismantle the system. I promise." The distant rumble of cars overhead was the only sound to break the heavy silence beneath the bridge. Then, slowly, Mr. Sato tightened the jacket around himself. His weary eyes met Izuku's, but not with sympathy or cynicism, but with something more resilient, something more optimistic. "Then listen to me, Midoriya Izuku," he said in a strong, rasping voice. "I'll be a part of whatever you become, whether it's a hero, a villain, or something else entirely. I'll rise with you if you do. I'll fall too if you do. I'll stick with you through thick and thin because you fight for us." Izuku gasped. His promise had been fulfilled. Silently but firmly, Hikari's hand squeezed his again. Not just a promise he made to himself, but a promise the Forgotten were already committing to. Izuku felt for the first time as it settled in his chest. He was carrying people now, not just the memory of his mother. Aizawa and Emi, who were behind them, looked at each other quietly. Aizawa sighed, her scarf fluttering slightly in the wind, while Emi's eyes were gentle despite her taut jaw. The following day morning light slanted through the high windows, creating long streaks across the floor, and the gym was silent except for the steady rhythm of Izuku's breath and the clink of weights. He was wearing a black tank top, his gloves on the bench, and his arms trembled as he finished another set, sweat trickling down his back. Training temporarily blocked out the thoughts, but not for long. The door opened with a creak. "I figured you'd be here." With her hair pulled back and her usual outfit changed to shorts and a tank top, Hikari took over, appearing more at ease than usual, but her green-gold, piercing eyes never missed a beat. Izuku abruptly sat up, reached for his gloves, and then stopped, saying, "Hikari, I didn't think." She walked closer and teased, "You never do when it comes to breaks," quietly. He nervously flexed his hands as he looked down at them, and before he could stop himself, he said, "I want more. I want to give you the same hug I gave you yesterday. I'd like to touch your skin against mine. I'd like to hold you." Hikari studied him, tilting her head. "Even now after everything. I'm afraid I'd hurt you," he said softly, acknowledging that he had been afraid yesterday. Both of them remained silent for a moment before Hikari moved directly in front of him, her demeanor as unwavering as stone. Her eyes flashed green, her aura of suppression enveloping him like a gentle blanket. "Now you don't have to be." Izuku's throat constricted, and he froze before tentatively reaching out with trembling bare hands and, for the first time in years, putting his arms around someone without fear. At first, the embrace felt awkward, too tight, and desperate, but Hikari didn't back down. Instead, she leaned in close to him, her arms wrapped around his back, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "You see? Safe." Izuku didn't cry this time, unlike last night, but the weight in his arms, the basic human warmth, felt like the beginning of something he thought he'd lost forever. His chest shook as the breath he'd been holding for years finally came out. "Thank you," he said softly. Squeezing him harder, Hikari said, "Anytime, Midoriya." Izuku's arms grew tighter around her, and they simply breathed for a long time, two children holding on to something basic in a world that had given them nothing basic at all. His eyes searched hers, wide, uncertain, desperate, and his hands lingered, trembling against her shoulders until he finally withdrew. His voice trailed off as he said, I don't know how to." The only thing Hikari could do was to silence him. They kissed, soft and tentative, tasting of sweat and salt, but real. Izuku froze for a moment, then melted, the fear unwinding as he allowed himself to return the kiss. She leaned in, closing the distance before his doubt could swallow him. It was brief, just a touch of warmth and shaky breath, but it was sufficient to let him know he wasn't alone and to let her know that the boy the world labeled dangerous was still a human being at heart. As they separated, Hikari's eyes continued to glow a faint green, and she smiled fiercely. "See? Still secure." Izuku's lips curled into the tiniest smile as he said, "I could get used to that." His chest hurt, but for the first time in years, it was a good ache. To hide the flush that was starting to appear on her cheeks, Hikari gave him a playful shoulder rub. "Be careful, Midoriya." I'm not a gentle sparring or kissing person. And for that morning, under the pale gym lights, the boy who had lived under a bridge and the girl who carried her father's shadow carved out something neither of them thought they'd get to have. A moment that belonged just to them. Izuku laughed, a little crackly sound, but a laugh nonetheless. Classes, training, and drills all blended together, but to anyone paying close attention, something had changed. Even though Hikari was always by Izuku's side, he continued to wear his long sleeves and gloves and kept his head down when whispers followed him. When Bakugo spat insults across the classroom, Hikari's glare alone was enough to make him snarl and back off, if only for a moment. She was the one who made him smile during their sparring sessions. She also slid her notes across without asking when he faltered in written lessons. Additionally, her hand lingered on his sleeve longer than necessary, his eyes softened whenever they met hers, and their shoulders brushed just too frequently to be an accident when they left training at night, walked to lunch, or studied in the common area. Everyone could see it, even though they hadn't spoken the word. During lunch, Izuku slid half of his rice bowl toward Hikari without hesitation, and Uraraka leaned toward Tsuyu, whispering, "Don't you think they look cute together?" Tsuyu blinked once. It makes sense. Someone who doesn't fear him is what he needs. She also doesn't. Kirishima muttered to Kaminari on the sidelines. Hikari's suppression aura flared during training when Izuku stumbled and Hikari steadied him before he hit the mat. "Dude, I'm not sure if it's awesome or scary. Together, they appear capable of facing the entire world." "Awesome and frightening," Kaminari laughed, completely unjust. Their shoulders touched as they studied one evening in the library, and neither Izuku nor Hikari moved. Todoroki's eyes lingered longer than usual, unreadable, as though gauging their relationship against his own broken home. Shinso grinned slightly as he watched them leave class together. "Excellent. A power couple. It was exactly what we needed." "Good for them, though," he said in a dry tone that was revealed by the slight curve at the corner of his mouth. When Mei saw them in the support lab waiting for her most recent gadget test, she clapped her hands and almost fell over. "At last. I knew that Dangerous Quirk Boy and Suppression Aura Girl would get along. How many invention schematics can I create using your teamwork right now, do you know?" Before they could object, she was already sketching blueprints. Even the educators took note. Present Mike smiled too broadly while leaning back in the lounge chair with his arms behind his head. "Hi, Sho. The child has finally found a study partner. I mean, a partner in crime." Without even looking up from his grading, Aizawa said, "Don't." It was a single, flat word that silenced Mike, but the smirk remained on his face. Aizawa's eyes slid toward the spot where Izuku and Hikari sat a bit closer than usual during homeroom. His expression remained the same, but his gaze lingered longer than usual. At that moment, he was silently calculating whether this bond would anchor Midoriya or make his fire burn hotter. Midnight watched Hikari casually hook her arm through Izuku's as they left the training hall that afternoon, leaning in the doorway with her arms crossed and grinning mischievously. Aizawa could hear her purr, well, looks like young love blooms even in our gloomy homeroom." Aizawa's glare was sharp enough to cut steel. Hikari flushed. Izuku almost stumbled over his own boots, and Midnight simply laughed. As students began to return to their dorms that evening, Ms. Joke noticed Aizawa observing the two of them once more and slammed her shoulder against his with a smile that was so wide it split her face. "Oh, Sho. Midoriya and our little girl, huh? They're so cute, you have to admit." She wiggled her eyebrows, her energy almost palpable. With a faint tug of his scarf at his neck, Aizawa sighed and said, "I see it. That doesn't mean there won't be problems." Ms. Joke's eyes continued to sparkle, but her smile grew softer. Shrubble. They're children. They're permitted to experience emotions. And that boy is the one who deserves someone to believe in him. You know she gets her stubborn streak from you, too," she said, jabbing a finger at his chest. Silence spoke louder than words, and Aizawa muttered something under his breath without arguing. Aizawa and Ms. Joke separated them after class a few days later. "All right, take a seat." Izuku and Hikari exchanged anxious glances and sat down as Ms. Joke chirped, settling herself on the edge of a desk and kicking her feet as if she were going to tell a ghost story. She said, conspiratorially leaning forward, "This is the talk. This isn't detention." "The talk?" Izuku said, his face turning pale. "Mom," moaned Hikari. "Rules," Aizawa interrupted, her voice flat, "not joking." Ms. Joke waved him away and said, Fine, then turned back to face them, her tone sharper but her smile still broad. "We're not against you too," she said. However, you are still students and this is still UA. There should be no PDA in the hallways. No skipping of training to look into each other's eyes, and no letting this interfere with your judgment at all. Izuku gave a quick nod. Yeah, ma'am. Though she rolled her eyes, Hikari whispered, we get it. Ms. Joke smiled softer as she leaned forward and put her chin in her hands, saying, look, I'm glad for you. Actually, you're good for her, Midoriya. She looked at her daughter and said, and Hikari. He needs someone who sees him as more than that frightening peculiarity. That's enormous. With finality, Aizawa closed it by crossing his arms and saying, don't make me regret allowing this. Ms. Joke jumped off the desk and added, translation, we care about you. Don't mess it up. Hikari and Izuku exchanged a look, their cheeks burning, but they both nodded. Everyone, including the media, soon realized they were together, but Izuku didn't care what other people thought as long as Hikari's hand touched his and she used her quirk to allow him to feel even the slightest bit of safe contact, because that's what mattered to him. Still burning with the fire of his bridge promise, he carried the vow to his mother, but now he also carried something else. Someone who had faith in him. A person who didn't view him as a villain. And that was sufficient to give him the confidence to continue. Ua rooftop. Midday with Hikari leaning against the railing, legs hanging over the edge, hair caught in the midday breeze, and Izuku sitting cross-legged with his lunch tray, gloves off only to unwrap his food. The roof was peaceful, a welcome respite from the stairs and whispers below. It was almost normal for a time, then the yelling began. It was quiet at first, floating up like smoke, but then it became louder, a chorus of voices coming from UA's front gates. Izuku's hand froze around his sandwich, and Hikari's eyes narrowed as he looked down. Outside the school, two crowds pressed up against the barriers, one side waving signs that read, "Villain in training. Perilous. Get rid of him right away." Their cries were laced with bitter hatred. "Stock him up. Put him in jail." With their tattered but hopeful signs, the opposing side was smaller but more vocal. "Midoriya speaks for us. Quirkless people are also deserving heroes. Preserve the lost." Their voices were raw with belief as they yelled his name like a rallying cry. Their words collided in the air as the two groups clashed, reverberating all the way to the rooftop. Izuku's sandwich returned to the tray, unopened, and his chest constricted. "You hear that?" Hikari said, turning from the edge and closely observing him. "The other half of the world is yelling at you to be destroyed. The other half is yelling at you to take the lead." Izuku smothered his breath and covered his face with his hand. "I didn't ask for this." "No," Hikari said softly, sitting beside him. Her shoulder brushed his. "But you've got it anyway." Izuku lowered his hand and gazed at the horizon, his green eyes shadowed, as the voices grew louder, a frenzied chorus of hate and hope. "Both the heroes and the villains will perceive me in the same manner if I go out there. Dangerous," he said, his fists shaking, "but I can't ignore those people either, the ones who came for me, no longer." "Then don't ignore them," Hikari said, reaching out and touching his sleeve with steady, grounding fingers. "However, do not allow them to consume you either. Izuku, you are more than just their voice. You remain who you are." Izuku's jaw tensed as he leaned forward, pressing his forehead against his gloves as the wind whipped across the roof, carrying the chants higher. He muttered, "I promise to save them all, regardless of what they call me." He breathed fearlessly against Hikari's shoulder as she remained close, her aura faintly flaring. Izuku couldn't hear every word, but bits of it clawed their way up the walls as the shouting below grew louder until it was a roar. "Villain child! Midoriya, save us, get him out of Ua. The Exodus! Exodus! Exodus!" Izuku's breath caught as his head jerked up. What did they just? Hikari heard it more clearly this time and leaned over the railing, her eyes narrowing as the crowd surged. Half of the demonstrators were shouting it like a hymn, their voices desperate but full of faith, while the other half were chanting it with venom, spitting the word like poison. "The Exodus! Exodus!" With a tightening face, Hikari withdrew and said, "They're calling you Exodus." The name echoed in Izuku's skull, heavy, incorrect, and inevitable, and his chest hollowed out. His fists clenched against his knees and his gloves creaked as he whispered, "Exodus," as if he were leading them out. As if I were some sort of movement. He was grounded when Hikari's hand found his sleeve. "They made the decision, not you. But it won't matter what I choose if they keep calling me that," he said, turning to face her with burning eyes. "I will be that to the world. Not Midoriya Izuku. Not Deku. Exodus," he said, his voice breaking. The air trembled between hope and hate as the chants grew louder. Then you decide what Exodus means, Hikari said, meeting his gaze calmly but fiercely without flinching. Not them. Not the system, you. As Izuku looked back at the horizon, at the shadows of people pressed against the gates below, his breath came ragged, torn between fire and fear. He tasted the weight as he whispered it out loud for the first time. Exodus. The faculty room, two crowds colliding against the barricades and chants that were so loud that it was difficult to tell which side was louder were captured on repeat by the live security cameras outside the gates. Villain child. Midoriya, save us. The Exodus. 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 Even through the speakers, the sound shook. Exodus, said Midnight slowly, with his arms crossed. They're calling him Exodus now. Cementos's huge hands curled against the table as he exhaled through his nose, an unclaimed name. Imposed upon him. Dangerous in any case. Dangerous is an understatement, Snipe muttered, shielding his eyes with his hat. After a 10-year-old accident, the child is suddenly a symbol of both sides of a cultural conflict. That person sitting in our classroom is no longer a student. Instead, they are a political powder keg. He's still a kid, said Present Mike, slamming a hand against the table. A child who requested none of this. Do you hear me? He is being twisted into something he is not. Or perhaps he's turning into exactly what they say, All Might said, his hands trembling slightly as he gazed at the screen in his shrunken form. At USJ, you saw him. He was present at the festival. He ends fights without hesitation. He ends opponents without hesitation. He doesn't hesitate because he knows hesitation gets people killed, Aizawa interrupted in a rough voice. He kept me alive. Hikari's was saved by him. You're afraid of it, so you can't take that away. Frightens me. He terrifies me. All Might's voice snapped louder than he intended. You're not getting. Whether we like it or not, the name has taken root. Nezu sipped his tea calmly, his eyes sharper than ever, and his voice cut through the rising noise. Enough. In the eyes of the public, Midoriya Izuku has transformed into Exodus. An emblem. Quirks are not nearly as dangerous as symbols. The room became silent. So what do we do? Scowled Midnight. Keep him confined inside? Act as though his story hasn't already been written by the world? No. Nezu gently put down his cup. We lead him. We keep an eye on him. Most importantly, we make sure he isn't facing this storm by himself. Because he will become precisely what the world fears if we leave him. After that, Exodus won't be a UA student. There was a heavy silence, and not even All Might argued. With the chants rising from the gates like a low storm, the rooftop was anything but quiet. The Book of Exodus. Leaning over the railing with Hikari by his side, Izuku had already looked once, seen the signs that read, Villain in Training. Save the Forgotten. He had also heard the sound of punches and quirks in the crowd, like a wound being pulled apart, and heard Present Mike and Aizawa putting up barriers to stop fists from flying, while Midnight was shouting commands while Cementos was erecting barricades. His stomach was in knots from it. Not now, she had whispered, not for them, but Hikari had grabbed his sleeve before he could spiral. It's for you now. Thus, they had taken a step back. Hikari's quirk hummed steadily, enveloping him in its quiet aura as her fingers threaded gently through his disheveled hair, and his hands hung low, carelessly brushing her calves, clinging like an anchor as Izuku lay stretched across the bench with his head resting in her lap. The world felt far away, but the voices below continued to clash and tug at him. With his eyes fixed on the sky, Izuku exhaled, saying, They're fighting down there, and I'm just here. After a brief pause, Hikari's fingers moved once more. Good. You are not always indebted to them. Let the experts do the breaking. You? She teased, lightly pulling a lock of hair, you deal with being you. With one hand clenched around her calf, he huffed a laugh and said, You always make it sound simple. Because it is. She leaned slightly so that he could see the arc of her smile. You're Izuku first, she said. Second, Exodus. Remember that. The chants trailed off for the first time that day as he closed his eyes and let himself lose himself in the rhythm of her touch and the hum of her quirk. The door on the roof squeaked open. Figures you'd be hiding up here. Whole world's about to riot over you, Midoriya, and you're up here using her lap as a pillow, Shinso said dryly, his smirk betraying his tone as he walked across the gravel with his hands in his pockets and his eyes darting between them. A brave move. Red in the face, Izuku sat up too quickly and said, we weren't. Shinso furrowed his brow. Calm down. I'm not the police of morality. To be honest. Well done. Someone who truly soothes you before you blow up is someone you deserve. That's what you mean by supportive? Hikari raised an eyebrow. Hey, Shinso replied with a sigh. Sarcasm's the only way I know how to say, I'm glad for you. Don't make me spell it out. Izuku gave him a blink before letting out the tiniest, most genuine laugh. The rooftop felt, for once, like the beginning of something stable rather than an escape. Afterwards the teachers sat in uncomfortable silence, the chants seeming to reverberate through the walls even after the protests had finally subsided. Exodus, Exodus. With sparkling eyes, Nezu put down his teacup and said, we can't ignore this any longer. Leaning forward, Cementos said, ignore what? That a boy is splitting the public in two. The other half want him crowned their savior, while the other half want him imprisoned? With her arms crossed, Midnight said, and you're suggesting what exactly? We expose him as a publicity gimmick. Not a stunt, Nezu said, his whiskers quivering. A press conference. Straightforward, open, and under our control, not let the media run amok. A long silence. You truly believe that putting the child in a lion's den of reporters will make things better? Snipe said, tilting his hat. That level of heat is too much for him. With his arms crossed tightly and his gaunt figure hunched, All Might said in a gravelly voice, I agree. More pressure is not necessary for the boy. He requires space. Keep him out of the spotlight until it subsides. With narrowed eyes, Aizawa raised his head and said, it won't go away. For that, it is too late. By keeping him hidden, you support the idea that he poses a threat. You run the risk of him saying something the public won't be able to hear if you force him to speak. Present Mike nervously tapped the table, saying, Show, kids' speeches are already igniting fires. Do you really believe that everyone sings Kumbaya as a press conference comes to a close? Nezu gave a small smile and said, Obviously not. However, words are not as dangerous as silence. He is currently a blank canvas being painted by rumors and fear. It would be better if we let him talk and do some of the painting himself. Midnight scowled. What if he makes a mistake? What if he says something too candid, too similar to Stain's words? Nezu's smooth response was, then All Might will be beside him, as the symbol of peace vouch for him. That image by itself might have greater impact than any response he provides. All Might clenched his fists on the table and said, You want me to place my name, my legacy, next to his? I'm asking you to protect him in the only way that matters now, Nezu said, looking him in the eyes without flinching. In your presence. There was tension in the room because nobody was completely denying or agreeing. If we're doing this, I'll be there too, Aizawa finally muttered. The child needs at least one adult present who isn't acting for the camera. Nezu grinned slightly more broadly. Great. After that, it's resolved. Ua will have a press conference tomorrow. We and Midoriya Izuku will share our stories with the world. Evening Izuku and Hikari were sitting together on the couch, their lunches long since forgotten, and his gloves were folded neatly next to him. For once, his bare hand was inside hers, and her aura hummed softly, making him feel secure in the simple touch. The common room was quiet, with the glow of the setting sun leaking through the tall windows. Nezu's keen little eyes fell on the two of them as soon as the door creaked open and he padded in, teacup balanced in one paw and folder tucked under the other. Ah, Nezu said in a courteous but shortened tone, Midoriya. Aizawa. I only needed to see the two. Izuku tensed, and Hikari ground him with a light squeeze of his hand. We're having a press conference tomorrow, Nezu said, jumping onto a nearby chair and curling his tail over the armrest. We need to talk about the protests, the name Exodus, and your role at UA. Izuku sat up straighter, still holding Hikari's hand, as his throat dried up. Nezu looked at her and then back at Izuku. Midoriya, may I talk to you alone? Izuku remained silent for a moment, his eyes darting to Hikari and back to Nezu, his voice firm but low. No, he gripped her hand tightly, his knuckles white, and said, She's the only person who's ever seen me as more than what the world calls me. Anything you say to me, you can say to her. I want her to hear it as well if I'm going to stand in front of everyone tomorrow. Nezu's whiskers quirked as he looked at the two of them for a long, quiet moment, taking in their clasped hands, Izuku's jaw, and Hikari's unflinching gaze. At last, Nezu bowed his head, his piercing grin returning to its original position. Excellent. Then, all three of us, let us speak. The world will pay attention tomorrow. I must know which Midoriya Izuku plans to show them tonight. The press conference's morning the knot came out crooked again, too tight on one side, and Izuku moaned, tugging at it as he stood rigid in front of the mirror, struggling with his tie as if it were another training exercise. He heard someone behind him chuckle softly, You're hopeless. Slender in her uniform jacket, but with loose hair that brushed her shoulders. Hikari moved closer, slipping between him and the mirror, her hands brushing his as she accepted the tie. "They'll think Ua let a savage gremlin onto the stage if I leave you like this," she teased, her eyes sparkling. Izuku scratched the back of his neck and flushed, saying, "I'm not, I never had to." She smirked and said, "Shush," pulling him by the tie until he leaned down a little. Her fingers were nimble, looping the fabric and pulling it snug in a matter of seconds. Not so frightening. With his heart racing, he watched her the entire time, saying, "Everything's scary when it's in front of the whole world." "Then don't look at the whole world," Hikari said, softening her smirk as she slid her hands up and flattened the tie against his chest before remaining there with her palms warm despite the fabric. "Observe me." His voice was hardly more than a whisper as Izuku swallowed hard, caught in her gaze. "What if I make a mistake?" "Then you'll still be mine," she shot back without missing a beat, clutching her lips with a cunning smile. "Besides, you're kind of hot when you're flustered." His cheeks flushed. Hikari, "You're ready, Izuku," she said, tilting her head in close. "You may or may not believe it. What if you forget? I'll remind you." She instantly activated her quirk, and their lips met, soft but certain, her hands sliding up to cup his jaw as his arms circled her waist. He couldn't help it, the tension, the nerves, the fire in her voice, so he leaned in. His nerves were replaced by something warmer and fiercer, and the kiss lasted long enough to steady him. When they parted, they were both grinning and their breaths mixed. Hikari tapped his tie knot and said, "That's right, go now and prove yourself to them." For a minute, they stood there, enjoying each other's company. Izuku felt the warmth of her skin against his, but there was no rush of memories, no perilous pull of life, or any peculiarity. Her aura of suppression was there, steady but subtle, and it surrounded him like a shield. "Hey," Izuku said tenderly, his voice quivering but becoming steady as he spoke. With her eyes sparkling, Hikari cocked her head and said, "Yeah?" With his hands gripping her waist, he swallowed and said, "We're already dressed up after this is over, after the press conference." He looked at her, but his face flushed. "Maybe we could, go on a date?" "You're asking me out right before you face half the country?" she said, her lips curving into a cunning smile. "I figured if I survive the wolves," he grumbled, "I should at least get to celebrate with you." "Deal," Hikari said, chuckling to herself before gently tugging at his tie and drawing him closer. "However, only if you survive without passing out." Izuku surprised himself by saying, "I'll do better than that." He added, "I'll make it through because you're here." Their lips met again, skin to skin, safe, nothing to fear, and she leaned in, letting her aura hum between them as her eyes softened. "See?" she whispered against his mouth as they parted, "You don't have to be reserved around me." For the first time that day, Izuku smiled without hesitation as his chest ached in the best way possible. "Then I'll hold on as tight as I can." The chance of exodus rose like a storm beyond the door, but here, with her aura steady around him, he felt ready. They turned toward the door, still holding hands. Ua Auditorium outside the building, the chants of protesters, both for and against Izuku, continued to reverberate faintly, rattling the walls. The auditorium was crowded, with rows of reporters, their cameras flashing, and voices murmuring like a rising tide. Hikari had squeezed him one last time before releasing him, her aura a ghost against his skin, and now it was just him, the heat of the lights, and the weight of the world. Izuku stood rigid behind the curtain, his pressed shirt and tie, gloves tight on his hands. "Remember, Midoriya," Nezu said calmly, holding a stack of papers in his paw as he stood in front of him. "Follow the script. Keep your responses brief, speak clearly, and show deference to All Might if a question seems like a trap." "All right," Izuku said, nodding rapidly while his throat was dry. "Follow the script. Follow the example set by All Might. Don't let them bait you, problem child," Aizawa muttered from the corner, her arms folded. "The truth is not why they're here. Their goal is to make a headline." With his eyes tight and his voice steady, All Might, in his shrunken but broad suit, put a heavy hand on Izuku's shoulder and said, "I'll be with you the whole time. Let me answer if you're not sure. Got it?" Izuku looked up into All Might's eyes, and something there was more than worry, fear of him. Izuku said, "Understood," in a softer tone. Nezu's ears perked up as the stagehand gestured, "It's time." Nezu took the stage first, his diminutive body imposing more authority than anyone else's, and the audience fell silent as he raised a paw. He said, "Good morning," in a smooth voice, "I'm Principal Nezu, the head of UA High School." One of our students has garnered a lot of public attention and discussion in recent weeks. We will directly and openly address those concerns today. Allow me to present Pro-Hero All Might and Midoriya Izuku, he said, pointing to the curtain. Cameras flashed wildly, the lights hit like fire as the curtain drew back, and before the three had even made it to the podium, reporters yelled questions. Despite the knot in his stomach, Izuku moved forward, feeling the touch of Hikari and the words of Nezu reverberating in his chest. Reporters shouted over one another, cameras clicking in quick bursts, and the storm broke as the curtain swept aside and flashes illuminated the auditorium. Izuku trailed a step behind, rigid, his shoulders squared as if preparing for a brawl rather than a crowd, while All Might straightened his suit and waved with practiced ease, his old smile firmly fixed. Nezu slid back, allowing the two of them to take center stage as they arrived at the podium together. Even in his diminutive size, All Might's baritone boomed as he leaned toward the microphone first. "Good morning, citizens. I'm here today with Midoriya Izuku, one of our brightest students, to reassure you that UA remains as resilient, secure, and committed as ever." All Might turned to Izuku, his eyes tight but his smile broad, as the cameras flashed brighter. "And young Midoriya is proof of that dedication," All Might said. "Isn't that correct?" The microphone turned to face Izuku. "If that's what you think," Izuku said, his gloves creaking as he gripped the podium, frozen for a heartbeat, feeling every lens on him. Reporters glanced at each other, and a murmur shook the crowd. "Stick to the script, Midoriya." All Might's smile wavered a little, and he leaned in, lowering his voice just enough to be heard over the microphones. Izuku turned his head and looked him in the eye. "I said I would." He spoke in a flat, cold voice with just enough bite for the cameras to pick it up. The press smelled blood, and the silence between them was a moment too long. Voices shouted over each other, and hands shot up. "Midoriya, do you disagree with All Might? Do you two have a tense relationship? Do you harbor animosity toward the peace symbol?" Nezu wanted to see how Izuku took it, so he kept quiet, letting the moment linger, even though his whiskers fluttered. The room could feel the steel beneath Izuku's steady voice as he exhaled slowly and dropped his gaze to the microphone. "I don't resent anyone," he said. "All I want is to be heard for who I am." The flashes burst forth once more, capturing the moment between the boy who was already known as Exodus and the symbol of peace. As one reporter, a woman wearing a sharp blazer, spoke louder than the others, the commotion temporarily subsided. She called, "Midoriya, you mentioned that you wanted to be a hero. Is All Might your hero? He is Japan's symbol of peace. How does it feel to learn directly from him?" All eyes turned, the room fell silent in an instant, and All Might, who had been shielding his smile with his hands, shifted uneasily. The words were too sharp to swallow, but Izuku could feel Nezu's watchful gaze, and his fingers clenched against the podium, the gloves creaking under his grip. His green eyes pierced the flashes as he raised his head. His voice was steady, almost too calm, and he said, "All Might was my hero when I was little. He was everything I wanted to be. Powerful, grinning, preserving everyone." All Might's stance shifted a little, optimistically, until Izuku continued. "But when did I get to meet him? He told me I couldn't be a hero," Izuku said, his jaw clenched. "That I lacked the necessary skills. That avoiding trouble was the best thing I could do." The room echoed with a sharp gasp, and cameras clicked frantically. "Midoriya." All Might's eyes darted to Nezu and back to Izuku, and his throat bobbed as his smile completely faltered. Instead of turning to face him, Izuku gazed directly into the cameras. "So, how is it to be taught by him now? It's awkward. Unpleasant, because I am aware that he does not consider me a student, regardless of what I do. He views me as an error that he is unable to correct." Reporters shouted over one another, their questions colliding as the auditorium erupted. "Was that what All Might actually said? Do you think he still considers you a threat? Are you even interested in having him teach you?" With a calm but piercing voice, Nezu tapped the microphone sharply and said, "One at a time, please." The voices of the reporters sounded like a hurricane. "Did you actually say that to him? Do you believe that your students are in danger because of Midoriya? Is this the reason for his name, Exodus? Do you feel bad about turning him down?" The audience could see the tension in All Might's shoulders and the way his fists clenched against the podium as he stepped forward, his broad frame briefly obstructing the flashes. His voice broke, but he managed to steady it and say, "I have been harsh to Midoriya before. That much is accurate." Hungry, the crowd leaned forward. "But it was never my intention to crush his spirit," All Might said, glancing from the cameras to Izuku and back again. "I was afraid for him. I still worry about him. I have never seen anything like his quirk. Yes, it is dangerous, but only because of what it is capable of doing, not because of the person. Once more, the flashes flared. You acknowledge that you told him he was incapable of being a hero? An additional reporter pressed. All Might's jaw tensed. I acknowledge that my speech was incorrect, but I'm still worried. Midoriya has a strong, erratic, and yes, terrifying quirk. I'm concerned about the way it will mold him. I don't think he's a mistake, though. I see him as a boy carrying a burden too heavy for any child, he said, pausing, his voice trailing off. The crowd echoed with murmurs, some skeptics and others sympathetic. Nezu stepped forward with ease, lifting his paw to the microphone as Izuku's hands trembled at his sides. That will be addressed in due time, Nezu said. Keep in mind that this press conference is about safety and openness, not personal grievances. However, it had already been caught on camera. All Might's stumble was still reverberating through the room when Nezu padded forward, pawing up at the microphone, his silky voice piercing the cacophony with practiced ease. Nezu smiled pleasantly and said, Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain. UA transparency, development, and the conviction that every student can overcome their circumstances have always been the hallmarks of high school. Izuku Midoriya is no different. Like all of our students, he is being prepared to contribute to society in a responsible manner while being guided by us and assisted by our teachers. Let us not reduce a child to labels or whispers, he said, making a gentle gesture toward Izuku, who was the epitome of poise. His progress is what counts, and UA will guarantee that he gets the same guidance and treatment as all of our pupils. The press row echoed with murmurs, some people frowning, some nodding. Then a voice broke through the silence. Through the commotion came the voice of a reporter. Midoriya. If the world won't change, I'll drag it, kicking and screaming, into something better, you said at the sports festival. Shortly after, the hero killer Stain said, only the worthy may call themselves heroes. Their messages sound similar. Do you share Stain's opinion? The cameras snapped, and the auditorium fell silent. Izuku's voice was calm, but beneath it was fire, and his gloves creaked as he held the podium. Stain wasn't entirely incorrect. Heroes did not remember. He and I both saw the system's decay. But I won't go where he stopped at heroes. Everything about the system itself needs to change. Murmurs filled the room, followed by gasps and angry scrawls. Some reporters appeared ecstatic, while others were alarmed. All Might lean toward the microphone, his tone steady but sharp, before Izuku could press any farther. Let's be crystal clear. Change is a good and noble thing, according to Midoriya. However, Stain decided to use murder as his strategy. A better society would not tolerate that course of action. Without giving Izuku a chance to react, the words fell like a stone and closed the room. Izuku looked sideways at All Might, his jaw tensing, his shoulders tensing, a glint of annoyance in his eyes, but he said nothing, letting it hang. Leaning forward, a reporter in the second row spoke loudly over the audience. Why are you so obsessed with them, Midoriya? The oddballs, the misfits, the people society has already abandoned. Like other heroes, why not try to protect everyone equally? The flashes slowed, and the room fell silent. Izuku's hands clenched on the podium until the gloves creaked. He took a trembling breath, then raised his head, his voice steady and low but full of meaning. Since I was among them, I had no peculiarities for 6 years. Do you have any idea how that felt? Journalists froze, their pens hovering as the auditorium fell silent. Being erased while still alive was how it felt. I was ignored by the teachers. I was treated like trash by kids. I was told I would never matter by even the heroes I looked up to. That lasted for 6 years. I was told I was nothing for 6 years. His voice shattered and then solidified once more. And when I eventually developed a quirk, it wasn't a gift, he said, raising one gloved hand with faintly shaking fingers. The public did not celebrate it. A dangerous, villainous quirk, it was a curse. They didn't train me, and for the past 5 years, all people see when they look at me is a threat. They put me to the test. To determine how much of me remained, they dissected me. Cameras snapped frantically as gasps echoed through the room. Izuku's piercing, unflinching eyes swept over the crowd. I have thus experienced both sides. Invisible for 6 years. 5 years of fear. Furthermore, the system never extended a helping hand during that entire period. I was not saved. I was the only one who saved the others. If we lived at all, we saved ourselves. His voice trailed off, softer but as sharp as steel. I can't let it go because of this. For I am fully aware of what it is like to be forgotten. And if I can avoid it, I will never allow anyone else to experience that. The ensuing silence was oppressive. While some reporters appeared skeptics and others shaken, everyone was paying attention. With a sudden stepping forward, All Might's voice was firm but measured, just sharp enough to cut without coming across as hostile. Indeed, Midoriya speaks from pain. To be clear, however, no one's peculiarity determines whether they are a hero or a villain. Decisions are made. Furthermore, no one who genuinely wishes to improve society does so through chaos or murder. The boundary is drawn there. The cameras clicked, and the press mumbled approval. His fists tightened on the podium, and Izuku's gloves creaked as he looked sideways at All Might before leaning into the microphone and speaking in a voice that was too quiet for how much it cut. It's funny, because you've never treated me like that. The audience fell silent. Everyone here already knows what you told me the day we met, Izuku said, his eyes burning as he fixed them on the symbol of peace. That I was dangerous because of my quirk. I was never going to be a hero. And the truth is, you still look at me the same way, he said, swallowing hard, but his voice sharpened once more. Not as a pupil. As a boy, no, as a danger. Reporters scrawled frantically, flashes exploding as gasps echoed through the auditorium. Even though Izuku's voice was low, it was powerful. So perhaps begin by believing it yourself before you stand here and say that no quirk defines someone, because I'm the one individual you've never looked past their peculiarity. The ensuing silence was oppressive. All Might didn't respond, his jaw tightening and his eyes darting down, torn between pride, guilt, and fear. Nezu's tail curled behind him as he stepped in with ease, his whiskers quivering. Remember, gentlemen. This is a press conference, not a trial. Under UA's direction, Midoriya's path will be molded there, not by labels or mistakes from the past. The reports began writing frantically and whispering among themselves until someone broke through the noise. With a sharp voice, a reporter leapt to her feet. So do you still see Midoriya as dangerous, All Might? The room froze. All the cameras focused. All Might's mouth parted. Lights flared. For a brief moment, he was back in the debris, smoke choking his lungs, rather than standing at a podium. The reporters were seated where a huge shadow loomed. The mask of All for One shone through the mist. His words reverberated within the skull of the symbol of peace. Toshinori, you cannot save them all. The mask moved as All Might blinked. The shadow grew smaller. It was no longer All for One. Izuku was the one. The eyes have the same gleam. Same stifling presence. The same danger. All Might tightened his chest. He had a locked throat. His temples pricked with sweat. He held the podium so tightly that the wood creaked. But there were no words. There was too much silence. Throughout the auditorium, there were gasps. The image of the faltering symbol of peace burned into every lens as reporters scrawled frantically. Nezu's voice was smooth over steel as his paw rose smoothly. Next question. Another reporter jumped right in, making a sudden turn that was almost practiced. Midoriya. What about the name Exodus? Supporters call you their voice. Detractors call you the next villain in waiting. Do you claim it, or reject it? Does UA endorse Midoriya as Exodus? Nezu's reroute covered the gap, but the picture of All Might choking on his response was already ingrained in every headline as the media roared back to life. Do you intend to lead a movement? Do you deny being Exodus? What's next in your plan? Nezu's ears twitched once, but his smile remained constant. Please, one at a time. However, the questions only got louder, sharper, and more urgent. Like a chant, the word, Exodus, reverberated off the walls. Izuku's hands on the podium shook. Then you determine what Exodus means, he recalled hearing Hikari's voice. Not them. Even behind his serene demeanor, Nezu's eyes were keen as she gazed up at him, and in spoken caution, follow the script. Izuku bent toward the microphone. He opened his mouth. In anticipation, there was silence from the press. Every reporter's voice echoed the word, Exodus, 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 in the head of Izuku. Izuku's gloves creaked as he tightened his hold on the podium. He was silently reminded by Nezu's piercing gaze, follow the script. After taking a deep breath, Izuku leaned in the direction of the microphone. His tone was steady, almost serene. My name is Midoriya Izuku. The room froze. With tense but unyielding shoulders, he looked around the crowd and said, I know some of you call me Exodus. I can't stop anyone from saying it. But I didn't choose that name. What I did choose was to become a hero. Throughout the press row, there was a murmur of curiosity and disappointment. Izuku went on, his voice growing sharper. I'm not here to divide people. I'm not here to lead some army. I'm here because I know what it's like to be left behind, and I don't want anyone else to feel that way. There were flashes. Nezu handed him the script, but the words had a deeper impact. Izuku's voice pierced the silence like steel even though he lowered it. If people see something in me, I'll carry it carefully. But if they want to call me Exodus, then maybe I'll make sure it means saving the ones everyone else forgets. Half of the reporters shouted over each other, while the other half scrawled frantically. Nezu's whiskers fluttered, showing both calculation and disapproval at the slip. All Might appeared stunned, torn between panic and a sudden insight. And Izuku stood there, shoulders squared, knowing he had just given the world a promise they wouldn't let go. They had left the stage without being applauded. As the curtain came down, the only sounds were the clash of voices, the echo of camera shutters, and the drumbeat-like sound of the word Exodus. Izuku tugged at his gloves as he slipped into the dark hallway. Every breath was tinged with residual adrenaline, and his chest felt constricted. Behind him, Hikari's footsteps were heard. Her arms were folded as she leaned against the wall, her eyes softer than usual but her smirk familiar. "You were something up there." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck and laughed shakily. "Something stupid, maybe. I went off script half a dozen times. Nezu's probably writing my funeral speech right now. And All Might." He paused and tightened his jaw. "I said too much." Pushing off the wall, Hikari moved closer, using 2 fingers to grab the edge of his tie and pull it straight, just like she had done that morning. "You didn't say too much. You said your truth. That's what landed. That's why they listened." Uncertain, his eyes darted to her. "Even if half of them are calling me Exodus now? Even if I just made things worse?" Her expression softened, the fire in her green-gold eyes dimming into something steadier. Over the racing beat of his heart, she gently placed her palm against his chest and said, "Maybe you did stir the pot. Maybe things will get worse. But listen. You're still you. Not their symbol. Not their villain, Izuku." He was surprised by the word. His throat constricted. His voice was rough as he leaned forward. "And what if I can't carry it? What if this whole Exodus thing crushes me before I even know what it means?" Hikari reached down and squeezed his gloved hand tightly. "Then you lean on me, on us. You don't have to carry it alone." The constriction in his chest broke. His face was buried against her shoulder as he drew her into an embrace. The pressure of cameras, chants, and headlines temporarily subsided. Exodus wasn't him. He wasn't a representation. He was only a young boy with trembling hands and a heart that remained dedicated to saving lives. As she tilted her head and brushed her lips against his temple, her quirk hummed softly. "You started something out there, Izuku. Maybe something dangerous. Maybe something incredible. But whatever comes of it, you're not alone anymore. Don't forget that." Clinging closer, he closed his eyes. "I'll try." When the hall was filled with the sound of gentle footsteps and the rustle of clothing, the moment ended. Nezu came first, his little body as clean as ever, a folder tucked under one paw. Sharp eyes darted from Izuku to Hikari and back, and his whiskers quirked. Aizawa trailed behind with a loose scarf around his neck and a heavy, unreadable gaze. Nezu said, smoothly, touching, in a courteous but abrasive tone. "But you should understand, what you said today will ripple far beyond this building. You gave the press plenty of fuel. Some will burn in your favor. Some will not." Izuku stood up, hesitant to release Hikari's hand. "I know." "Do you?" Aizawa interrupted in a firm yet gruff voice. "Because once something's out there, you can't take it back. Every word you spoke is already being dissected on live feeds. You can't undo it. You can only decide how to stand by it." Izuku's mouth clenched. "Then I'll stand by it." After examining him for a while, Aizawa nodded slightly, indicating recognition rather than approval. "Good. Because you've just stepped into something bigger than yourself, problem child. And you don't get to walk it back." Nezu smiled sharply again. "Precisely. Exodus has been given a voice. Whether you embrace it or not. Best be prepared to live with the consequences, Midoriya." Izuku tightened his hold on Hikari's hand. Despite being quiet, his voice remained steady. "My name is still Izuku." Aizawa's eyes softened slightly for the first time since the curtain had dropped. "Then hold on to that. Because the world's going to keep trying to take it from you." When Nezu and Aizawa finally took a step back, the echoes of Exodus were still clinging to the walls, their words hanging like weights. After they left, Izuku drooped against the wall and pulled at his gloves. "Guess that date we talked about isn't happening now." Hikari scowled after blinking. "Yeah, our date?" Izuku pointed hazily toward the corridor, which was still bustling with employees. Doesn't look like I'll be leaving campus anytime soon. A sly smile tugged at Hikari's lips as her eyes brightened after a brief period of heavy silence. So who says we can't have a date anyway? Izuku blinked. Huh? She took hold of his sleeve and pulled him in, her voice lowering as if she were discussing some big plan. We'll get takeout. Something nice. You set up the dorm like it's a 5-star restaurant. Lights, music, the whole deal. His gaze expanded. I can't. After giving him an unassailable look, she turned on her heel and said, yes, you can. I'll even beg my dad to let me out with you for 10 minutes. He won't like it, but if it means feeding his kid and keeping you from brooding all night, he'll cave. Hikari. Her father had vanished down the hall, and she was already halfway there. Start thinking candles and tablecloths, Midoriya. If we can't go out, we'll bring the world in. Izuku was stunned as he stood there, and then he gradually felt his mouth's corners lift. For the first time since leaving the stage, he felt lighter, even though his chest still hurt and the weight of the word Exodus was still burning into him. A dorm turned restaurant and a date with takeout. It was absurd. It's embarrassing. Not possible. And it was flawless. Pulling his gloves back on, he muttered to himself as he pushed off the wall. All right. Let's see if I can make a restaurant out of a dorm common room. The common room in the dorm looked different. In the corner, chairs had been pulled and stacked. The closest thing Izuku could find to a tablecloth was a spare sheet, which was draped clumsily over one of the cafeteria tables. His laptop was open on the counter, playing a soft loop of classical music, and a couple of candles flickered in mismatched holders, one of which was obviously a training beaker. For the third time, Izuku stood in the center of everything, fiddling with the chopstick placement. His gloves were lying abandoned close by. He whispered to himself. Too much? No, not enough. Maybe I should've. The front door opened with a creak. With a triumphant expression on her face, Hikari entered with a takeout bag in each hand. Victory, Dad caved. He grumbled the whole way, but Mom backed me up. We even managed to snag curry and noodles from that place you like. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck after blinking. I tried to make it look nice. Hikari looked about him. The music was barely audible over the sheet, candles, and beaker centerpiece. A sincere smile replaced her smirk. Midoriya, this is ridiculous. He stopped. Oh, sorry, I just thought. She put the bags down and leaned closer, her voice low, her smile growing. Ridiculous in a good way. It's perfect. His chest flooded with relief. He scratched his cheek and laughed nervously. I wasn't sure if it looked more like a date or like I was about to perform surgery. Both, she teased as she opened the food's packaging. Lucky for you, I don't mind. Steam curled from the takeout containers as they sat opposite one another. They briefly had the impression that they were outside of a school that was under lockdown and that the city was still filled with the sound of Exodus chants. Izuku said, I don't deserve this, as he gave her a grateful look. You get to eat curry with me and deal with it, Hikari said in a brief but affectionate tone. You don't get to decide what you deserve. Izuku picked up his chopsticks, smirked, and shucked, then paused. Do you think I messed things up today? While eating her noodles, Hikari glanced at him. You definitely stirred the pot. Nezu's probably already drawing flowcharts about how to spin it. She laughed and then gently added, but you didn't mess up. You were yourself. And that's what scared them most. His chest grew constricted. And what if myself isn't enough? Her fingers touched his as she reached across the table. Then I'll keep reminding you it is. Even if it means sneaking takeout into a fake fancy restaurant. Even though his breath caught, he allowed himself to smile. Thanks, for not seeing Exodus when you look at me. Firmly, I see Izuku, she said. The boy who still overthinks chopsticks. He gave a real, cracked laugh. Her aura hummed softly, so he didn't flinch when her hand lingered on his, and they ate in silence, shoulders brushing a bit too frequently. The cameras, chants, and headlines seemed distant for the first time that day. Exodus wasn't seated at that table. Izuku Midoriya was there, anxious, hopeful, and at last, not alone. Conference room for faculty. The day after, even though the wall-mounted TV was turned down, the closed captions were loud enough. Exodus. Hero or villain? All Might silent as student confronts him. Ua losing control of Midoriya. The network showed Izuku's words, his jaw clenched, his eyes burning, every few minutes. Students' eyes widened as they watched the video of All Might freezing at the podium. Again and again and again. Around the long table, the teachers sat, some rubbing their eyes and others crossing their arms. Mike brought a stack of unopened pastries, but nobody touched them. First to break the silence, Midnight slammed her fingernail against the table. This is a disaster. Parents are calling non-stop, demanding to know why their kids are training alongside someone who might be the next Stain. Half the news channels are running with Exodus the villain in waiting, and the other half are turning him into a revolutionary. We've lost control of the narrative. Cementos let out a heavy, stone-like exhale through his nose. Some of our own sponsors are wavering. They won't say it outright, but the implication is clear. Either we get ahead of this, or they pull their support. Vlad King pressed his fist to the table. He glanced down the table and said, "It's not even the kid's fault." He spoke his truth, and the press twisted it. That's what they do. The moment that gave them the knife. His suit swallowed the smaller, rigid form of All Might. It was evident from the dark eyes and the shaking hand gripping a mug of cold coffee that he hadn't slept. Present Mike shifted uneasily, trying to lighten the atmosphere with a cracked voice. "Come on, we've all fumbled in front of a crowd before." "Not like that," yelled Midnight. Hard steel had taken the place of her usual playfulness. "You froze in front of the entire country. They smelled it. They ran with it. And now every talking head is asking if Japan's symbol of peace is afraid of his own student." The words fell heavily. The shoulders of All Might sagged even more. At last, Aizawa's voice was sharp and dry. "She's right. The media saw what I've been watching for months. The way you look at Midoriya. Not as a kid. As a bomb waiting to go off." All Might parted his lips, then shut them again. He bobbed his throat. "I see both. A boy and a threat, and that's my failure." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "Failure? It's negligence. You've made it impossible for him to trust you, and after yesterday, half the country thinks you confirmed their worst fears." All eyes turned to him. His voice was steel, but his hair cast shadows over his eyes. "This all started the first time you told Midoriya he couldn't be a hero." Every Might blinked. No, Aizawa's voice became piercing. "Don't explain. Don't justify. You told a quirkless boy, already discarded by everyone else who was already told that he was worthless. And when he finally got a quirk, and he asked you if he could be a hero, you looked at him and saw a weapon. Or worse, a villain." There was utter silence in the room. Nezu's tail even froze. Aizawa narrowed her eyes and leaned forward. "Do you know what that does to a kid? You were his idol. His reason to breathe. And the first words you gave him were a death sentence to his dream. He's been carrying that scar every day since." Might's throat was working. "I wanted to protect him. By crushing him," yelled Aizawa. His scarf moved against the floor like a snake. "Don't dress cowardice up as protection. You saw danger, not potential. And yesterday, the whole damn country saw it too." All Might opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He pressed his fingers into the mug until it broke. Midnight's arms were folded. "He's right. That hesitation wasn't new. It was the same judgment, all over again, on live TV." With a deep breath, Cementos exhaled. "And now the world thinks our symbol of peace sees a monster in his student." The bite was still there, but Aizawa's voice grew softer. "You want to fix this? Stop looking at him like all for one's shadow. Start seeing him as what he still is. A kid. My student. Our responsibility." Heavy as stone, the silence dragged on. Nezu's whiskers twitched, but his voice came in smoothly. He laced his paws together and looked around the table, saying, "Enough. Blame is simple, solutions are not. Midoriya is not the only one under scrutiny. UA itself is being dissected. Our ability to protect him, guide him, and contain the fallout is the real question." Snipe lowered his voice and adjusted his hat. "Containment only goes so far. The word, Exodus, is already out there. Chanted at protests. Scrawled on walls. It's out of our hands." Midnight laughed bitterly and leaned back. "And every teenager in the country with a grudge is going to latch onto it." Cementos's arms were folded. "So what's the plan?" Even in the low light, Nezu's eyes shone brightly. "We give them stability. We show the public UA is unshaken. That means increased patrols, tighter communication, and carefully curated appearances for both Midoriya and All Might." "Appearances?" sneered Vlad. "He needs protection, not another spotlight." "And if we hide him," Nezu responded calmly, "the press will say we've admitted he's dangerous. The narrative is a beast, my friends. Starve it, and it bites harder." There was silence in the room. "What about Midoriya himself? Has anyone asked him what he wants?" Aizawa muttered. There was a long pause. Nobody responded. Around his mug, All Might's hand trembled. "I will. I owe him that much. Midnight's gaze grew strained. You'd better, Toshinori. Because if you can't face him without seeing a monster, then you shouldn't be anywhere near his training. Aizawa was in agreement. Calm as ever, Nezu sipped his tea. So, the world may see Exodus. But we will treat him as what he still is. A student. A boy. Our responsibility. And if we succeed in that, perhaps the world will follow. The muted screen scrolled past the news ticker. Exodus. Japan's next symbol or its next threat? With the question looming large over them, the faculty sat in silence. Class 1A. The morning after before homeroom, the room was alive with rumors. Izuku's words were replayed on phones, and when All Might froze, the headlines screamed Exodus. The door slammed open after that. With his eyes fixed on Izuku, Bakugo rushed in, sparks splintering at his palms. The commotion abruptly stopped. Bakugo bared his teeth and stomped straight up to Izuku's desk. You think you're hot shit now? Running your mouth like that? Calling out All Might on live TV? Izuku steadied his eyes and stood slowly. I told the truth. Everything I said was honest. Bakugo's anger shattered his voice. Liar. All Might would never tell you that crap. He'd never. Izuku's sharp voice interrupted. He did. To my face. And you know what? You weren't there. So don't call me a liar about my own life. The air became tense. A violent spark ignited Bakugo's palm. Izuku's fists clenched and his gloves creaked. He didn't give up for the first time. Then Bakugo was yanked to his sides and slammed into the wall by a scarf that slashed across the room. Enough. With red eyes and a voice like stone grinding together, Eraserhead stood in the doorway. He dragged Bakugo forward and dropped him hard on the floor before releasing him. There was silence in the room. Aizawa's icy, unblinking eyes were fixed on Bakugo. This ends now. I've let your behavior slide longer than I should have. That mistake's on me, but it's over. With weakly flaring sparks, Bakugo growled, he's. The words shattered like a whip. Shut up. Bakugo stopped. With her scarf trailing across the floor as a warning, Aizawa took a step closer. You've been tearing into Midoriya since you were kids. Don't bother denying it. I've read the reports. I've heard the teachers who turned a blind eye. And I've seen the way you look at him even now. Bakugo's breathing became labored. The students held their breath. You want the truth? Aizawa asked in a sharper, lower voice. You're not the best. You've never been the best. You're just a boy so insecure about losing his spot at the top that you've spent your entire life kicking down the one kid who kept standing back up. The rage made Bakugo's face go white. Aizawa concluded, her voice flat steel. And I will not tolerate it anymore, she said. You will not lay a finger on him again. You will not threaten him again. If you do, you're done here. Hero course, UA, all of it, gone. Consider this your final warning. The quiet was oppressive. All of the students gazed at Bakugo's shaking fists, Izuku's steady eyes, and Aizawa's unwavering glare. Bakugo swallowed forcefully but remained silent. Leashed but trembling with anger, he sank into his seat. Aizawa looked around the classroom. The rest of you. This isn't a press room. Midoriya's words are his to own, not yours to chew on like gossip. He is your classmate. You will treat him as such. There was a pause. Aizawa then pulled his capture scarf back over his shoulders and stated bluntly, as though nothing had happened. Final exams are coming. Written and practical at the end of the week. I suggest you prepare, because the next time you put on your costume it's go time. The tension changed but did not go away. Unsteady hands opened notebooks and pens. They were still burdened by the press conference. However, it was now matched by another item, final examinations. That afternoon Mei Hatsume darted from table to table like a tornado, sparks popping in the air filled with the smell of solder and ozone. Izuku stood rigidly beside the workbench, his multi-tool and gloves neatly arranged. With her own equipment ready for adjustments, Hikari rested against the counter next to him. Mei chirped, all right, problem child, and grinned as she tightened a bolt on the multi-tool. You've been flinging this thing around like a boomerang. I need to reinforce the core with carbon fiber if you don't want it to break in half in the middle of the fight. And you, she said, spinning toward Hikari with her goggles off, your boots are using up power more quickly than they should. I'll get you ready for your final exam. With a nervous laugh, Izuku said, we, appreciate it, Hatsume. Of course you do, Mei said, giving him the thumbs up before returning to her work. The nice thing about babies is that they don't object when I give them an upgrade. Hey, Do you mind getting my bag from the common room? I left it in there. Hikari's lips quirked slightly at the corner, but she touched Izuku's arm instead of responding. Izuku nodded but blinked in confusion. After waiting for him to leave the room, Hikari leaned in closer and said, Hatsume, how about our project? The screwdriver hovered in mid-turn as Mei froze, slowly raising her goggles and looking at Hikari. You mean, the suppression rig? With one nod, Hikari said, I don't want anyone else to know. Her voice was steady, but beneath it was steel. Not even Izuku. Not just yet. It must be on our terms if we complete it. Rare for Mei, her smile wavered. You don't trust the teachers? I don't trust anyone, Hikari stated bluntly, adding that her father had warned her since she was a young child. People will try to take advantage of peculiarities like mine because they are uncommon, risky, and practical. Suppression technology would be used by the wrong person to imprison heroes, or worse. Mei scowled and said, but your dad, he didn't waste a second when my quirk manifested, Hikari interrupted, his tone sharpening. On the same day, he had Mom write the legal documents, contracts that ensured my DNA could not be stolen, used, or accessed by the government or labs. Her eyes darkened. That's how my parents met. He made sure my body couldn't be weaponized without my consent. He didn't trust anyone else, so he turned to her for assistance. He was correct not to. Then you already know why this is hard, Mei said, leaning back and tilting her goggles downward. Technically, you're always wearing it, so I can isolate your quirk. For example, lightly across your skin. That suppression field is detectable by my sensors. The issue isn't that part. The faint glow flickered in and out as she tapped a small prototype coil on the table. Getting it to land on his skin is the issue. Midoriya takes it all in. Redirecting a river into a sponge is analogous to that. It bleeds out the moment it touches him, regardless of how much I channel. I can get it to spark once or twice, but continuous flow, I am unable to stabilize it. Hikari's jaw tensed, but her face remained unchanged. So you're saying it can't be done? She asked. Mei gave a strained, unusually uncertain smirk. I'm saying this may be beyond me, she said. That doesn't mean I'll give up. I never give up on my children. However, this isn't the same as building a hoverboot or strengthening a staff. The way quirks interact is being rewritten. Frontier technology, that is. It might even be impossible. With a cool voice and folded arms, Hikari said, impossible isn't good enough. He should not be afraid to touch someone. Mei's shaky but determined smile returned. Then I'll keep trying, she said. Please don't be surprised if I fail a few dozen times before I succeed. Hikari nodded sharply, looking back at Izuku's wide shoulders as he leaned over his multi-tool, and she whispered, good. Because I won't allow anyone to use him as a weapon. Not the state. No one. It's for him and him alone if this works. Then we better get back to work. Mei whispered under her breath as the coil on the workbench sparked faintly, light guttering before it could stabilize. There was a creak in the door. As Izuku returned to the workshop with Hikari's backpack, both girls turned, and his gaze shifted from Hikari's folded arms to the dimly glowing coil between them. What are the two of you working on? He asked slowly, in a cautious but suspicious tone. Your fashion sense, Mei said lightly, sweeping past him to pick at his sleeve, but Hikari beat her to it with a sharp, practiced smile. Honestly, green and black all the time? You'll give the impression that you only have one outfit. Glancing between them, Izuku scowled and said, that's not what it looked like. With practiced ease, Hikari pulled him away from the bench by slipping her arm through his. Calm down, detective. I was discussing boots with Mei. Girl talk. It involves sweaty feet, power conduits, and roughly 10 ways to ruin socks, but you don't want to know the specifics. Mei gave a lopsided grin, pushing her goggles back down. Yeah, Midoriya, nothing to see here. Just the same old support baby adjustments. Completely unclassified top-secret initiatives. Unconvinced, Izuku squinted and opened his mouth, but Hikari got up on her toes, used her quirk, and gave him a quick peck on the cheek, interrupting him. With sparkling eyes, she teased, don't worry so much. You'd be the first to know if we were planning to take over the world. Whatever question he had died on his tongue, his cheeks turned scarlet, and he muttered something unintelligible, which made Mei laugh. With a playful yet firm tone, Hikari leaned closer and said, see? No secrets. Only socks. Now, before you wrinkle, stop glaring like my father. Izuku let out a sigh and allowed himself to be drawn toward the other workbench, but he continued to stare at the dimly glowing coil. He didn't ask again, but the suspicion persisted. Final exam day, there was a lot of tension in the air as Class 1A stood at the edge of the enormous replica city, with concrete extending in all directions, including streets, alleys, and towers, all of which were there to be tested. With their uniforms crisp against the morning sun, the students shifted uneasily. Some stood silently, staring at the looming skyline, while others whispered to one another. No one looked at Izuku the same after the press conference, except for Hikari, who was at his side, calm as ever, her eyes fixed forward. Izuku stood among them, shoulders squared, gloves snug on his hands, and he could feel the stares, some cautious, some unsure, a few sympathetic. As usual, Aizawa's tone was flat as he stepped forward, his scarf loose and the bandages still visible under his uniform. Final exam. It won't be written this time. Robots won't be used. It will be us. As the class gasped, Mina exclaimed, "Wait, as in, you mean?" Aizawa interrupted, "Yes, you'll be pitted against UA educators. Professional heroes. Pass or fail is your job. Win or be captured." From the rooftop above, Present Mike's voice boomed, "Yeah, baby, you got it, kids. You wanted the real thing." Even All Might loomed farther back, his eyes sharp but his smile fixed, while Cementos clapped his hands, stone rising around him as demonstration. Midnight's whip cracked in the distance. It was one thing to face robots, but it was quite another to face their teachers, who were monsters of skill and experience, and the students' faces went white. "This isn't just about strength," Aizawa said, his tone sharpening as his eyes darted around the classroom before momentarily focusing on Izuku. "It has to do with control. Keep that in mind." Although Izuku's jaw tensed, he nodded, the words coming more forcefully than usual. One by one, Class 1A came to understand that this was more than just an exam. It was judgment, as the skyline loomed, waiting. As Aizawa unrolled a clipboard, the class tensed, and despite his flat voice, each name he called sounded like a hammer. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, Eraserhead, Kirishima and Kaminari, Cementos, Ojiro and Hagakure, Snipe, Juru and Koda, Present Mike. Some of the students shifted, while others moaned quietly and others turned pale. Aizawa's gaze then swept over the list once more. Tokiyami and Midoriya, Ectoplasm. Izuku looked at him, his jaw tensing, and a murmur shook the class as Tokiyami stood tall, dark shadow coiling faintly behind him, calm but sharp-eyed. With his usual cool voice, Ectoplasm stepped forward with his cloak billowing and said, "Your task is simple." The muttering was silenced. "Run away from me, or defeat me. Pass in any case. But keep in mind, I can be anywhere," he said, flashing a sharp smile, "and all over. Let's check out what you have." The pupils made their way to their designated areas. Izuku and Tokiyami found themselves in the shadow of a collapsing block of concrete, with the replica city looming large in front of them. Nervousness was in the air. Dark shadow flickered restlessly at Tokiyami's side as he stood with his arms folded. At last, he spoke in a low, almost reflective voice. "Midoriya, before we begin, I want you to know I understand, at least in part." Izuku blinked. "Understand what?" Tokiyami continued to stare at the skyline. "What it is to be looked at as different, as frightening. My appearance, my quirk. People whisper. Parents steer their children away. I am not shunned to your degree, but I know what it is to be treated as an outcast." Dark shadow was rumbling with faint illumination in its eyes. "That is why I wish to be a hero. To show them we are not monsters." After a brief period of silence, Izuku shook his head and spoke in a quiet but acerbic tone. "But why do we have to fight this hard just to be accepted at all?" Tokiyami's eyes narrowed as she turned to face him. Izuku's fists clenched and his gloves creaked. "Why should people like us have to bleed, sweat, and nearly die just to convince society we're not villains? Why do they get to decide if we're worthy? If we're allowed?" His chest shook and his eyes burned. "I don't just want to prove I'm not a monster. I want to change the world that made me one in the first place." Dark shadow shifted uneasily as the silence drew between them. At last, Tokiyami gave a single, solemn nod. "Then perhaps we fight for the same destination, only by different paths." Izuku looked him in the eye, and he felt a glimmer of respect for the first time since the sports festival. "All right," Izuku acknowledged. "Let's win this, not for their approval, for us." Tokiyami's gaze sparkled. Agreed. The exam had started when the siren sounded overhead. There was mayhem as soon as the test began. It seemed like a labyrinth of teeth and shadows on the training ground. Cloned from all sides, Ectoplasm lunged, grabbed, and smothered. 3 more appeared out of the mist each time Izuku broke one or Dark Shadow destroyed one. As Tokiyami yelled, "Midoriya, behind you!" Izuku's fist pierced another clone's chest as he spun, gloves sparking. It turned into slime, which spattered the floor. His chest heaved as he staggered back. "There's too many, he's keeping us locked down." The entity shrank slightly, its edges fuzzy, but Tokiyami grimaced as Dark Shadow roared, batting aside a wave of attackers. "He's draining us. These are numbers we cannot outlast." Izuku tightened his jaw. He was also aware of it. Both were countered by ectoplasm. The never-ending disposable clones prevented Izuku from absorbing anything beneficial. Dark Shadow had to defend Tokiyami constantly due to the overwhelming numbers, which depleted Tokiyami's energy. The teachers had purposefully selected this pairing for that very reason. Izuku whispered, "They set us up, in between breaths. You can't keep Dark Shadow at full strength forever, and I can't use my quirk on copies." They were rushed by another wave. 2 clones were smashed apart by Izuku's dive in front, but a third clone struck him in the side, sending him to the ground. The eyes of Tokiyami flashed. Dark Shadow. With a spray of sludge, the beast tore the clone from him as it swept down. Izuku spat grit out of his mouth and rolled to his knees. His chest hurt. "Thanks." Tokiyami's face was serious but determined. "We can't win like this, not like this." Frustrated, Izuku shook his head. "Then what? He's too well hidden." Tokiyami interrupted him in a steady, low voice. "Take Dark Shadow." Izuku stopped. "What?" Tokiyami's eyes were unblinking and burning. "Copy my quirk. Use it yourself. It's the only way we overwhelm them fast enough to reach the original." Izuku's throat grew constricted. He glanced back at Tokiyami after glancing at the whirling mass of Dark Shadow. "That's, Tokiyami, if I mess this up, if I lose control." Tokiyami's words were straightforward and incisive. "I trust you." Shadows coiled like a mantle around his shoulders as he took a step closer. "They paired us against ectoplasm for this reason. You and I both know it. Either we adapt, or we fail." Just the sound of their breaths, the roar of Dark Shadow, and the never-ending sea of clones encroaching seemed to drown out the chaos around them for a brief moment. Izuku balled his fists. He spoke in a rough but confident tone. "All right, if you trust me, then I'll carry it." Tokiyami gave a single, firm nod. "Do it, before the tide swallows us whole." The silence between them was broken for a heartbeat by the sounds of marching clones. Izuku then used his teeth to tear off one glove and tossed it aside. His bare hand lingered, shaking, then touched Tokiyami's shoulder for a moment. Shadows folded into him, claws scraping at the edges of his mind, and the rush was like a plunge into cold water. His glove snapped back on, and he yanked his hand back while hissing through his teeth. Then it materialized. Shadows poured up from his feet and twisted into a figure. It was something sharper and more brutal than Tokiyami's Dark Shadow. Its slender, pointed body resembled Izuku's, with arms that ended in hooked claws. Its eyes reflected his own faint green glow. Izuku's voice sounded low and strained. "I had it for a few minutes, but it was a Dark Shadow." With a guttural hiss, the creature moved in tandem with Izuku, striking in tandem with him. The air filled with the shrieks of dissolving bodies as 2 shadows, one from Tokiyami and the other from Izuku's twisted version, tore swaths of ectoplasm's clones apart. As his shadow sliced through the cracks, Izuku's multi-tool clanged against the pavement as he threw it, calling it back instantly, and the two battled in uncanny unison, a reflection and an echo. Izuku was feared for what he could create, not just what he might steal, for the first time in years. Teachers leaned forward from the observation booth above, and Present Mike muttered to himself, "That's new." Aizawa's scarf fluttered about his shoulders as his eyes narrowed. It appeared unstoppable for a moment as Izuku's shadow double-raked through another wave of clones, its claws slicing them down in jagged arcs. The claws lost definition and flickered at the edges like smoke in the wind, and then its shape faltered. Chest heaving, Izuku gritted his teeth. "It's already fading." Izuku stumbled, his glove tightening back over his palm, as the shadow's arm made another lunge, this time passing halfway through a clone before completely dissolving, the claws shrinking to nothing, leaving only the glow of his eyes in the darkness. Tokiyami said sharply, "Midoriya," as Dark Shadow closed in once more. With his mind racing, Izuku drew his multi-tool back into his grasp and panted, "I know, but we're not going to beat him up. No, not with innumerable copies. Additionally, you will lose your commission if I continue to absorb you." Tokiyami nodded despite his clenched jaw. Then what do you recommend? Izuku's mind went into analysis mode as he whirled the tool in his hand, his eyes darting over the streets, the barricades, the clone patterns. We escape, he stated bluntly, and the target is passing, not ectoplasm himself. It will take too long to find the real one, and he will remain behind to avoid me. With a steady voice despite the pounding in his chest, he met Tokiyami's gaze and said, "So we cut a path, and we run." Tokiyami's eyes hardened as Dark Shadow hissed in agreement, "Then let us carve our exit." Together, they turned, steel and shadows cutting a vicious line through the crowd, and this time, Izuku felt like he was in control rather than being tested. The finish line checkpoint gleamed at the far end of the block as the two of them ripped down the street, Dark Shadow hitting from above to keep the wave at bay, Izuku using his mother's trick to yank pipes and loose debris toward him. Tokiyami remarked, "We're close," as Dark Shadow growled at the winding alley. Sweat slicking his hairline, Izuku nodded and said, "Just keep pushing." The earth trembled. A huge clone of ectoplasm roared up from the pavement ahead, nearly 2 stories tall, its teeth bared and its voice resonating deeper this time. "You believe that you can run? Eventually, you'll have to confront me." Tokiyami tensed up and said, "The real body." His pulse quickened, but his mind snapped sharply. "Good," Izuku said, his grip tightening on his multi-tool as he sensed the real presence, not a hollow clone. "That implies that we stop here." Twin lengths of reinforced capture tape snapped free from the multi-tool's end, coiling like serpents as he thumbed a switch on his gear. "Dark Shadow. Push him away," Izuku snarled. Ectoplasm lifted his arms to block, and that was the opening as Izuku's Dark Shadow rushed forward with a guttural hiss, slashing at the giant's chest. Tape whistled through the air as Izuku's arm snapped forward, the lines flashing wide before curving in midair as his mother's peculiarity drew them inward and tied around the giant's torso. Ectoplasm struggled and grunted, but Tokiyami's Dark Shadow knocked him off balance by slamming him back a step. The capture gear tightened with mechanical clicks as Izuku gave a forceful yank. "Now." With his own tape snapping around the legs, Tokiyami charged in, and the two of them tugged, steel and shadows securing the giant. The real him stood smirking between them as the capture tape locked in place, and Ectoplasm fought for a heartbeat before his body rippled and dissolved into a puddle. "Adaptation," he acknowledged. "Have faith. Command. You succeed." Overhead, the siren sounded. As his capture gear coiled back into his multi-tool, Izuku let out a deep, chest-heaving breath and looked at Tokiyami, who nodded at him once. Izuku felt more like a teammate than a monster trying to prove himself for once. The last remnants of Izuku's ragged shadow curled into the pavement and vanished as the capture tape mechanically snapped back into his multi-tool. The two boys simply breathed for a brief moment, shoulder to shoulder, their silence thicker than the clone sludge at their feet. Tokiyami broke it at last. "That shadow, you owned it." With his gaze focused on the skyline, Izuku pulled his glove tight once more. "Yeah. It's gradually disappearing and will be gone in a minute." Dark Shadow curled faintly behind him like an echo as Tokiyami's eyes lingered on him. It was powerful. Terrifying. You also had control over it. That is deserving of respect. Startled by the direct compliment, Izuku blinked and then nodded a little, exhaustedly, "Thanks." With the distant crackle of loudspeakers announcing other matches, they began to make their way to the checkpoint. This time, Tokiyami's tone was more subdued, almost reflective. "Midoriya, I understand what you're saying. About putting in more effort than others in order to gain acceptance." His eyes sparkled beneath his shaded brow as he spoke about how the system handles misfits. "But I can't give up on doing things the right way. If my strength doesn't demonstrate that we are not monsters, it is worthless." Izuku's jaw tightened, but his response was cool and collected. "Then you follow your own path. I'll walk mine." He permitted a small, almost infrequent smile. "And if they meet in the middle, maybe that's how we win." Dark Shadow rumbled its approval as Tokiyami bowed his head and said, "Agreed." Izuku felt respected for the first time by someone who didn't agree with him, not just tolerated. Following the exams, sweat still cooling on his skin, gloves snug over his hands, Izuku left the training sector with an uneven pulse and the lingering memory of his jagged shadow. "So, you survived." Hikari, who was waiting by the rail, straightened up at his sight, her green-gold eyes softening, but her tone remained playful. Izuku laughed unsteadily, hardly. Ectoplasm was not restraining itself. As they made their way back to the dorms, she fell into step with him. "Tell me about it," she said. "It was like playing blindfolded chess when Nezu paired me with Ashido. By the skin of our teeth, we made it through." Izuku's eyebrows went up. You still passed. Brushing her hair out of her face, Hikari grinned and said, yeah, but only because Ashido wouldn't give up. To be honest. At the end, I believe Nezu softened. Izuku relaxed his breathing as their soft laughter continued and she slipped her fingers through his as their hands touched. There was no strangeness or fear, only warmth. A package bearing Yue's seal was waiting on the table in the common area. Izuku scowled and said, what is this? Hikari leaned against the table and said, I guess you'll have to open it. When he opened the contents after breaking the seal, a smooth letter glistened in gold ink. Congratulations, Yue winner Midoriya Izuku. Athletic Festival. We cordially invite you to the Island Expo. You are free to invite one guest of your choosing. Izuku's breath caught as his eyes widened. Island. Not bad, Hikari said, whistling softly. Innovative technology, global stage. The major leagues, Midoriya. With a constricted throat, Izuku said, and, I can bring someone. She raised her eyebrows and tried to hide a small smile. Someone like? Nerves tangled with something warmer, Izuku swallowed and said, maybe you. Then don't waste time asking, Izuku, Hikari said, stepping closer and tilting her head as her smile softened into something brighter, sharper, and more genuine. The answer is, yes. She leaned in and brushed her lips against his before he could fumble out a response. Her peculiarity lasted just long enough to ensure the contact was secure before she withdrew, leaving only the intensity of the moment. Izuku blushed and tightened his hold on the invitation. Smiling again, Hikari squeezed his gloved hand and said, Exodus at Island, along with his companion. That's quite a headline. The UA Teacher's Lounge. Hikari leaned against the frame next to Izuku, casual as ever, obviously amused at how locked up his shoulders were, while Izuku stood rigidly in the doorway, the invitation clutched in one gloved hand as if it might explode if he squeezed it too hard. Aizawa sat across from her, his bandaged arm resting on the table, his single eye unreadable, while Ms. Joke sat on the couch, hair tied up, laughing at something on her phone. Both parents looked up as the door clicked shut. So, Ms. Joke said cheerfully, why the grave expression? It appears that you two are going to make an engagement announcement. Izuku almost let the envelope fall. And no, not at all. Hikari suppressed a laugh behind her hand as his voice broke. Aizawa's eyes grew a little more focused, then out with it. I got invited to the Island Expo, Izuku said, swallowing and forcing the words out. For taking home the sports festival trophy. That's fantastic. Ms. Joke clapped her hands and smiled, saying, see, Shota? The world isn't all bad, I told you. It says I can bring one guest, Izuku said, fumbling with the envelope and pushing it forward. And I reasoned that perhaps, if it's okay, Hikari could accompany me. Aizawa and Ms. Joke exchanged a quick look, not hostile but tinged with worry, the kind that only parents can carry. Safety, trust, risk. The unspoken agreement to discuss it later hung between them before either of them said a word. Smirking, Hikari crossed her arms and said, calm down, Mom, Dad. He's not requesting to flee with me, really. It's an expo for science. You're nervous. Aizawa's tone was flat but with a hint of concern as his gaze shifted from Izuku to his daughter and back again. Yes, sir. Izuku's throat constricted. Aizawa whispered, good, means you're taking it seriously. Shota, stop staring holes in the poor boy, said Ms. Joke, laughing as she reached over to give Izuku a shoulder squeeze. She can go, of course, Izuku. Since she was a young child, she has been pleading to visit that location. Aizawa rubbed his temples and sighed, saying, all right. However, you are accountable to one another. No stunts, no carelessness. If something goes wrong, you give us a call right away. Yes, sir, Izuku blurted, almost hitting the table with his quick bow. As they turned to go, Hikari smiled and pulled on his sleeve, saying, see? Simple. Izuku let out a trembling breath and gripped the invitation more tightly. Easy for you. I believed your father was going to exterminate me. Aizawa's voice, flat as stone, drifted out behind them, still might. The sound of Hikari's laughter reverberated throughout the hallway. Evening in the principal's office. Nezu sat behind his desk, his paws folded neatly, but the pleasant smile he usually wore was gone, and the office smelled faintly of tea as the last of the sunlight filtered through the window. While Ms. Joke sat in one of the visitor chairs with her legs crossed and an unusually serious expression, Aizawa leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and his bandaged arm resting against his chest. First to speak, Nezu declared, the invitation is official. Midoriya's attendance was specifically requested by Island, not only as the winner of the sports festival, but also as a distinguished guest. That doesn't sit right, Aizawa said, narrowing her eyes. Why him after the press conference and the media's frenzied coverage? Why now? Nezu's ears perked up. That's the exact issue. He caused a stir with his performance at the festival. Combining that with his reputation, though. Because of this, he is erratic in public. Which is why he might be wanted there by some parties. Or want him exposed, Ms. Joke said, scowling while tapping her fingers on the armrest. Shota, it might be bait. A means to corner him, or worse, parade him around. To be honest, I'm shocked that they didn't quietly withdraw the offer following the press catastrophe. That's why I advised him to maintain a low profile, Nezu said, his voice bearing weight despite his serene gaze. No unguarded speeches, no showmanship. He needs to approach this as a test rather than a stage. Then what about us? Ms. Joke said, leaning forward with alert eyes. Can't we purchase tickets, accompany him, and watch him? Island's guest list is curated, Nezu said, slowly shaking his head. Access is limited, and security is higher than practically anywhere else in the world. Even for us. For the time being, anyway. With a tightening jaw, Aizawa said, so we're sending him into the lion's den with Hikari, alone. Nezu's whiskers quirked slightly. I'm not by myself. There will be All Might. He is officially there as a UA representative, and the peace symbol of Japan. The silence in the room grew heavier, if anything, as a result of that realization. Ms. Joke whistled softly. Excellent. Therefore, either Izuku's greatest opponent, comforting, or the safest man in the world will be present. If anything happens, it won't just be Midoriya's future at stake, Aizawa said in a flat voice. It will belong to the UA. Nezu gave a single nod, his eyes sparkling in the last of the light. That's why we need to get ready. With caution. And have faith that Izuku is aware of the gravity of his actions. The three of them carried the same thought as the room remained in uncomfortable silence. Invitations were sometimes traps rather than rewards. Evening on the rooftop of UA dorm, Hikari leaned against the railing, arms folded, watching the fading light as the sky turned orange with sunset and the city's hum barely made it to the dorm grounds. She could hardly hear the footsteps until May plopped down on the rail next to her, her goggles dangling loosely around her neck. So, May swung her legs and said, I was told by Midoriya that you are his +1, major leagues. Hikari's forehead raised. And, May said, leaning in closer and speaking more softly, that means you'll be surrounded by the world's brightest minds. Down here, I couldn't imagine having such equipment. That's where it will occur if we ever manage to break the suppression rig. Hikari's eyes immediately narrowed. No, not at all. I'm not giving Izuku or my quirk to a random person wearing a lab coat and grinning. I'm not saying trust just anybody, May said, raising her hands. Keep your eyes open, I'm saying. You should give me a call if there is even one person or piece of equipment that can be of assistance. Leaning back against the rail, Hikari exhaled and said, I understand. Yes, I do. But, my father drilled this into me since I was a kid. Our quirk is rare and abusable. People will try to take it. I'm not giving anyone the chance. The same goes with Izuku. May didn't joke around for once. She took a slim black flashcard out of the pocket of her vest and held it between two fingers. This, she continued, is everything we've got so far. All my notes, prototypes, failed circuits, waveform scans. 2 copies exist. This one, and mine. And mine's sitting behind Pentagon-level firewalls. If you see anything useful, and I mean anything, you give me a call and plug this in. Understand? Hikari looked at it for a while. At last, she accepted it and slipped it into her boot. You're putting a lot of trust in me. May smiled again, a little more subtly. Well duh. You're the only one paranoid enough not to let it get stolen. Hikari's mouth quirked slightly. You're reckless. May shot back, leaping down from the railing. And you're cautious, she said. Lucky for him, Midoriya's got both of us. And hey, if anything even looks funny, you tell me, especially if it smells funny, she called over Hikari's shoulder as she walked back inside. Hikari shook her head, hand grazing her boot, and was left alone. Not only did the flashcard feel heavy with information, it also felt heavy with accountability. The house of the Aizawa, the neighborhood and the house were both quiet. The vending machine's dim glow was Aizawa's only source of light as he sat at a corner table with his scarf loose around his shoulders. Beside him, a half-empty coffee sat untouched. With her hair loose and a look very different from her typical smile, Ms. Joke patted in quietly. She folded her arms on the table and slid into the chair across from him. When she said, "They're leaving tomorrow," she was quiet. "I know." There was a long pause. Ms. Joke said in a low voice, "I keep thinking we should stop them. Tell Hikari to stay home. Persuade Izuku not to go. We could justify it, safety, timing, the press still circling him like vultures." Aizawa had sharp, half-lidded eyes. "We could. And it wouldn't even be wrong." Her fingers drummed restlessly as her lips pressed together. "Shota, what if it is a trap? What if our island didn't invite him for recognition, but to dissect him? He's already got the government's attention. And Hikari? You know how much people want her and her quirks." "Quietly, I've thought of that," Aizawa interrupted. There was a rare heaviness in his tone, despite its calmness. Across the dim light, she gazed at him. "Then why aren't we pulling them out?" He rubbed his temples and exhaled slowly. "Because keeping them here doesn't keep them safe. It just keeps them small. Izuku's already a target, no matter where he goes. Hikari knows it, too. If we lock them down now, we're telling them we don't trust them to handle what's coming. And if they resent us for it, they'll push back harder when it matters most." After giving him a long look, Ms. Joke groaned and lowered her head into her hands. "You're right. I hate that you're right. They need this," Aizawa uttered, her tone softening. "Not the danger, but the chance to make their own choices. If they can't learn that now, when it matters less, what happens when the stakes are life or death?" She used her fingers to peek up at him. "You've been thinking like a dad more than a teacher lately." "Maybe I don't see the difference anymore," he whispered. They sat in silence for a long time, just two parents with too many worries and insufficient control, neither teachers nor heroes. Ms. Joke finally leaned back and let out a deep breath. "All right. We let them go. But the second something smells wrong." "I'll be the first one on a plane," Aizawa said abruptly. Her smile reappeared, crooked but worn out. "That's why I married you." His scarf shifted slightly, indicating that he had heard her, but he did not smile. Outside, the tense silence of a night before change was carried by the wind that rattled the windows. The UAE Zuku's room in the dorms, same night. With notebooks piled in towers and equipment arranged for last-minute inspections, the tiny dorm room was messy but orderly in its own right. With his gloves folded carefully and the GoldenEye Island invitation peeking out from a drawer he kept opening and closing as if he wasn't sure he should pack it, Izuku sat cross-legged on his bed. With a pen twirling between her fingers, Hikari was sprawled on his desk chair with one leg resting on the armrest. "You're going to wear a hole in that drawer if you keep checking it." Izuku reddened. "I just don't want to forget it." "Calm down," she smirked. "You could forget your head and I'd still make sure the invitation got packed." The door creaked open before Izuku could respond. With a bag slung over one shoulder, Shinso leaned against the frame. He had the ideal appearance of someone who was already mentally on summer vacation, half bored, half tired. "Wow," Shinso sighed, the great Midoriya, stressing over socks and paper. "Meanwhile, I'm just trying to make sure I don't forget my toothbrush." Izuku gave his neck a quick rub. "It's kind of a big deal." Shinso glanced at the envelope in gold ink. "Yeah, no kidding. Island. That's some next-level stuff. Not sure if I should congratulate you or warn you to stay alive." "Both," said Hikari icily. Shinso stepped in after dropping his bag by the door. He sounded more relaxed now, almost earnest. "Look, just be careful, all right? People are still talking about you. Loudly. You don't need to give them more fuel." Izuku quietly nodded. Hikari stretched and clicked the pen down. "Don't worry. I'll make sure he doesn't trip over himself trying to be a hero." Shinso's forehead raised. "And who's making sure you don't trip?" Hikari leaned back in the chair and grinned. "Please, I'm the practical one." Izuku let out a clumsy laugh, briefly relieving tension. Shaking his head, Shinso made his way back to the door. Yeah. Just remember, summer break means I get a head start on sleep. Don't do anything that'll make me lose it worrying about you too." "Promise," Izuku blurted out. Before vanishing into the hallway, Shinso whispered, "Liar," with the tiniest ghost of a smile. The room became silent once more as the door clicked shut. Izuku looked at Hikari and spoke quietly. "You think he's right? That maybe we shouldn't go?" Hikari's eyes were steady as she met his. "It might be a mistake, but it's also a chance. And we deserve a chance to be more than what everyone else sees us as." She put her hand lightly on his as she leaned forward. "So pack your bag, Izuku. Tomorrow, we get to be us." Izuku nodded, gripping the gloves more tightly as his throat constricted. They were surrounded by the normal, secure hum of the dorms, the kind of silence that never lasted. The UA morning at the main gate, the early sun reflected off the car's glossy black frame as it idled at the curb. The invitations to the Island Expo were in Izuku's bag, and the luggage was neatly stacked in the trunk. Ms. Joke was standing by the gate with Aizawa. For various reasons, neither appeared at ease saying goodbye. Izuku fidgeted with his gloves while Hikari adjusted the strap of her backpack. There was a long pause. Ms. Joke clapped her hands at the end. All right, one at a time, kids first. She put an arm around Hikari's shoulders and drew her away. The usual teasing lilt left her voice as it softened. Sweetheart, I know you're excited, but remember, those people over there, they'll look at you and Izuku like puzzles they want to solve. Don't give them more pieces than you have to. Stay sharp. And, try to have some fun too, okay? Hikari smiled a little and gave her mother a strong hug. I will, Mom, promise. Ms. Joke's eyes were still worried, but her smile came back a little. Good girl. And if Izuku does anything dumb, kick him in the shins for me. Hikari gave a snort. Already planned on it. Aizawa motioned for Hikari to move aside as they regrouped. His gaze was steady, but his tone was flat. You're not just my daughter here. You're my student. Keep your head clear. Don't let the glitz distract you. And if anything feels wrong, anything, you call me, immediately. Hikari gave a firm nod. Got it, Dad. The corners of his mouth softened for a moment. Good. It was Izuku's time now. Before he could dodge, Ms. Joke pulled him into an embrace, causing him to stiffen. Izuku, honey, she said cheerfully, but beneath it her voice cracked with seriousness. I know you think too much. Don't spend the whole trip worrying about what could go wrong. Take care of my daughter, but also, let her take care of you. She's stubborn like her dad, but she loves fiercely. Trust her. Izuku blushed and stumbled. Why yes, ma'am. I'll do my best. She gave him a shoulder squeeze. You always do. Then, with narrowed eyes, Aizawa intervened. He loomed just a little, his scarf moving in the wind. Midoriya. Izuku took a deep breath. Why yes, sir? His tone sharpened as he paused, saying, keep a low profile. Don't draw attention. Don't play the hero. You're there as a guest, nothing more. If you slip, if you lose control like you did during the exam, I can't protect you from what comes after. Do you understand? Izuku's gloves tightened around his fists. Yes, sir. Aizawa looked at him for a long time. Then he let out a barely audible breath. Good luck, problem child. Startled by the tiniest hint of warmth in the words, Izuku blinked. He bowed rapidly. Thank you, sir. The driver pointed to the open doors after clearing his throat. Izuku and Hikari walked over to the car after hefting their bags. Ms. Joke enthusiastically waved from the gate. Have fun, don't break anything expensive. The only thing Aizawa said next to her was, or each other. Both parents stood silently for a moment longer as the car drove away, their faces very different but their concerns the same. On the road, inside the vehicle as the city rolled past the tinted windows, the hum of the engine filled the quiet. Izuku sat rigidly, clutching the golden invitation to Island as if it were about to blow up in his face. Hikari, on the other side of him, leaned back with her arms crossed and her eyes sparkling with silent laughter. You know, she quipped, you bowed so fast to my dad I thought you were going to break your nose on the table. Izuku's face flushed. I wasn't that bad. She grinned. You squeaked, Izuku. Admit it. He mumbled, his shoulders sagging. He was glaring like he wanted to erase me from existence. Hikari smiled and flicked his glove. That's just his default setting. Trust me, you'd know if he really wanted you gone. Izuku gave a feeble laugh, but it quickly died down. His eyes returned to the envelope he was holding, its gold lettering shining dimly in the gloom. Do you think we should really go? Maybe it's a mistake. With the press, the exams, everything that's happened, maybe showing up on an international stage is the last thing I should do. Hikari was momentarily silent. With her hand lightly resting over his, she moved closer on the seat. Her voice was steady and gentle when she spoke. It might be a mistake, but it's also an opportunity of a lifetime. Not just for proving ourselves, for us. Time to breathe, to just be Izuku and Hikari, without the world watching every second. He gave her a doubtful glance, but her smile was warm enough to soften the furrows on his forehead. With a lighthearted grin, she continued, and you're the one explaining it to my dad if anything goes wrong. Izuku covered his face with his free hand and moaned, you're cruel. Practical, she clarified, holding his hand tightly. Izuku's shoulders relaxed as he laughed for the first time that morning. Leaning back in his chair, he released the tension. For a moment, Hikari rested her head on his shoulder, her face gentle in the glass's reflection. But her eyes were sharper, hidden from his sight. She had more in mind than just spending time with him. May's words, the flashcard in her boot, and the equipment Island had that UA were all on her mind, not able to touch. Izuku would take advantage of the slightest opportunity to discover something, a tool, a discovery, a reliable person. That would enable her to live without worrying about harming others. Whether he was aware of it. She tightened her hold on his gloved hand just enough to ground him. She said out loud, "We'll be fine," in a light voice once more. Izuku believed her and nodded. And Hikari allowed him to, as she silently bore the burden of her own covert mission. There had been too many eyes, the flight had been long and tense. Whispers began as soon as Izuku and Hikari stepped onto the plane at Musudafu's international terminal. Reporters took pictures at security checkpoints, passengers angled their phones for grainy images, and someone repeatedly muttered, "Exodus," under their breath. Izuku maintained a low gaze, squared shoulders, and tight gloves. Calm and sharp as ever, Hikari walked next to him as though the stares had just vanished. She occasionally touched his arm with her fingers to let him know he wasn't dealing with it alone. The city below them glistened like a crown of lights on the sea by the time the jet touched down. Island is the center of power, technology, and hero science in the world. The press was waiting as soon as they got off the plane. The cameras flashed. They were like daggers of questions. "Midoriya, is it true you copied All Might's quirk? Are you planning to meet with international sponsors as Exodus? Hikari Aizawa, do you condone your boyfriend's use of a villainous quirk?" The crowd was pushed back by security, making room for the shuttle that was waiting. Izuku's throat grew constricted. However, Hikari simply held on while tying her fingers with his gloved ones. A serene smirk tugged at her lips as her head tipped in his direction. "Ignore them. We're not here for them." Izuku let out a breath, his chest becoming less tense. He smiled in public for the first time since the interview. "Yeah, we're here for us." The expo banners waved overhead as the shuttle swept them through neon-lit streets and gleaming glass towers. The world outside was still raging, still debating whether he was a villain, a hero, or something else. Izuku, however, leaned against the window inside the shuttle and observed the lights glinting in Hikari's eyes. He wasn't thinking about his quirk, the press, or even Exodus for once. All he felt was joy. "I'm glad to be here. I was glad to have her." They had hours to explore because the expo didn't open until the evening. Izuku followed Hikari down broad glass-paned streets, gazing at skyscrapers filled with shops and laboratories. Devices shone everywhere he looked. AI assistants, quirk-supporting equipment, and mobility technology. It was the sort of place he used to sketch designs in his battered notebook while dreaming about from under the bridge. Hikari gave him a gentle elbow after noticing his intense gaze. "Try not to drool. People will think UA doesn't feed you." Izuku pulled his sleeve down over his glove as he flushed. It's a lot. Seeing all this. It's like, everything I ever wanted to study, right in front of me." Her smile grew softer. "Then maybe this is where you belong." They took cover in a tiny cafe with glass walls that opened to the ocean on the 20th floor of a skyscraper. Hikari leaned over and pointed while Izuku struggled with his menu. "You'll like this one. Sweet, strong, kind of like you." His water nearly choked him. She merely smiled. Later, vendors allow visitors to test small prototypes in one of the side plazas. Izuku ended up trying out a small grappling tool while crouching over a table and flexing his gloves. He had a childlike light in his eyes. "If I rerouted the cord, it could double as a stabilizer." Hikari watched him babble as she rested her chin on her hand and leaned on the table. "You know you're cute when you nerd out, right?" His ears turned red. Hikari. They slipped into a shaded park with glass fountains when the afternoon heat got unbearable. Under his long sleeves, Izuku sank onto a bench, his shoulders as rigid as ever. Pulling one glove halfway down, Hikari sat close. "Softly, I'll cover you," she said. Izuku allowed himself to press his bare hand into hers as her quirk continued to flicker, a soft hum in the air. That day, for the first time, there were no barriers or gloves, only skin. His throat constricted. "Feels like forever since I could do this without being afraid." Her lips twitched slightly as her green-gold eyes softened. "Then stop being afraid, dummy. You've got me." After taking a deep breath, he pressed his forehead to hers. For a brief instant, the sound of Exodus, UA, and the press vanished, accompanied by the nearby hissing fountains and her peculiar humming between them. They weren't the scrutinized student heroes Midoriya Izuku and Hikari Aizawa. They were only two children, at last content. Crowds grew for the expo's opening as the sun sank, causing the glass towers to shimmer gold. With gloves and sleeves on, Izuku and Hikari scuttled through the plaza together, her thumbs grounding him with each stroke. They came to a halt at a vendor booth where bright lights were shining on prototypes. Izuku's gaze fell on a brand new, adjustable capture device that was smaller, more portable, and more functional than his own. A happy voice interrupted him midway through his muttering about cord tension. "You noticed the recoil, huh? Most people miss that." They pivoted. On the opposite side of the booth stood a girl their age, her glasses gleaming in the light, her blonde hair pulled back in a handy braid. Her smile was warm and professional at the same time. Izuku blinked. "You built this?" "Designed it, yeah," she admitted, sounding bashful. "Melissa Shield. My dad runs part of the research division here, but I'm more interested in support gear. You two are from UA, right?" Hikari examined her. She was perceptive, inquisitive, and not antagonistic. "That obvious?" Melissa smiled. Her gaze shifted to Izuku's gloves and equipment, and she said, "Kind of. UA students have that look. Half ready for exams, half ready for a brawl. You're Midoriya, aren't you? The one who won the sports festival." Izuku tensed, anticipating the customary murmur of exodus. Melissa's tone, however, was one of interest rather than condemnation. "Why yeah," he said frankly. I used a prototype for hero work, too. Nothing fancy." Melissa's gaze brightened. "Then you have to let me see it. I love when people improvise in the field." Izuku struggled to find the right words, but Hikari's smirk pulled at her lips as she spoke smoothly. "Careful, Melissa. If you let him, he'll ramble about wiring tension until morning." Izuku turned scarlet as Melissa laughed. "I wouldn't." "You would," teasingly. Hikari pushed his shoulder. Melissa watched them, a curious flickering behind her eyes, and her smile softened. She didn't inquire as to why Izuku wore gloves despite the heat or about the rumors. She simply said, "Well, then. Welcome to Island. Let me give you two a tour." Izuku blinked. "You'd really, of course," Melissa replied with a smile. She grinned broadly and said, "Expo guests should see more than just the booths. And besides, it's not every day UA sends Exodus and his girlfriend to my island." Izuku almost suffocated. Hikari merely grinned and tightened her hold on his hand. "Guess the news travels fast." Melissa's tone softened in a way that nearly escaped her as she continued to stare at him. "I watched the sports festival. The way you fought, it wasn't just smart. It was fearless. People talk about Exodus like he's dangerous, but what I saw was someone impossible to ignore." Izuku simply blushed at the compliment, but Hikari noticed right away and thought perhaps she was exaggerating. Melissa guided them through the inner corridors of the expo, which were adorned with blueprints and prototypes. Izuku couldn't help but pause every few steps to stare, whispering to himself about circuitry, balance weights, and possible uses. Izuku squatted down at one table to examine a small one-eyed scanner that was on exhibit. With caution, he raised it, gliding his gloved fingers over the lens. "So it just cross-references faces against a criminal database. That's useful, but it could be so much more." Melissa leaned closer, interested. "Like what?" As he spoke, Izuku's eyes brightened and his words came out more quickly. "Real-time quirk analysis in the middle of a fight. Structural weak point detection. Night vision for rescue ops. Environmental hazard scans. Gas, radiation, toxins. If this was built right, it wouldn't just identify criminals. It could actually help heroes adapt and save lives." Melissa blinked in admiration. "Exactly. That's the flaw I've been trying to fix. Most people don't even think past recognition." Startled, Izuku blinked back. "Wait, you designed this?" She smiled with pride. "Yep. Been at it for a month." With her arms folded and a slight smile tugging at her lips, Hikari observed them. "You know, Izuku. I forget sometimes. You don't just fight like hell. You think like it too. Low-key genius, if you weren't so humble about it." Izuku struggled with his sleeve as he flushed. "I'm not a genius. I just look closely." Melissa's head cocked. "That's what genius is." Izuku was taken by surprise when the words hung there. Over the years, he had heard a lot of derogatory remarks associated with his name, such as dangerous, quirkless, and villain. They weren't geniuses. The topic of conversation changed as they continued walking. Melissa's tone was informal as she looked between them. So, both of you are in UA's hero course, right? Training with quirks every day? Hikari gave a nod. Yeah, it's intense. Even exams are basically life or death simulations. Melissa gave a small smile before shaking her head. I wouldn't know. Izuku scowled. What do you mean? Melissa's tone grew softer. I'm quirkless. Izuku felt the word strike his chest like a stone. Memories of lonely years and childhood taunts came flooding back, causing him to freeze in mid-step. You're quirkless? Melissa gave a nod. Yep. Never manifested one. My dad wanted me to find my own path, so I went into tech. I figured, if I can't fight like a hero, maybe I can build for them instead. Hikari's eyes flicked toward Izuku, but her expression softened. She understood his meaning of that word. Izuku swallowed forcefully, speaking more quietly than before. That doesn't make you less. You already build things most pros couldn't even understand. Astonished by the ferocity of his voice, Melissa blinked. She studied him for a moment, then gave him a warm, sincere smile. Thanks. Most people don't mean it when they say stuff like that, but you do. You're. The remainder of the sentence died on her lips as she faltered. Whatever she nearly said hung in the air, and her voice had softened without her intending to. Hikari took note. She noticed that Melissa's gaze lingered a beat too long and narrowed her eyes slightly. The suspicion flickered in her chest, but she didn't say anything yet. Unaware, Izuku smiled modestly and earnestly. I understand it can be hard. People don't always see you for who you are. That's why I do the things I do to help everyone, especially people like us, even when it hurts. It's the only way I know to keep moving forward. Melissa felt her throat constrict, her breath catch, and she was unable to take her eyes off Izuku's warm, unguarded smile for a moment. She nearly spoke, but her words escaped her lips. Observing the pause, Hikari tightened her hold on Izuku's hand. As if to reset herself, Melissa tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and swiftly cleared her throat. All right. Come on. You should see more of the expo. Izuku joyfully fiddled with a retractable gauntlet as he approached a booth. If the release valve were smaller, you could double the pressure without losing balance. Oh, and if you mounted it here. Melissa tapped notes into her tablet and laughed. Most people say, cool gadget. You redesign them on the spot. Hikari grinned, adoring but frustrated. Welcome to my world. Gloved fingers hovering over a sleek set of mobility gear, Izuku made his way to another booth. A small pack for gas propulsion, a harness with pressure valves, and twin grapples fixed at the hips. His eyes glowed. This is close, but it's still too linear. Grapples work in straight lines, and gas thrusters can't sustain more than a few bursts. If you wanted true maneuverability, real three-dimensional combat, you'd need a system that can fire, retract, and pivot in seconds. Like flying without wings. Melissa leaned in and blinked. Three-dimensional maneuverability? That's ambitious. Izuku, already deep in contemplation, gave a slight smile. Someday someone's going to need it. And when they do, I want to be the one who builds it. Hikari smirked as she watched him babble, that gentle affection pulling at her once more. And here I thought you just liked ropes and pulleys. Izuku's ears turned red, but he continued to stare at the equipment, the thought already igniting in his brain. Izuku was already halfway through a force field show, muttering to himself about field efficacy in energy consumption. With her arms folded and eyes fixed on Melissa, Hikari hung back. Bright and gregarious, the girl warmed up to Izuku almost too quickly. Hikari's mind began to race with worries just from that. Her voice was low as she moved closer. Hey, Melissa, can I ask you something? Startled, Melissa blinked. Sure. Hikari looked briefly at Izuku, who was still babbling happily and unaware, before turning back to Melissa. If I asked you to, could you design something that cancels his quirk? Just enough so he could touch people. No draining, no risk. Melissa paused. For a moment only. Her weight changed and her smile wavered, a slight flutter that wasn't her typical self-assurance. Hikari saw it at once. Sharp as a knife, her eyes narrowed. So you've thought about it before. Melissa stopped. She said, biting her lip in conflict before whispering. I overheard my dad. He's been researching containment devices. Ones that can suppress or block quirks like Izuku's. He was talking with all might about it. Hikari's stomach twisted, though her face stayed composed. Contain him. Melissa grimaced. I don't think Dad sees it like that. He believes he's protecting people, but I know how it sounds. And if the government's involved. Her voice faltered. Melissa let out a slow breath, her voice laced with guilt. Maybe. I don't know the details. She turned to face Izuku, who was still contentedly tinkering away ignorance. But if I could sneak into my father's office, pull the specs, I might be able to design a countermeasure. Something to flip their work on its head. Hikari remained motionless. Then we're doing it. Melissa jerked her head up. You mean, tonight? A small, perilous smile curved Hikari's lips. If they're building a weapon, we don't wait, we make sure it never works. Melissa nodded after taking a deep breath. All right. Let's leave now while everyone is focused on the expo. Izuku glanced up from the other side of the booth and blinked. What are you two whispering about? With a sly smile, Hikari put her gloved hand in his. Girl stuff. Melissa's mind was already racing, but she forced a smile. Hikari took a small step forward and gave his arm and sleeve a gentle tug. Izuku. He blinked as he glanced at his girlfriend. Yeah? Her smile was composed but determined. Melissa and I are going to have some girl time. Catch up, talk shop, whatever. We'll meet you later. Izuku's brows furrowed as he slowly straightened. Girl time? He asked in a doubtful tone, his green eyes darting between them. He was not a moron. Something was obviously happening. Melissa smiled at him with her most naive smile. We won't be long, promise. Izuku was about to press harder when Hikari leaned in and gave him a quick, firm kiss, her peculiarity lingering just long enough to ensure the contact was secure. Her eyes glinted as she withdrew. Go get changed for tonight, she whispered to him. We'll meet you at the expo. Don't overthink it. Izuku's face flushed and he choked on his words. Oh okay. After smirking and rubbing her fingers against his glove one final time, Hikari pulled Melissa in the direction of the side hall. The kiss remained warm on Izuku's lips as he watched them leave, suspicion eating at him. He left it alone for now. Wing for I Island Research. The research wing's corridors were more peaceful than the busy expo floors. The red lights of the security drones swept methodically across the polished glass walls as they patrolled in neat arcs. Thumbs flying across the screen, Melissa took a thin tablet out of her satchel. The red beams of the drones flickered one after the other, then changed their patrol paths, creating a narrow opening that allowed them to squeeze through. As they ducked past the first checkpoint, Hikari arched an eyebrow. Didn't think you had that kind of nerve. Melissa gave a slight smirk, but her voice was barely audible. Growing up with David Shield as a dad, you learn how to dodge his firewalls if you ever want to keep secrets. Hikari looked at the inoperable cameras above and chuckled ghostly, her scarf grazing her hip. Not bad, Shield. For a second I thought you were all smiles and blueprints. But you can actually move. Half proud, half embarrassed, Melissa flushed and continued typing. With her heart racing, Melissa pulled Hikari through a side door after swiping her keycard. This way. If Dad's team left the prototypes in the secure vault, I can access the specs without setting off alarms. With her scarf looped at her belt as a precaution, Hikari trailed closely behind, her eyes alert. You've done this before? Melissa smiled wryly. Let's just say I know where my dad hides things he doesn't want me to see. They crept into a tiny laboratory with glowing blue monitors and idle equipment. Melissa rapidly tapped on a console, causing lines of code to spill onto the screen. The hum of the machines was the only sound for a while. Hikari then broke it. Melissa, can I ask you something? Melissa looked up. Yeah? Hikari continued to stare at the console. You've seen the news. You've heard how they talk about him. How do you really feel about Izuku? Do you see him as a threat? Melissa's hands on the console froze. After hesitating, she spoke quietly. I won't lie, he is dangerous. Anyone who says otherwise isn't being honest. But dangerous doesn't mean threat. It just means the system is scared of him, so they're building cages instead of bridges. She looked toward Izuku, who was hunched over a device, totally engrossed, and her eyes softened. And about being quirkless, Izuku's right. It's brutal. I know I've had it easier. Money, brains, and a father like David Shield meant I never faced the blunt end like he did. But I've seen enough to know how bad it gets. The stairs, the assumptions, the doors that slam shut before they're even opened. Her voice grew quieter as she exhaled. And the way he keeps going anyway. How he builds, how he refuses to stop even when the world tries to bury him. She said, blushing slightly, it's inspiring. Hikari's piercing, measuring eyes darted to her. A sudden, unwanted tug of heat flickered at her chest. Melissa didn't say anything incorrectly, but something was offended by the way she spoke. With a flat echo, Hikari said, inspiring, a single word that carried the dry bite of Aizawa. Then, after staring at Melissa for a moment longer than was necessary, she said, Hardly a whisper. Yeah, I know. Melissa pushed her glasses up and shifted, earnest but flustered. I didn't mean it like, he deserves to be seen for more than the rumors. Hikari remained silent for a moment before turning her head away, her face unreadable. As long as you remember that. The weight of the words took Melissa by surprise, and she blinked. She gave a quick nod. A nervous laugh escaped his lips. Noted. She paused once more before posing the query that had been bothering her since the afternoon. But, why are you protecting him from the truth? You know the government. You know All Might. They're not going to stop. Shouldn't Izuku know what's being planned for him? Shouldn't he be here with us? Hikari's voice was steady but low, and her eyes fell. He already walks around like the world's on his shoulders. His mom, the bridge, every whisper that calls him a villain. He carries all of it like it's his fault. If he finds out the government's building a cage for him too, she stopped and clenched her jaw. He'll add that weight to the pile. And either it'll crush him, or he'll snap and give them exactly what they're afraid of. Her gaze shifted to Izuku on the other side of the room, still hunched over a device, with that solemn, silent concentration that only he possessed. Her voice grew softer. So I'll carry this one for him. He doesn't need another reason to think he's the monster they paint him as. Melissa's face became softer. So you'd rather carry it for him? Without flinching, Hikari's eyes shifted to her. That's what it means to stand beside someone, even if it burns you. A soft beep came from the console. Melissa's fingers flew over the keys as she swallowed. Then let's make sure he never has to wear their leash. Melissa opened the encrypted files while the console hummed. The screen scrolled across rows of data and schematics, the designs for a streamlined, portable gadget with crisp, angular lines. She glanced over the details, her face drained. Oh God. Hikari's gaze grew strained. What is it? Melissa's voice trembled as her fingers lingered over the keys. They figured out how to target him. His quirk specifically. The files, they say they harvested skin cells from him years ago, when he was a kid. Then they buried the memory, made him forget. Hikari felt a knot in her stomach. They already had him marked. Melissa's throat tightened and her face turned pale. She blinked quickly and shook her head, saying, that means, Dad must have signed off. He had to know. No one gets access to genetic samples without his clearance. He never said a word. He let me believe that genetic sampling should always be with consent. All this time. Guilt leaking out, her voice broke. He lied to me. Hikari's eyes hardened and his jaw tightened. They're not planning to cage him. They're preparing to execute him. With tears stinging the corners of her eyes, Melissa swallowed, and my father's helping them do it. Hikari took a steady, unflinching step closer. Then stop them. Can this thing be cancelled out? Yes or no? Melissa barely paused before nodding and sweeping her fingers across the console. Yes. If I rewrite the calibration, I can trick it into reading like it's already active. To them, it'll look like the shot landed, but really, it'll be dead on arrival. Hikari's voice grew softer, but her face remained stern. Then you do it, now. Melissa gave a firm, jaw-set nod. I will. If they ever try to use this on him, it won't work. Not ever. Not while I can stop it. Lines of code flickered as Melissa's fingers moved across the console, and then the weapon schematic faded to static. Breathing heavily, she leaned back. I can't build everything here. The system would notice. But in my own lab, I can fabricate a countermeasure. Something small, discreet. Hikari's gaze grew strained. Like what? Melissa's voice was steady but urgent as she pushed her glasses up. A necklace. As long as Izuku wears it, the device won't register him. It'll scramble the signal before it ever reaches him. With a slow exhale, Hikari felt a sense of relief settle into her chest. Good. Do it. She didn't, however, leave. Her voice became heavier and quieter. And one more thing. Can you make something that lets him touch people? No gloves. No fear. Melissa paused in surprise. I need data. A lot of it, without a reference point. Hikari pressed a thin flash drive into Melissa's hand after taking it out of her pocket. May gave me this before we left. Everything she recorded on my quirk. Every variable, every test. She told me if I found someone who could help, I should hand it over. Melissa's eyes grew wide as she gazed down at the drive as if it were burning in her palm. With this I could. The security feed in the screen's corner flickered, interrupting her. Below, two figures came into the lobby of the building. Melissa's face was bleeding as she froze. She swallowed hard and whispered, It's them. My dad. And All Might. They're going for the elevators. Hikari's eyes became calculating and piercing. Then we're done here. In a flurry of keystrokes, Melissa closed the console and shoved the flash drive into her pocket. Just as the elevator lights in the feed started to climb, the schematics winked out. Hikari commanded, "Back to your room," as she started to head for the side hallway. "We'll talk there." Melissa gripped her satchel tightly and gave a quick nod. Together, they slipped into the darkness, reminded of how close they had been to being discovered by the distant echo of footsteps and the slight hum of machinery. Night in Melissa's room. The air in Melissa's dorm room was foggy from hours of nonstop work, and there was a slight smell of coffee and solder. In the corner, the 3D printer whirred steadily, filling its tray layer by layer with blueprints and the scraps of failed prototypes. Melissa had been working on the design for hours, her concentration unwavering. Sitting close by, Hikari's keen eyes followed each code flicker and schematic modification. There was only an hour left before the expo started, and the wall clock was ticking more loudly than it should have. At last, Melissa rubbed her eyes and leaned back. "We need to decide. I can't do both." Hikari straightened her posture. "What do you mean?" Melissa's tone was steady but clipped from exhaustion as she adjusted her glasses. "We got 3 clear options. Option 1. A device that nullifies his quirk so he can touch anyone. But it won't protect him from their weapon. If they fire it, he's dead." A thin line formed on Hikari's lips. "Next. Option 2. I create a gadget that prevents their weapon from firing and ensures that he cannot be killed by it. However, it won't fully release him. All he can do is touch you. Maze data demonstrates that even when you're not using your quirk, it's always leaking. When Izuku touches you, the necklace will sink and be safe if I make it to intensify that subtle output." The tightness in Hikari's throat said, "So just me." After giving a nod, Melissa paused before continuing. "My father is the third option. He might be able to combine the 2 protections if I gave him the data. To neutralize the weapon, touch someone." The words lingered in the atmosphere. Hikari's answer was as quick as a knife. "No, that's off the table." Melissa gave a swift nod. "Yeah, I also have doubts about what he would do with it." Hikari watched with her jaw clenched as the printer hummed and spat out another layer of the forming band. At last, she let out a steady but low exhale as the seconds ticked down toward the expo. "It's sufficient if it keeps him alive and provides him with one person to cling to." After a single nod, Melissa's eyes lingered. "But we should tell Izuku," she said. "Let him make the decision. It is his life, his body. Do you not believe that he is worthy of that?" Before she spoke, Hikari's eyes hardened and there was a long pause. "No, I refuse to allow anyone the opportunity to harm him." Melissa pressed her lips together and said, "I understand. But making a decision for him," she interrupted, shaking her head, "doesn't sit well with me. He ought to have a say in this." With a sharp yet quiet voice, Hikari leaned forward and said, "And what if his voice kills him? He doesn't require additional weight. He must be protected. So we keep him safe." The quiet was broken by the printer's hum, and Melissa's shoulders tensed as she glanced back and then away. "All right, option 2. Little by little, Hikari's eyes softened. "Thank you." Melissa turned to the console, but her expression remained uneasy as she went back to work. She would do as Hikari had decided, but doubt burned like an ember in her chest. Even though it felt self-serving, Hikari remained silent and focused on the prototype because she knew it was the only option she could live with as the expo drew closer by the second. "We should now prepare for the expo," Melissa said, turning to her closet and taking out a small stack of clothing. "I have extras. You seem like the kind of person who wears fitted jackets." Lips quirking, Hikari raised a brow and said, "Reading me already?" Melissa smiled and said, "I make a living by building machines. Humans aren't all that dissimilar." The air was quiet but not uncomfortable as they changed quickly, Hikari smoothing out the cuffs of her jacket and Melissa adjusting the fit of a dress shirt in the mirror. Hikari finally asked the question that had been bothering her halfway through pulling on her boots. The printer hummed in the corner, the necklace taking shape layer by layer. Melissa leaned back from the console, her eyes brighter than ever despite the signs of exhaustion in her posture. The silence was broken by Hikari. "This is not a small thing you're doing. Going against your father. Risking all of this." A tiny smile tugged at Melissa's lips as she shook her head. "It doesn't feel like a risk when it's him. Izuku's different. People call him dangerous, unstable, but there are plenty of us who see the opposite. Who see someone who refuses to stop fighting, even when the world tells him to give up. Someone who fights for those of us who are left behind. That's the kind of person you want to stand behind." She lowered her voice, almost without realizing it. "That's the kind of person you can't help but believe in." Melissa's tone flickered with warmth, and Hikari's eyes narrowed slightly. jealousy twisted in her chest for a moment. But rather than yelling, she relaxed her shoulders and spoke softly. It's nice. Having someone else believe in him too. Makes me feel like I'm not the only one carrying that weight. Melissa smiled more broadly, her weariness giving way to infatuation. You're definitely not. He's got more people on his side than he knows. Hikari concealed the flicker in her eyes as she turned back to face the printer. Good. He deserves that much. Another layer was stacked into position when the machine clicked. Something delicate, respect, faith, and something else unsaid, edged the air between them. In a dreamlike manner, the grand hall glistened. Glass walls opened onto the night skyline of Eye Island, and chandeliers glistened above rows of polished marble. A live orchestra accompanied the hum of conversation as the world's most brilliant scientists, pro-heroes, and investors mixed together in fitted suits and flowing gowns. Izuku fidgeted with his gloves and tugged at the collar of his rented suit. Too nervous to remain motionless, he had prepared himself early. However, Hikari had not brought this up when she had instructed him to meet her here. Two figures emerged as the crowd dispersed. Melissa, wearing a sapphire dress that shimmered in the sunlight with each step, and Hikari, dressed sharply in a black jacket with dark cream trim and shiny boots. They were both confident in their own skin. Izuku stopped. His mouth almost fell open. Holy, his face flushed red as he snapped his mouth shut before finishing. As she came closer, Hikari grinned, displaying all of her composure and wit. What, never seen me in something other than a tracksuit? With burning cheeks, Izuku fumbled. You both look amazing, he blurted, pulling harder at his collar. No, I mean yes, but not like. The words caused Melissa's cheeks to flush pink, and she blinked. With a tiny, almost bashful smile, she ducked her head quickly and adjusted her glasses. Hikari's eyebrows shot up, that jealousy flickering quick and sharp. Leaning closer, she met his eyes. Careful, Midoriya. Say that too generally and people might get the wrong idea. Izuku blinked, then gave her a good, in-depth look. His voice became earnest, and his eyes softened. No, I mean, you look incredible, Hikari. His entire focus was now on her, and the words weighed heavily. Hikari's grin widened, simultaneously triumphant and cozy, as she casually flicked his tie straight. Melissa moved next to them, her cheeks still flushed, but her lips were pressed together in a courteous smile. She was silently hurt by the way Izuku's gaze remained fixed on Hikari and the fact that he didn't even look back at her. Melissa moved to stand next to them and put her arm through Hikari's. Well, gentlemen and ladies of science, prepare yourselves. UA's finest have arrived. Izuku let out a trembling breath, recognizing too late that they were the center of attention, not only because of Melissa and Hikari, but also because Exodus himself was there, dressed appropriately, in the center of the gala. He nearly believed it, for once. As servers moved through the hall carrying trays of crystal glasses and hors d'oeuvres that resembled artwork more than food, the music grew louder. Melissa led them through each circle, introducing them to dignitaries, scientists, and superheroes with ease. Professor Yan, this is Midoriya Izuku, UA's sports festival champion, and Hikari Aizawa, also of UA, Melissa said with ease. Izuku almost ran into a waiter when he bowed a bit too firmly. Ah, nice to meet you, sir. Yan shook his gloved hand but raised an eyebrow. Izuku could hear the hushed, sharp whispers behind him. That's the quirk-draining boy. You mean Exodus? Is he really supposed to be here? It appears normal, but with people like him, you can't tell. The words sounded like static in his ears. He tightened his smile. Suddenly, his gloves were too hot. Izuku leaned toward Hikari and spoke softly as the group continued on. What were you and Melissa doing earlier? You said, girl time, but... She gave him a quick glance with her green-gold eyes before grinning. Trade secrets. He scowled. Hikari, She widened her smile and tapped his chest with one finger before he could finish. Relax. If it were bad, I wouldn't be here in heels, dragging you around this circus. Then, before he could protest, she leaned up and gave him a quick, cunning kiss that was enough to stop him in his tracks. Her smirk had softened by the time she withdrew. See? Now stop overthinking. You're supposed to be enjoying yourself. The murmurs in the background faded as Izuku turned red. Why you can't just... Saying, I can, she pulled at his sleeve. And I will. Now smile, genius. People are staring. Melissa caught the tail end of their conversation as she looked back, and a knowing smile twitched her lips. You two really do balance each other out. Still red as a beet, Izuku straightened and made himself raise his chin. Hikari's hand was in his, steady as ever, so for a brief moment, the looks and whispers didn't matter. The stage was covered in gold as the lights went down and the orchestra faded. With a deep and authoritative voice, David Shield took the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and honored guests," he exclaimed, "tonight we celebrate not only science, but the unyielding spirit of progress. Heroes are only as strong as the tools we forge for them, and the future of peace lies in that partnership." The audience erupted in polite applause. Melissa's eyes gleamed with pride for her father as she stood close to the front with Hikari and Izuku. Behind David, the curtains drew back to reveal the focal point, a sleek, silver gadget with a faint blue glow inside its glass casing. "This technology," said David, "ensures that no matter how volatile a quirk may be, society will always have an answer." A polished wave of approval reverberated throughout the gala as the applause grew. Izuku's chest, however, constricted. As though the spotlight had moved and pinned him there, the word volatile pressed like a brand against his ribs. Whispers rippled at the edge of the crowd, and he could already feel the stares coming again. Another weight pressed into his right. All Might is grinning for the cameras while he stands tall in his suit and his cape shines in the lights. However, his eyes were not grinning as they moved in Izuku's direction. They were cautious, frightened. Izuku's arm trembled slightly as his jaw tightened. Hikari's hand found his glove next to him, its fingers curling around it with silent force. Her eyes sliced like knives toward the stage, but her face remained neutral. She appeared cool and collected to everyone else, but Izuku sensed the tension in her hold and the silent promise hidden beneath it. "They can say whatever they want about Volatile. I refuse to let them imprison you." On the opposite side of Izuku, Melissa did not clap. Her face was pale against the blue glimmer of her dress, and her hands hovered at her sides. When someone looked at her, she forced a smile, but her wide, uneasy eyes betrayed her. She understood David's meaning. She was aware that the subtext was real. She looked at Izuku, and she felt a nod of guilt. "He's referring to you. The weapon for it is being built by my father." Izuku briefly felt the weight of both of them at his sides. Melissa's guilt, which was as heavy as lead, and Hikari's defiance, which was as sharp as steel. Cameras flashed, the orchestra grew, and the gala continued to breathe as if nothing had occurred. However, Izuku's own breath came ragged under the chandeliers, with David's words still lingering in the air and All Might's haunted gaze on him. This was not Exodus, and he wasn't Midoriya Izuku. They were already getting ready to deal with him. The lights then began to flicker, once, twice. They screamed alarms. Security lockdown in progress. All guests remain in place. The glass walls were slammed shut by steel shutters. Crimson glowing armed drones descended from the ceiling. The hall exploded with panic. Visitors yelled, staggered, and pawed for already sealed exits. Melissa paled and gripped her tablet tightly. "No, this isn't part of the expo." As she grabbed Izuku's gloved hand, Hikari's eyes glowed green, her peculiarity glowing dimly. "Stay with me." Izuku looked down at himself. He had only his gloves and a stiff suit, no multi-tool or other equipment. And he saw All Might staring at him with wide eyes when his eyes flicked up again. It wasn't the symbol of peace staring at him for a moment. The man was Toshinori Yagi, who recalled the power of Izuku's touch. Izuku muttered under his breath, "And here we go," as the drones and armed forces drew closer. The alarms screamed. The glass walls were covered with steel shutters. As guests screamed and stumbled over chairs and gowns, red lights strode across the gala. The image of a tall villain with a low mask and scars flashed onto the enormous screens that lined the hallway. He snarled in a gravelly voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, remain calm. This island is ours. Every hero, every invention, every secret, you belong to us now." The crowd went into gasps. Pro-heroes tensed, but nothing answered when they reached for their communications devices. Security jammers engaged. From the screen, the antagonist sneered. "Try to resist, and these drones will tear you apart." The armed machines lowered themselves, clicking their mechanical limbs as if on cue. With a hard face, All Might stepped forward, his cape catching the red light. "Not while I'm here." Desperate relief swept through the crowd. All Might's here." The sight of him, the same tall man from whom he had once pleaded for an answer, made Izuku's heart tighten. He now regarded him as a walking threat. Then All Might made a move. He ripped through the first wave of drones in a flash of speed and raw power, his fists breaking steel like paper and the gala being lit by explosions of sparks. Over the commotion, his voice boomed. "Fear not, for I am here, The audience let out a roar. However, Izuku sensed that the sound was hollow, because despite all the applause, he was still followed by whispers. Exodus is also here. What if he becomes uncontrollable? Perhaps he was the target of the villains. Hikari's eyes were a pale green next to him, and she was holding his gloved hand steady. Melissa's expression had tightened, but her eyes were already flitting as she calculated systems, vulnerabilities, and exits. Under his breath, he muttered, "All Might can't do this alone, we'll have to move." Heroes were blocked by disabled communications, civilians were herded by drones, and All Might was crashing through metal like thunder on the chaotic gala floor. Melissa spoke quickly but urgently as she grabbed Izuku's sleeve. "I know where the control systems are. If we can get there, I can override the lockdown and free the heroes." Izuku gave her a blink. "Control room?" Melissa's face was steady but pale as she nodded. "North Tower, underground level. Dad gave me access weeks ago." With faint green eyes, Hikari gripped Izuku's gloved hand tighter. "Then we move. Staying here means getting boxed in." They slipped past overturned tables and drones concentrating on the bigger threats as they dodged through the terrified crowd. Even though Izuku's heart was racing, his training took over and he began to observe every angle, gap, and pattern in the drone's sweeps. Melissa guided them into a dim, sterile hallway through a side door. The buzz of fluorescent lights replaced the gala's noise as soon as it closed behind them. Izuku let out a deep breath and wiped his suit. "All right, just us now." Melissa looked first at him and then at Hikari, who was still holding his hand. "We'll need to be fast. Once the system recognizes we're in, it'll trigger fail-safes. And the villains won't ignore us if they catch on." Izuku gave a nod. Pens and screws from a maintenance cart rattled toward him, and his fingertips faintly throbbed with his mother's peculiarity. He steadied himself by flexing his glove. "Then we don't get caught." Hikari's voice was dry as she gave a slight smirk. "Guess all that sparrings against robots are about to pay off." A stairwell that spiraled down into the tower's interior was visible when Melissa pushed open the next door. She gave them another look. "Ready." Izuku's mouth clenched. "Born ready." Melissa's badge clicked open as it beeped against the scanner. Humming softly with the vibration of the tower's hidden machinery, the dim stairwell extended downward. Izuku entered first, looking around in the dark, his fists clenched and his gloves creaking. "We're clear, for now." With eyes that were faintly green in the dim light, Hikari trailed closely behind. She gave Melissa another look. "You sure this path gets us there?" Melissa gripped her tablet tightly while adjusting her glasses. "Positive. I know the service tunnels better than anyone. If we keep to maintenance corridors, we can slip past patrol routes." Izuku's jaw clenched. "And if we don't?" Melissa swallowed without pausing. "Then we fight." Their footsteps reverberated against the steel and concrete as the three of them stepped down into the stairwell. The hum of machinery increased in volume as they descended farther, and the weight of what they were entering increased as well. Izuku was still haunted by the whispers from the gala. Exodus. Monster. Risky. He shook the thoughts away by flexing his fingers in his gloves. "No, not this evening. I disprove them tonight." Hikari halted at the landing, her eyes narrowing as she noticed a glimmer of movement at the bottom of the steps. "We've got company." Izuku's pulse steadied and his muscles stiffened. "Then we move quiet, fast." Melissa nodded despite taking a trembling breath. "Together." Until the shadows changed beneath them, their footsteps reverberated down the concrete stairwell. With their weapons gleaming in the red emergency lights, two villains dressed in black combat gear emerged from the landing. One sneered, "Guests off limits," as the baton crackled with static. "Orders are to keep strays contained." The other smiled. "Or put down." With only the clothes on their backs and no multi-tool or capture equipment, Izuku and Hikari froze for a moment. Behind them, Melissa took a sharp breath. Izuku then made a move. Before the baton could swing, he sprang down the stairs and grabbed the first villain's arm. He slammed the man into the railing after twisting, knocking him off balance. Hikari stepped forward, his eyes glowing faint green, but the second hurried him. His footing faltered as if his body had forgotten how to cleanly respond to his quirk, and the aura pulsed faintly. Izuku shoved him down hard onto the steps and drove a knee into his stomach. It happened quickly, brutally, and with mess. Just instinct, without any polish. Dazed but alive, the two men moaned. Izuku stood with his chest heaving over them. He could get away from them. Proceed. The hero thing would be that. However, he could still hear the gala's whispers. Exodus. Risky. Monster. Izuku's mouth clenched. "I'll use it if I'm already the monster." He placed his palm against the first villain's neck after tearing off one glove. Energy surged and the man spasmed, letting out a strangled gasp. Izuku stumbled as a wave of memories crashed into his mind. A room for briefings. A leader in a mask barking commands. The Expo Security Hub schematic. The goal is to confiscate David Shield's creation. Kill any resistance as a fallback. Izuku's hand shook, but he withdrew it before the man fell apart entirely. He breathed raggedly and forcefully. With his quirk's glow now faintly pulsing through Izuku's veins, the villain collapsed to the ground, still alive but unconscious. Izuku moved more quickly than the second man, who scrambled back with wide eyes. He dropped his other glove to the ground. Grabbing the villain's wrist, he pressed his palm against exposed flesh. His arm jolted with energy like fire. His vision broke up into his own thought bursts. The service tunnels were wired with explosives. If the mission failed, the timers would start. The name, repeated in fervent devotion, is the rallying cry of loyalty, Wolfman. As the power burned into Izuku, he gasped and gritted his teeth. The man twitched but was breathing as he hit the ground with a heavy thud after he released his grip. Both would be absent for several hours, if not more. Izuku swayed, his hands shaking from the rush of stolen energy, his chest rising and falling. He harbored two peculiarities, both erratic and controlled. For the time being. He squinted his eyes. He possessed their powers, their plans, and their memories. He was now carrying their weapons against them rather than merely fighting. He whispered to himself, "I'll use every bit of it if this is what it takes." Melissa palely stared. You just," Izuku's voice was steady, low, and frightfully calm as he yanked the glove back on. "Now I know why they're here." Hikari fixed him with her piercing gaze. Before, she had witnessed him take in peculiarities. However, seeing him take everything away from an adversary with a single touch, including memories, orders, and purpose. She could feel the coldness of who he truly was. Izuku, however, was unfazed when he turned to face them, his green eyes burning with concentration. "We don't have time. Let's move." Izuku took a deep breath, his mind still reeling from memories that had been stolen. But there was power beneath that fog. Raw, faint, fading already, but there. He flexed his gloved hands as he looked down at them, electric charge, and reflex boosting. Shocked, Melissa blinked. "You copied them." "No," Izuku interrupted in a firm yet firm voice. "Borrowed. It won't last." With a groan, the second villain rolled to his side. Izuku was seized by instinct. Sharper and faster than he should have been, he sprang forward and slammed his fist into the wall just above the man's head. Electricity crackled along the concrete and snapped across his knuckles. The villain fell to the ground, unconscious. Melissa's breath caught as she staggered back a step. The villain's unconscious slump at Izuku's feet and the glow in his eyes were both too much to handle. Her spine tingled with fear, but she also felt awe, which she couldn't ignore. With his chest still heaving, Izuku pulled his glove back on. He spoke in a rough, low voice. "That's what they'll call it. The real me. A monster. And if being that monster keeps you both safe, then fine." Melissa quickly shook her head, letting her words flow out before she could control them. She paused, her voice becoming softer, as if she were losing control, and said, "No, that's not the truth. You can be dangerous, Izuku. Anyone with power can. But that doesn't make you a monster. Your quirk isn't a curse. It's a blessing. Because you're the one holding it." The words were heavier than she intended and hung in the air. Melissa didn't retract the slight flush that came over her cheeks. Startled, Izuku's eyes widened a little, but before he could say anything, Hikari moved in and put her gloved hand firmly in his. Her unwavering defiance was blazing in her green-gold eyes. "Let them say what they want. They don't get to define you. You're not their monster. You're mine, and I'll never let them twist that." Izuku's mouth quivered, but a small, shaky smile appeared. Melissa averted her gaze and pushed her glasses up to cover her face from the heat. However, when her eyes flicked back, they were filled with faith, not only in his abilities but also in his identity. Hikari noticed Melissa's blush, her soft voice, and the way her eyes lingered. She caught the smile on the scanner, the laugh in the plaza, and Melissa's glance at him during introductions. She didn't mention it. Not right now. However, the mental note left a lasting impression, filed with all the other signs she had seen throughout the day. Izuku grounded himself and tightened his grip on Hikari's hand. He spoke more steadily now. "Come on. We've got a control room to reach." Together, The three of them made their way into the stairwell's shadows, Melissa silently and unwaveringly believing in the boy the world insisted on calling Exodus, Hikari prepared to protect him, and Izuku bearing the burden. There was a large, reverberating room beyond the stairwell. The control hub sat at the far end, glowing behind reinforced glass. Every screen flashed red alerts. An army of drones, row after row, weapons humming with charge, lenses burning crimson, stood between them and salvation. Melissa gasped for air. That's the entire security detail. Izuku took a step forward and flexed his bare hands. There was no longer a barrier between him and the outside world because his gloves were already tucked away. He spoke over his shoulder, turning his head just enough. You two run. Get to the hub. Melissa gave a headshake. Izuku. Go, he said in a hard, flat voice that was more like that of a soldier than a boy. If I fall here, at least it buys you time. It's over if you fall. You don't get to, Hikari said, her fists clenched, her eyes burning faint green. Jaw clenched, he interrupted her, saying, trust me. Izuku ripped both gloves off and charged forward as the first volley screamed through the air. A bolt burned across his ribs. Regeneration stung like fire as the flesh knitted shut. Energy blasts pounded into his shoulders and chest. His body rocked, but shock absorption swallowed the force, dispersing it innocuously. Izuku's stolen reflex boost kicked in as another drone lunged, causing the world to slow down for a heartbeat. He sidestepped cleanly, tore the metal baton from its grasp, and swung in a single fluid motion, sending sparks flying as the machine crumpled. A wave of bright red eyes pressed in, first dozens, then more. Every scrap of the battlefield was turned into shrapnel by his mother's useless quirk, and Izuku thrust out his hand as stripped wires, screws, and bolts tore from the walls and swirled around him. Another blast streaked toward him. He lifted the baton, and as electricity surged from his palm and crackled along its shaft, he spun it in a broad arc, releasing the current in a snap that instantly fried 3 drones. The baton glowed dimly, humming in his hand like a live wire. Melissa grabbed Hikari's arm and said, this cannot be wasted. For a moment, Hikari nearly forgot to breathe, but she forced her eyes to leave him and ran with Melissa. Izuku's silhouette sliced through the smoke and sparks like something unreal, reflex quick, storm charged, shrapnel orbiting him like a crown. Chaos erupted in the chamber behind them. Regeneration stitched wounds shut, reflex boost sharpened his counters, and Izuku absorbed instead of evading or retreating. He slammed the electrified baton into another drone, fried its circuits, and then threw it into the swarm with unfathomable accuracy. With each blow, electricity arced, scattering drones in bursts of light. His mother's quirk dragged screws and wires free. Steel whips tore apart joints. The baton cracked, sparked, hummed like thunder. The hub hissed open as Melissa's badge beeped against the last lock, and she ran to the console with her fingers flying, but her gaze kept straying to the glass. Izuku was enduring, a storm of borrowed quirks and scraps, holding a line that no one else could. He wasn't just fighting. That's why they won't ever cage him, Hikari said, her voice low and fierce, her glow steady as she pressed against the glass. I'll never allow them because of this. Then I'd better hurry, Melissa said, forcing her hands back to the keys. Izuku Midoriya was dangerous, unquestionably so, but not in the way the world whispered. She was dangerous like a wildfire, impossible to smother, and dangerous in a way that demanded belief. Melissa's breath caught. Because she didn't have to finish, and if he continues this way for too long. Izuku ignored them and didn't call for assistance. Instead, he fought, shrapnel screaming through the air, electricity sparking, reflexes blurring, a storm in human form, proclaiming one truth with each blow. Lock override complete, the system said as the final line of code slid across Melissa's screen and the alarms changed tone. Breathless, she slumped against the console and exclaimed, I did it. Hikari remained at the glass without responding. Slowly, Melissa turned to follow her eyes. In the middle of the ruined chamber, Izuku stood with his suit torn and scorched, half of his upper body's clothes torn and the other half caked in his blood, smoke curling from shattered drones, and bolts and metal scraps scattered in heaps on the floor. He was panting and sweating down his jaw, but regeneration was already repairing the burns and sealing the bruises. The worst of it had been dulled by shock absorption. His body hadn't buckled, the temporary quirks were still strong, and his mother's quirk still hummed faintly at his fingertips, screws orbiting languidly before clattering to the ground. He fought a small army, alone, and he's still standing, Melissa said as her throat dried up. Hikari hurried to his side as the glass door hissed open, slipping under his arm just enough to keep him steady. "You're insane," she muttered, but her hands remained there, steady and proud. Izuku's eyes remained focused despite his chest heaving. "Told you I'd hold them." Melissa balled her fists and said, "Izuku, you didn't just hold them." She interrupted herself, shaking her head. "You ripped through them like. Never mind. We must relocate. This is not the end of it." "Not unharmed, not untouchable," Izuku nodded, putting his glove back on and tightening the strap with steady fingers despite the tremor in them. However, he was more than fine. The rumors of the gala continued to haunt Izuku as the three of them regrouped to follow the cannon beats, slinking toward the upper floors of the tower, David's shield, and the actual hostage situation. Exodus. Dangerous. Monster. Call me what you want. I'm still here, still fighting, he exhaled, his jaw set. They climbed, following Melissa's map through service tunnels and steel stairwells until the tower towered above, its steel and glass glistening with red emergency lights, the elevators having been cut. Wolfram's men guarded the hostages, including David's shield, who sat bound inside. All Might, restrained by their weapons, stood tense and silent, their eyes never leaving the criminals. However, none of them noticed the three of them sneaking into the higher floors. "We're above the main hall," Melissa whispered, tapping her tablet nervously. "The heroes outside can react once more if I can turn off the jammer's electricity." The memory of that storm of drones clung to Izuku like a second skin, and he crouched by the vent, scanning the enemy positions while wearing his gloves again. With her glow pulsing faint green, Hikari leaned lightly against him and said, "You look like you're about to jump in alone again." "If I have to," Izuku slipped out. With a slight, piercing, yet affectionate grin, she said, "Then I'll just have to be faster." With a feeble smile, Melissa grounded herself before the tension erupted. And it did snap. As they broke through the control balcony, the villains saw them. Melissa ducked behind cover as shouts and gunfire erupted. Hikari and Izuku didn't. Together, they moved in a smooth rhythm of precision and suppression, with Hikari dampening quirks in her radius and Izuku tearing tiny screws and plates from railings to jam barrels. Wolfram, however, stepped forward, his quirk amplified by hidden technology, metal bending and surging around his arms, and his eyes swept over the scene before focusing on Izuku. "So the rumors are true," Wolfram grumbled. "The monster child who kills with a touch." Izuku's stomach nodded, and he briefly caught a glimpse of the gala crowd whispering. Bakugo's irate face was stamped as dangerous in the police file. Then, however, Hikari's steady, confident hand touched his sleeve. His jaw tensed as he slowly exhaled. "Call me whatever you want. People aren't being chained to the ground by me." Wolfram's grin was cruel and piercing, and the floor trembled as his metal surged, forming jagged blades around his arms. His voice reverberated throughout the room as he spat at Izuku, "You're no hero, and you're proof the system breeds monsters." Izuku stepped forward without flinching, taking off one glove while the electricity from his previous absorption was still weak in his veins. "Funny. When I look at you, I think precisely that." Wolfram roared and threw out his arms, causing the floor to tear apart and send shards of metal flying in their direction. The blades shuddered, slower, weaker, just enough for Izuku to dive through, and Hikari's glow pulsed green, her aura tempering the edge of Wolfram's amplification. Sparks exploded as the storm of metal collided, and he hit the ground rolling, his mother's peculiarity snatching bolts and scraps from the scaffolding and whipping them into the blades in midair. He growled, "Cheap tricks." Izuku was already on the move, charging in close, and shock absorption allowed him to crash through the wreckage. He struck Wolfram's chestplate with a fist that was faintly buzzing with stolen charge, causing the villain to stumble and dent his armor. However, Wolfram recovered immediately, his quirk pulling down the walls surrounding them. Hikari rushed in, her fists clenched, her aura brightening as she further diminished the power of his quirk. "Move, Izuku." Just as steel spears pierced the floor where he had been standing, he tore free. "Almost there. Just a few more seconds and I can release the hostages," Melissa yelled from behind cover, her fingers fluttering across her tablet. Bound at the center, David Shield's breath caught as he raised his head at the sound of tearing metal. With her sapphire dress ripped at the sleeve, Melissa was by his side, struggling with the restraints, and beyond her, there was the boy. Every blow he took was met with another step forward, every wound sealed almost as quickly as it came, and Izuku stood bloodied but unbowed, electricity sparking across his arms, reflexes dissolving him into a blur against the villain's storm of steel. David had seen this boy's file, The icy reports marked with words like volatile and containment necessary, and he had approved projects designed to keep this power under lock and key. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. Now, however, he saw a boy, battered, desperate, and still fighting for him, rather than a monster. David felt sudden and sharp guilt. This shouldn't have happened. He should have been the one defending his daughter in the future, but instead a child the world feared stood between him and death. "Dad. Don't just stare, help me with this," Melissa's urgent, trembling voice pierced his thoughts. Bloodied, defiant, carrying more than he should have, David swallowed hard, making his hands move on the restraints even as his eyes lingered on Izuku. David muttered, the name catching in his throat, Midoriya. He saw a boy carrying the burden the adults had been too scared to handle, and for the first time he saw no weapon. Wolfram growled once more, calling forth a tidal surge of metal, and Izuku braced, his body quivering, prepared to burn every last quirk he had left simply to remain upright. Then, boom! Inward the wall broke. All power. With both relief and fear in her voice, Melissa exclaimed. With a thunderclap of voice, the symbol of peace strode in, his cape billowing, "Enough." Wolfram hesitated, and the room froze for a moment. Izuku looked neither relieved nor saved as he stumbled back, chest heaving, eyes fixed on All Might's massive frame. He simply appeared to be watching, measuring, and sharp. Because All Might's silence at the time nearly concurred with Wolfram's accusation that he was a monster. Fist met fortress, shockwaves tearing through the chamber as All Might surged forward, the ground trembling beneath his steps, Wolfram's steel tide clashing against him but the symbol of peace driving through it with raw force. It briefly appeared as though the battle had already been won. Heroes were back and villains were doomed. The steel surrounding Wolfram thickened, spread, and multiplied into hideous tendrils of metal that slashed across the hull as his body shimmered, the hidden amplifier throbbing across his frame. As he shoved Melissa behind him, David Shield's voice broke. "No, he's using the quirk amplifier, which is my prototype. Power is amplified exponentially. He is now more powerful than All Might." Eyes wide, Izuku froze. A quirk amplifier, fear hit David's shield like a knife to his stomach, causing him to freeze. Even though the amplifier, Wolfman's stolen prize, was being fully incorporated into the villain's body, it was still external and vulnerable. If Izuku's quirk could tear apart weapons and pull screws from machines, if he could absorb quirks from living flesh, what would stop him from stealing the amplifier and absorbing its power? David's breath caught. If that were to occur, it was impossible to predict what Midoriya would become. A weapon the world had already labeled him as, or a savior. Not enough. All Might strained on the field, his muscles shaking as steel coiled around him like chains, his voice hoarse, his smile fleeting. Every instinct cried out for Izuku to run forward, but his fists were clenched, his breath burning in his lungs. And Hikari was already on the move, her aura turning green as she yelled, "All Might, hold on." David's warning echoed behind Izuku as he ran after her, saying, "Wait, if you fight him, that amplifier." But they were unable to stop. Sparks screamed as steel scraped against unseen pressure as Hikari's aura pressed down on Wolfram's metal, reducing its strength just enough to slow the flailing tendrils. A handful of loose screws and shards rattled, pulled free by his mother's peculiarity, and Izuku knelt down, sweeping the floor with his gloved hand. His green eyes blazed with something hotter than fear, and his chest heaved as he lunged, fragments spinning in one hand, baton in the other, and skidded to a stop in front of All Might. "All Might," he said in a firm and piercing voice, "we cannot accomplish this on our own. Not you. Not me. Together, we accomplish this." All Might hesitated for the first time since the fight started. He had been prepared to charge forward and burn what little he had left in a last push, but the boy stood there, bloodied and defiant, calling him to stand beside him without requesting protection or attempting to prove himself. All Might's eyes shifted from Izuku to Hikari, whose aura continued to ward off the worst of the steel. And he nodded for the first time. Together, then, he squared his stance and grinned fiercely, despite his fatigue. "Let's show them what we've got, young Midoriya." With a slight smile on his lips, Izuku turned back to face Wolfram, his baton glimmering in his hand. "Right." The chamber trembled with Wolfram's roar, steel tendrils tearing through the floor and walls in all directions, the air smelling of smoke and ozone, each blow heavy enough to crush stone. All Might was the first to dart forward, his cape whipping as he planted his feet and punched a wall of metal, causing it to splinter in the shockwave, but more tendrils immediately arose and wrapped around his shoulder and arm, clenching his teeth as he forced them back. "Hey, The density is being multiplied by him. Punching reinforced concrete is similar to this. Then stop trying to smash it all at once. Hikari slid in low, her aura flaring green gold around her fists. Her quirk rippled out as she slammed her hands into the floor, causing the steel to slow, its lashing arcs dragging as if they were moving through water. Now, she let out a bark. His mother's peculiarity pulled loose scraps from the walls and floor, screws, bolts, pieces of plating. Tiny bits that he whipped at Wolfram's joints, each impact forcing the villain to reroute. Izuku darted between them, his baton sparking with stolen electricity, reflexes firing in bursts that kept him half a step ahead of the strikes. The gap was still too small, though. With a roar, All Might wrenched his trapped arm free, slamming both fists into the strike and knocking it just off course as a massive tendril whipped toward him, sharp as a blade, sending sparks flying as the tip carved across the floor rather than Izuku's chest. Midoriya. The voice of All Might thundered, "Your move." The coils surrounding Wolfram trembled, slowed, and staggered as Hikari's aura brightened and she applied all of her strength. For a brief moment, the steel strained rather than lash. "That's it," she snarled. "Go." Every step was carved by the effort of the two beside him, Hikari pressing the storm to stillness, All Might smashing aside the heavy blows, and Izuku's green eyes burning as he darted forward, scraps spinning, baton glowing with crackling arcs. And Izuku found his opening in the heartbeat of space they gave him. His gloves were gone, his chest heaved, and regeneration was already erasing every bruise and scar. He ran. Unflinching, he plunged headfirst through the debris, hands bare, clamping down on Wolfram's arm as the storm closed behind him. Memories, power, the raw distortion of the amplifier coursing through Izuku's veins, and the villain's scream tore through the night. However, Wolfram's anger knew no bounds, and as he thrashed, metal spiking in all directions, the floor beneath them collapsed. The world stumbled. "Izuku!" Reaching out as the balcony fell, Hikari screamed. Concrete and steel exploded, and boy and villain fell into the open, trapped together in the autumn. Izuku's grip only grew tighter, his eyes burning, refusing to let go as Wolfram's amplified quirk thrashed wildly, threatening to tear Izuku apart. With a broken roar, All Might staggered to the edge far above, Midoriya. The world dissolved into freefall, with glass shards, steel fragments, and the night sky speeding by. Izuku wasn't merely clinging to survive, he was taking. His hand remained fixed on Wolfram's arm, knuckles white, nails digging in. The flood poured into him, his muscles screaming, his blood burning, metal manipulation snapping through his nerves, the amplifier's distortion sparking beneath his skin, but he wouldn't let go. The memories then surfaced. In a sterile office with the curtains drawn, a tall shadowy figure spoke in a falsely kind voice. "Wolfram, you have ambition. You can match it with the strength I can give you." As All for One's hand weighed heavily on his shoulder, Wolfram knelt down and nodded, saying, "All it will cost you is loyalty." The amplifier's blueprints were carefully spread out on a table. The first Nomu, the same ones released at the USJ, were horrors in glass tanks, with distorted flesh, glassy eyes, and implanted stolen quirks. "The world needs monsters to remind it of its fear," All for One said in a coaxing, patient, and poisonous voice. "You won't let me down." Izuku's eyes widened as the truth hit him hard. All for One, he made the Nomu. His breath came out of his lungs in a ragged manner. At the USJ, even in those days. And you were used by him. Wolfram's body shook, his face displaying anger. "Stop talking." His voice cracked with rage. "You think you can steal from me and win." The steel storm around him faltered for a heartbeat, then surged back stronger as the device fused deeper into his flesh. "I have more yet." Quote. Wolfram crashed lower, rebounding in a rain of debris, while Izuku's scream ripped through the night as their bodies slammed against the tower, the scaffolding splintering under the impact, and the collision tore them apart, throwing Izuku onto a twisted platform. The steel beams around him rattled faintly, bending toward his outstretched hand as Izuku staggered upright, eyes wide, chest heaving. The Wolfman quirk was now permanently in BJ's body, and his heartbeat pulsed with the rhythm of the amplifier. He had it, a piece of it, permanent. Wolfram, however, rose as well. His voice boomed, still thunderous, still defiant, his armor reformed around him, metal crawling across his skin, his veins glowing red hot with the power of the amplifier. "Dude, you didn't take enough. I'm not yet broken. I'll dismember you and give the sea your corpse." Despite his limbs trembling, Izuku braced on the railing, his jaw clenched, his voice steady. "Then come and try." All Might clutched the edge of the shattered tower high above, eyes darting from the clash between Izuku below to the creaking beams above, the metal buckling, entire supports sagging under Wolfram's rage, and if it fell, it would not only bury them, it would bring down the entire expo floor. He had witnessed villains rise and Nomu born of cruelty, but he couldn't tell which was worse, Midoriya standing bloodied, power still rising, Wolfram raging unchecked with the amplifier twisting his flesh, for a heartbeat. Then there was a scream from the scaffolding, steel bending, bolts snapping loose, and waves of choking dust raining down. Raw and unguarded, Hikari's scream sliced through the confusion. Izuku. Jaws clenched. All Might turned. The tower isn't going to hold. Everyone here dies if it goes. Torn between Izuku stumbling against Wolfram below and the crumbling supports above, Hikari's eyes blazed. With a firm but urgent voice, All Might grabbed her shoulder and said, "Take Melissa and David. Leave them alone. It's an order." "I'm not leaving him," she said, her jaw clenched and her teeth exposed. "You're not going to leave him. You're saving lives," All Might growled, slamming the beams clear of debris with a single powerful blow. "Give me the tower. You understand them clearly." His gaze returned to Izuku, who was still not giving up, and his voice slightly grew softer. "He'll buy us the time," he said. "Have faith in him." Every instinct told Hikari to run back to Izuku and be by his side until the very end, but the tower moaned once more, a whole section collapsing in on itself, and David was already yelling and protecting Melissa with his body. Hikari's throat tightened. As she ran to their side, her aura flaring, she muttered a curse. "All right, but if he falls before I return." She glared at him fiercely. Despite his face being streaked with perspiration, All Might's smile was wide. "He won't. His name is Izuku Midoriya." Muscles strained as the tower screamed around him, the symbol of peace leapt upward, bracing the collapsing beams with both arms. Izuku stood against Wolfram alone for the first time, the weight of the battle resting only on his shoulders as the dust swirled like ash. Blood streaked his face, his body screaming from the strain of too many quirks at once, and his breath came in ragged pulls, the baton trembling in his grasp. Then, something changed within him. His strength, reflexes, control, and eccentricities were all sharpened, and beneath it all, his body throbbed with the constant pulse of the amplifier. The screws and shards in his orbit whipped faster, tighter, each movement unnaturally precise as his eyes snapped open, glowing a disquieting, vivid green that illuminated the dust surrounding him. With anger turning to uneasiness, Wolfram winced. How are you?" Izuku blinked hard, taking a breath as if he had been drowning, and yanked his glove off, grounding himself, forcing the storm in his veins to subside. He didn't respond, wasn't even completely conscious. But Wolfram had seen it, and the damage was done. Coiled in his muscles, shock absorption was prepared to absorb the force of each blow. His veins were ablaze with regeneration, which knitted every tear before it could fester. As he breathed in, his mother's peculiarity pulled the tiny debris into his hands. His movements were sharpened to a predator's edge as reflex boost rushed through his nerves. Each strike was accompanied by violent arcs of power, sparking electricity across his knuckles. Now, as their wills collided, Wolfram's own peculiarity, the ability to manipulate metal, bent with his pull, screws and shards circling in a jagged storm. With his amplifier screaming with raw power, feeding him beyond human limits, Wolfram emerged from the wreckage, his veins glowing red-hot, his steel armor reknitting itself into jagged plates. Their gazes met. With a ragged but thunderous voice, Wolfram spat, "You're just a kid acting like a god, and you can't handle it. You will be torn apart by that power." Izuku's jaw tightened as he spoke in a steady, low voice that was frighteningly certain. "Then I'll let it." He was the first to move. Izuku's mother's pull ripped bolts and scraps into a storm of shrapnel that slammed into the spears in midair, shattering them into sparks, while Wolfram's control twisted the steel beams that shot from the floor into spears. Izuku did not duck when the villain swung a bus-sized steel pillar. Instead, he caught it chest first, his regeneration snapping bones back into place as he roared and shoved it aside, shock absorption dulling the crushing impact. He then sprang forward, using his own metalworking skills to pull beams from the walls into sharp claws that struck Wolfram's armor. Snarling, the villain stumbled and said, "You thief! Survivor!" Izuku's eyes blazed. The tower moaned around them, steel writhing like a living beast, and Wolfram's roar split the air as he threw a tree-sized column, the amplifier's glow pulsing with each lash of metal. Reflex boost snapping his movements cleanly and sharply, Izuku dropped low, his baton sparking with stolen electricity as he darted forward, while sparks danced as he slammed the baton into the base of the column, breaking it apart before it could crush him. Shock absorption drank in the impact, his body trembling as the force bled harmlessly through his muscles, but he pushed the shards aside and pressed forward, closing the gap as the fragments speared toward his chest. They writhed around him like whips, slashing at Izuku from every side. A lash clipped his shoulder, burning through skin and cloth. Regeneration stung like fire as it knitted the wound shut even as he moved. Wolfram growled, tearing new beams from the walls. Electricity flared in Izuku's fist, and he slammed it into the closest whip, sending current through the metal as sparks flew down its length, making Wolfram flinch as the feedback splintered against his arms. "What a brat you are!" Metal lashed faster and harder as Wolfram spat. His mother's peculiarity tore screws, bolts, and broken plating free, circling him in a storm that tore apart Wolfram's blows before they hit the ground. Izuku's green eyes blazed, catching the rhythm, the flaws. Reflex boost helped him focus, and his body moved through the gaps as the debris shifted under his pull. Then he extended his hand farther, his will colliding with Wolfram's, and for a heartbeat the steel between them froze, caught in a tug of war that shook the amplifier and sent sparks flying. With a raw yet firm voice, Izuku growled, "You don't own this power." Izuku's command caused the beam to bend, then snap, twisting, and slamming back toward Wolfram with ruthless force. His mother's pull bared the battlefield, transforming debris into weapons, and Wolfram's own quirk bent under his hands, the storm turning against its master. He moved forward step by step, electricity cracking across his baton, shock absorption fueling every blow, and reflex boost carrying him through impossible openings. The amplifier blazed brighter, desperate, but it wasn't enough. Wolfram stumbled, eyes wide. His steel faltered for the first time. Izuku's voice broke through the confusion as his chest heaved. "I was supposed to be the monster, right?" Crowning him in ragged firelight, the orbiting storm of steel and sparks howled louder. "Then fight me." Wolfram appeared shaken, for the first time. Because the boy he referred to as a monster was winning and fighting like one. The villain's armor cracked, sparks leaking from the crevices as Izuku's hand clamped on his chest, and Wolfram's scream shook the air as Izuku slammed him into the bent steel platform, debris swirling around them like a storm. Wolfram's own metal manipulation bent under Izuku's pull, twisting, betraying its master, while shock absorption braced him against Wolfram's thrashing blows. Regeneration stitched every wound shut before blood could fall, and the amplifier in Izuku's veins thrummed. Moreover, his mother's quirk pulled every loose shard into his orbit. Between them the storm of steel froze. As the metal coiled around Wolfman, pressing him down, Izuku pressed harder, his voice growling and his breath ragged. "It's finished. I can put an end to this. I ought to end you now." For the first time, Wolfram appeared more like prey than a conqueror, his eyes widening, panic flickering in the amplifier's light. Then, a voice broke through the raging storm. "Izuku. Hikari." Her eyes landed on Izuku's bare hand and his quivering jaw as she staggered across the wreckage, bruised but unbroken, her aura glowing faint green as it pressed down on Wolfram's power. Breathless but fierce, she said, "Don't, because you've already won. Don't destroy him." Wolfram thrashed, steel screaming as it bent around them, but Izuku's hold tightened. The power in his veins pushed him on, telling him that one more push would put an end to it forever. However, despite the fear, Hikari's voice came through once more, steady. "It's not a monster you are. My best friend is you. My companion. You're the boy who still believes that everyone can be saved." Izuku froze, his eyes darting from Wolfram's frightened face to Hikari's calm stare, his chest heaving and perspiration streaming down his brow. And he let go slowly, exhaling raggedly. The villain was beaten, but alive, and Wolfram fell to the ground, his armor breaking apart and his amplifier sputtering. Izuku's shoulders trembled as adrenaline and exhaustion finally overtook him as the debris around him fell motionless, bolts and shards clattering to the ground. "You did it," Hikari whispered. "You saved us." Her aura was already active as she approached him, her hand grazing his arm. When the storm inside finally subsided, Izuku let her steady him without responding verbally. The faint red glow above, however, went unnoticed by both. Since the start of the fight, a battered broadcast drone had been hovering with its lens fixed on Izuku, recording every moment. The steel storm, his bare hands on Wolfram, the moment he almost went too far, and the decision to stop. Millions of people were already watching from all over the island and the world. All Might, who had witnessed Izuku fight like no other student but also teetered on the brink of something else entirely, stood in the tower's wreckage from a distance, his face pale and his chest taut. And he was more afraid of that edge than Wolfram ever was.
I'll continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.